Toma ahí. Vamos a hacerlo esquizo. Disfruto un panorama, el drama sin pantalla plana. El devenir del marketing, un arlequín del China y me habla. Duendes y hadas, me apaga la pava, me aclara la rabia importada. Es la peor cruzada. Prostituta con sueños de monja, todavía se moja. Le meto reja hasta con la guata floja. Por las cuevas te acomplejas, donde se aloja el mal. Si se te oxida el maxilar en orar el Corán, ese dolor es temporal, cholaco. Que yo no me llamo Lito y tú no eres polaco. Pero está flaco un día más que peco. Seré guanaco ni huevón en muco. Suficiente con tu grupo y el muñeco es trapo. Abro cerebro, no los lavo. Al buen entendedor todo le queda claro. Los malos triunfaron, no es de Cristo la codicia por el oro, las hogueras, los esclavos. Tampoco tanto tarado robando estrado. ¿Quién es el jurado? Tu pecado es el bocado. El predicado estaba equivocado. Ha guardado la paz, vas a pegarla de santa porque la fe es un mercado que está ligado al Estado. Puño que se levanta, queman las llantas, queman la renta. Esa revolución nadie la inventa. Con casi 30 y sigue pensando en ventas. Pura mierda, se encuentra Dios en tus palabras. Las mías son puertas porque me tientas al instinto. Planta que me alimentó, pronto alimento en plantas. Entiendo el ciclo, no paga el circo. Menos de 5 desde ese disco en brinco. No era distinto ni en el intro. Bro, en esta ocasión lo que diva tu mandíbula me llega a la glándula. La farándula no es mi rubro, mi otro yo defeca en la meca, la métrica, la discoteca. Solo un hipócrita predica poca ética. ¿Y tú qué tal? Bro, en esta ocasión lo que diga tu mandíbula me llega a la glándula. La farándula no es mi rubro, mi otro yo defeca en la meca, la métrica, la discoteca. Solo un hipócrita predica poca ética. ¿Y tú qué tal? ¿Quieres ser fighter, tener aguante, que la gente levante la mano al verte, sentirte importante? Pero primero tienes que pararte. Pueden golpearte tan fuerte que vas a tener que meterte cepillo por el culo para poder limpiarte los dientes. Te empalagas de la sociedad y sus llagas. En la nada naufraga como una plaga que todo lo traga. ¿Quién eres tú para saber que es prole si no pagas lo que comes? Sigue en tu mundo de anime, si no te me arrimes. Tu novela no se eleva al cine. Por más que alucines, patanes son patines. A veces 13 te quieren coser, entonces no camines si no conoces. Si te importa más lo que dicen que lo que haces, posiblemente fracases y termines con frases en alquiler. Sé que no soy líder, tampoco dealer. No soy Fidel ni Miller, solo el que escribe por una patria grande, libre de evangelios, demonios y ogros. Es todo tu odio, cara a cara cambias de floro. Saco tu esfera posera de globo. Si en tu parodia la creas, faltan ideas. Guardo metáforas aéreas para dejarle tarea por si perreas. Si uno rapea y el que se recursea es el que te marquetea, te pulsea y te pasea. Plaza Bea ya pejamea. A la cana con tu chicha como con Magali. Prospecto de Cipriani, no llegarás ni a Noni con tu colita de pony. Lo hago con pana y sin company, mejor pa' ti. Falsos MCs morirán en flashes como Lady Jesús. Revolucionario, mochilero, séptimo hijo de un obrero. Conoció el amor donde el clero gasta su dinero. Pero soy pordiosero del saber en una torre de Babel. Dejo este papel, único placer post-mortem. Obtén la fama con tu farsa y piensa. El cuarto clavo es tu iglesia. Me recordaron cierta tendencia a perder la elegancia. A tu vacío pasión por popularidad. Solo pon un .com, te compraron. Toma, toma, rap sigue siendo un trulo en busca de fósforo. Respiro áspero y caen las máscaras del circo. Mirar dentro de sí, dejando nada entre paréntesis. La dosis de un lápiz psicosomático. Manías atrapadas en calumnias de columnas amarillas. Concubinas y abortistas de categoría. Los mantengo al día. 2008. Resistencia
Él murió en la cruz por tus pecados y por los míos. Para decirle a nuestro Dios:
hablas pura huel, la grasón, hablas pura huel.
Y quiero decirte en esta noche:
y te saludan y después a tus espaldas te están tirando. El muñeco es trapo. Saludo a las personas de Perú. Pero voy para la Perú. No te llamas Lito, yo no soy polaco.
Copyright disclaimer. This content does not belong to Bible Chronicles or claim this intellectual property. The content provided today has and always will belong to the content owner. Bible Chronicles does not have any affiliation with the owner of this property. As mentioned, Bible Chronicles did not intend to make use of any material for the purpose of harvesting gain. However, Title 17 of United States copyright law states material in use can only be done when it's for theological or general educational purposes, and thus Bible Chronicles believes that this principal material falls under fair use, which honors protection under Section 107 of the
Isaiah chapter 58 and verse 1. Cry aloud, spare not, lift up thy voice like a trumpet, and show my people their transgressions, and the house of Jacob their sins.
Yo. Comentando. ¿Qué dicen? Sí. ¿Qué cuentan? Ya. Escúchame. Ya. Los medios cuentan que si hay libertad de prensa, la mordaz es cosa escasa y todos dicen lo que piensan. Y esa sutil es impresa y repetida diariamente tiene contenta tu mente con yo soy combate y fiesta. Presta el control, Tarantino no es tan gore como los crímenes de amor que a toda hora se nos muestra. Pues tal vez la estrategia impuesta, pánico en el público y manejarás el cuesta pal. Político en vez de patrullas se vende camilla para un hospital, como si esa mierda de tombo no diera seguridad. No será casualidad que el otro dueño del canal sea el otro sobrino pero bueno de un primo hermano pariente papá. Y esa nostalgia no es noticia, su codicia se evidencia. Propicia violencia y plástico, panémica, belleza. Fútbol, patriotismo falso, culo, vasos de cerveza. Pele cáncer pa' tu mesa y el domingo en misa. Sobre su cabeza pesa el atraso mental del pueblo. Oposición vendió trasero, dictador, grupo Romero. Pero se confundieron acá, la palabra es cruda. Autoeducación en camino se afloja la lucha a través de cultura. Es como genera de uno, tal vez otro loco se suma. Ya saben, cortina de humo que explota la mina que mata la cuna. Primo, vengo que trate la friuna, no una pura canción de aventura. Así no censura, emite basura, no le conviene que sepa verdura. Hay extorsiones, violaciones, robo, llanto y más. Con tanto muerto el morbo están alimentando, pues no hay paz. Solo un odio contenido en bilis para que vivan en la fantasía y algún día cambiará. Hay extorsiones, robo, violaciones, llanto y más. Con tanto muerto el morbo están alimentando, pues no hay paz. Solo un odio contenido en bilis para que vivan en la fantasía y algún día cambiará.
Sensacionalismo, amigo eterno de la prensa, el mismo que forjó al humano sumiso, callado y muestra. En el noticiero, en el artículo del diario, la vida de una BD que poco invierte
al vecindario.
Sirven como fieles feligreses, oscuro intereses, mienten todo el día, crean solo estupideces. La historia afirma, indica que siempre negaron información alternativa que todo pueblo merece. A cada instante pareciera su labor asesinar una memoria colectiva que hace una nación, con una prensa cómplice que juega con humor, desconociendo ese dolor que nos dejó ese dictador. Cortina de humo es su mejor función, para apartarte de la fuente harán de todo, pues miró como venderte el culo de Sharon Stone, cagándose en tu derecho a la objetiva información. El narco, el almirante, el presidente, el congresista, algún ministro, algún delegado, de seguro es el patrón de ese periódico morboso y amarillo que al leerlo 2 minutos te vuelve en un talk show. Los medios son culpables, responsables de toda propaganda basura que te ofrece la TV. Pues será mejor que se autoeduque, pues my friend, porque el comercio de los medios te carcome hasta las 100.
Hay violaciones, extorsiones, robo, llanto y más. Con tanto muerto el morbo están alimentando, ves no hay paz. Solo un odio contenido en bilis para que vivan en la fantasía algún día cambiará. Hay extorsiones, violaciones, robo, llanto y más. Con tanto muerto el morbo están alimentando, ves no hay paz. Solo un odio contenido en bilis para que vivan en la fantasía algún día cambiará. Que algún día cambiará. Que algún día cambiará,
All right. I guess the sound works. That seems to work too. Good. Very good. Very good. Very good. I hope y'all doing well. I don't see a lot of people on. That's okay. No big deal. Oh, wait. Hold up. What's up, Pedro? What's up, El Rey? Damn heathens. Today's class is called, or show, like Chicloso likes to call it. Today's show, family, is called Hecate's Liberty, or hold on, Libertas. What's up, bro? Good to have you guys here. Few people, man. Maybe just two. It's all good. Maybe they come back later. Who knows? End of the day. Hey, look, do me a favor. Before I get started, I am suggested to say this, but brothers, not any marketing company or shit, to remind you guys to like, subscribe, please, and share. Again, it's all due to the algorithm. The more shares, the more chatter, other people get notified of what may be important to them or what may pertain to them. Okay. That said, let's get going. I'm not going to waste any time on this, man. This is a heavy matter. And our brothers and sisters got to wake up in reality. Everything around you, everything that you are part of, okay? This whole society, its entire plan, okay? Its main interest is to get you guys involved in their spiritual capitalistic ways. And honestly, if you brothers or sisters who are watching, or you have heard me say this before, haven't paid attention to that statement, then I think you should start really considering. There's only one way out of this, family. One way. That starts with a big ass R. That's the first things first, man. So I have a very anyways, hope you guys enjoy the ride. Please walk with me, and let's begin.
Number 2, you
I'm gonna be more mindful of these things, fam. Just let me know, okay? Thank you. Oh, wait, hold on. There it goes again. All right, I'm gonna be more mindful of this. Thank you. Let's go.
It is your country, your state. Number 2, you have to pay for the prison stay. They call the prison fee taxes. Number 3, you have no say what will be done with the money, but you have to pay. Number 4, to pay the money, you have to work. The prison encourages you to buy new shiny products, so you feel better about your poor existence. Number 5, you are not allowed to exit the prison far enough to see the prison wall. Number 7, the prison gives you news and entertainment so that you don't discover the prison walls. Number 8, the prison does not allow strong family bonds or strong brotherhood unless you are a part of the group that is running the prison. Number 9, the prison you live in wants you weak, sick and divided, because weak prisoners can't climb the walls. And most important, number 10, the prison is mostly run by other prisoners. It will collapse if enough prisoners will wake up. You were born in a cold prison. It is your country, your state. Number two,
I saw this video due to another video. They keep referencing to this man, this kid, this beast of an individual as a savior, Cyrus, and then King David, even. I was even much more blown away by the clear comparison to a man that I mean I was blown away by what I saw, and anyways, well, let me show you this first, and then I'll show you that next one. Okay, here's the campaign logo. God made Trump.
A ver, que alguien me explique.
It is clear that this is a present danger. Now, you brothers and sisters, I'm mindful to show you this so you can see your surroundings, and then maybe, just maybe, you will focus on your family and learn to raise and treat them under the commandments of our Father. Because what we're heading to is again right back almost at the beginning. Check this out, okay?
And on June,
Watch this real quick. And again, this is not my material. I don't own this shit, nor do I care to own this shit, to be honest with you. I'm just baffled by what it's going to say. So check it out, all right? Let's go.
14th, 1946, God looked down on his planned paradise and said, I need a caretaker. So God gave us Trump. God said, I need somebody willing to get up before dawn, fix this country, work all day, fight the Marxists, eat supper, then go to the Oval Office and stay past midnight at a meeting of the heads of state. So God made Trump. I need somebody with arms, strong enough to rustle the deep state, and yet gentle enough to deliver his own grandchild. Somebody to ruffle the feathers, tame cantankerous World Economic Forum, come home hungry, have to wait until the First Lady is done with lunch with friends, then tell the ladies to be sure and come back real soon, and mean it. So God gave us Trump. And on June 14th, 1946, God looked down on his planned paradise and said, I need a caretaker. So God gave us Trump. God said, I need somebody willing to get up before dawn, fix this country, work all day, fight the Marxists, eat supper, then go to the Oval Office and stay past midnight. Go to the Oval Office, eat all day, fight the Marxists.
Who is he calling Marxists? Okay, and then you're going to watch at the end.
Fight the Marxists, eat supper, then go to the Oval Office and stay past midnight at a meeting of the heads of state. So God made Trump. I need somebody with arms, strong enough to rustle the deep state, and yet gentle enough to deliver his own grandchild. Somebody to ruffle the feathers, tame cantankerous World Economic Forum, come home hungry, have to wait until the First Lady is done with lunch with friends, then tell the ladies to be sure and come back real soon, and mean it. So God gave us.
So God gave you white people Trump. It's clear as day that you white folks, you heathen who are not of this land, who are not of the Bible, you are literally heathen. This is what I want to remind our brothers and sisters, how they look upon this individual here, this thing of flesh, who is no God, nothing special whatsoever. Oh, okay. You know what, bro? I'm glad you said that. I'm so glad you said that. All right. So watch this real quick. I'm so glad you said that. Give me a second. Now I'm going to show you what the other people said. I'm glad you said that, bro. Let's go. Hold on. Ready? Let's go.
And on the 8th day, God looked down on his planned paradise and said, I need a man to test the will and goodness of a free people. So God made a dictator. God said, I need a man who failed in everything but theft and broken promises to live in a golden palace and convince the poor he serves their needs. So God made a dictator. God said, I need a wicked man to lead the common folk with hatred and fear. So God made a dictator. God said, I need a corrupt man who is above the law and immune from justice. So God made a dictator. God said, I need a man who will use violence to seize power. So God made a dictator. God said, I need a man whose followers will call black white, call evil good, and call criminals hostages. So God made a dictator. God said, I need a man who breaks the faith of even his most godly followers and leads them to idolatry. Place him above me. So God made a dictator who breaks the faith of even his most godly followers and leads them.
That they painted that. They covered his little wiener with their own ridiculously striped out ugly ass flag. I'm gonna say it. I don't like your flag. I mean, what you want me to tell you? I don't have to like it. Just like I don't have to like your designs or jeans or your lifestyle or your holidays. I don't have to. I have that right because it's not of my belief. However, my point being made is this. This is just like the rise of Hitler. He was also a Christian. You're damn right he was. Christians try to paint Hitler as an atheist. They do. They really do, bro. Hey, listen, family. I'm gonna tell you this right now. Disclosure, real quick. I do my classes random places, random hours throughout the day because I actually do work. You know, unlike Canaanites, who are at like Sinetter or ISUPK or these other camps, Akaris. They sell merchandise. They ask for money and donations. Unlike them, I do work. And I'm the only provider in my family. So if I may have a schedule in mind, I think I will. And then a project comes up, so I got to actually tackle it because Raza, we love to work and finish, and then that's it. We don't take breaks, damn it. So that's why to me, it doesn't even matter, bro, if I do the class in the morning, in the afternoon. Look, there's more people. Excuse my language. A lot of these ML folk don't give a shit, man. They don't care. They want to, I don't know, man. They want shows. They want raza. They want like cholo shit and fucking cars and chicks and women and I don't know, believe in a troll tribe chart that is, I don't even know what the hell you guys are believing in. It's to me, it's like, it's so dumb. So whether I do it in the morning or I do it in the afternoon, I do it at night, I do it at 3 a.m, it didn't even matter. People still don't care. You know, there's only a few videos that I have that maybe have a lot of watch views, and I still cannot wrap my mind around what is it that you got that I put in those videos that you guys preferred. Okay, whatever. It's the same shit. I don't know, man. I don't understand. To me, it's like, bro, I do this for my, like, quote, our gente. Then I'm trying to wonder. I know this for a fact. There's only a selected few. Like, many are called or few are chosen. I understand that. Okay? I totally understand that. And maybe that's the case. Maybe that's the case that we're facing right now. You know, because it's like, I'll give you an example. My so-called Hispanic, quote-unquote, brothers. You Democratic dudes or Republican dudes that believe in this shit. Or no, Democrats. Doesn't this country say that you have to be a Christian to be a president, right? Okay. Isn't that like a big deal about America? Like that Vivek Salami, you know, he went under Rump broke his, you know, jock. Now he's like licking him and shit. So because a lot of people say, yeah, I like him, but he's a Muslim. Like he's actually Hindu. Oh, okay, whatever. He's not a Christian. That's what they said. Okay. Now, as far as I know, our people were so-called quote, quote Christians, right? I thought that would matter to them. So it's not about religion. Now think about that. Most of so-called Hispanics are so-called Christians, Catholics. America says they want Christians. They hate Muslims. Is it about religion or is it not? It's not about religion. It's not about politics. It's about race. Race, race, race. It's about how you feel about you and how we feel about us. That's all it's about. It has nothing to do with politics. Politics are just barriers and walls that you use. Religion is just an imaginary mirror, which makes you to look at it and reflect as if you're doing something good, and you have this so-called assumption of an angelic head around you. In reality, you are a hateful, perpetually hateful nation of people. And I'm brushing this across the board with both you, white and black. Whoever gets it gets it. If you don't feel what I say, then it's probably because it's not applying to you. The ignorance, the stupidity, and then the obvious example of these two nations working together to prove once again that you Hispanics aren't anything. Isaiah 31. Let me see what it says real quick. I don't know what verse it is. Woe to them that go down to Egypt for help. Oh, yeah. And stay on horses and trust in chariots, power, and luxury. You want to know why that trust on horses and chariots? Because the horses technically and the chariots, right? The horses pull you. The chariots are a luxury, meaning at servitude. The other people would have to serve your needs, white America, black America. Well, I don't know why I'm saying this, because most of you black people from this country, from this continent that are here, that help the white man, you know, you guys have it the best than any other so-called African nation in the entire world. And yet you're sitting here asking for fucking reparations. You're sitting here robbing and stealing from stores, robbing and stealing from paleteros. And you want us to believe now that you're not part of this whole system? Why do we get always this novela? We're familiar with novelas, and all we see in TV is white and black. Check this out.
Ben Carson, I mean, maybe it does honestly explain a little bit of why Donald Trump is kind of romping through the Republican primary right now, because it seems like this is how a lot of his supporters may think of him. Here is Ben Carson. I'm not even going to explain it. Just watch it.
Well, you know, you think, and King David, most of those people.
Ben Carson.
King David.
Ben Carson. I mean, maybe it does honestly.
Most of those people, and King David. Most of those people probably, if they were alive back in those days, would have said, "Oh, what a horrible guy." You know, the episode with Bathsheba and some of the other things that he did. And yet, he was a man after God's own heart. God uses different people for different times. You need somebody with a Manhattan business type of personality to deal with the administrative state. When he's not being attacked, he's a wonderful person. Everybody, I think, would love him.
For the record, you're comparing him to King David, and that worked out well. Comparing him to King David, and comparing him to King David, or comparing him to King David, and that worked out well. Is another King David, right?
I don't know about him, King, but certainly he has some policies that are very worthwhile.
What the hell is that, man? Isaiah 31. Let me get the verse, bro, because I want to read it. Oh my gosh. Hey, shalom, sis. Elisheva, man. How you doing, sis, man? Hey, you know what, Elisheva? In case you don't know, I talked to my wife about you, and I keep telling her that once we get these things organized, we're gonna try to fly over there. I'm serious. I'm not lying. I'm serious. I wanna go to Aruba. I told my wife, so hopefully, Lord willing, next following years, if next year, maybe not. I hope, but I really want to go. I love the sandy white beaches, crystal clear waters, man. I love salt water. I actually have salt water. Well, I don't have them right now, but I had a saltwater tank, 125 gallons. I maintained one for quite some time. Did all the measurements, everything. So there's a lot about me that you guys don't know about. You know what I'm saying? There's a lot about me, man. But I'm not an agent, damn it. Oh, you guys wish I was being paid by somebody, bro. For real, I'm sure these damn heathens would love to find out. That's why y'all don't say nothing, because you're waiting for me to make a mistake. Isaiah 31:1, it says, woe to them that go down to Egypt. Let me do it like this. Woe to them. Woe, destruction to them, or destruction to them that go down to Misraim for help. The people that oppress others, meaning when you side and say, well, I don't want to be oppressed, so I'm going to ride with them. I'm going to go against these other people that are suffering because I want to fit in with them. I want to do their things. I want to do their holidays, all their American things. And stay on horses and trust in chariots, meaning my Lexus, my Tesla, my material life that abuses other people's needs. And then when they need help, you say, no, you're illegal. You're a beaner. You're not like me. I'm a Christian, a white or black Christian. Or BHI, because now they have that category. Remember? You can go to the 12-type chart, but you're still under them. You can go to Christianity, but you're still under them. Well, you can't go to BHI because they're just like, the far right, white people that believe in eugenics. Black folks that believe in BHI onlys are straight black eugenics. And as you know, white folks, it's eugenics. I mean, what do you want me to say? It says, and stay on horses and trust in chariots because they are many. Oh, well, it's such a strong nation. These people are so wonderful. Look, they play football and basketball. Man, the shows are great. They make great movies. When I watch all these other channels in these other countries, it's just so weird. I don't want to be like them. I want to be like America. Kind of like Vivek Salami. The man's parents are immigrants. They don't even speak English. Okay? Just be real. My mom speaks better English than his parents. My grandma, even though she's passed away, speaks better English than his parents. But they look not unto the Holy One of Yeshayahu. So in this case, it's Yasha El, but it's not El. Remember, Baal is Baal. So stop saying that. Israel, you got to get that out of your mouth, family. Israel, like, especially when you say Aman, or Amen, whatever, don't say that shit no more. Because that's Amen Robert. I'm telling you, you don't believe me? Whatever. It's up to you. I don't care. It says that when the Holy One of Yeshayahu, or Yeshayahu, neither seek Yahoo. How funny that I don't know. It's got to be the Most High, because I just found this link on this software that I use. You guys been following this channel for a long time. I literally just downloaded this 2-3 days ago with no intent to seeing this name here, because what I found before this right here was sincere, honest truth I'm finding. Oh, hey, you know what? I'm glad you said that, sis. He ain't a dirty foot of David in comparison. Woo! Gotcha, bitch. Oh man, I like that. Gotcha, bitch. That's great. Cause hold on a second. Viva Mexico, cabrones! That was great, sis. I'm telling you, that was great, man. That was great. Cause he doesn't even deserve to be on the bottom foot of David's foot. You know what I'm saying? Like the nerve of him to be saying that, or the nerve of that Canaanite to be saying that about him. And yeah, Lord willing, I do, sis. I really do. I got my family and I got my kids. And I want to go over there. I'm pretty sure I will. I'm pretty sure we all will. Man, my son who's autistic, as you guys know, he's older now, but he loves the beach. And if I can just kind of like, man, well, yeah, he can't see, but it's all good. And I'm going to share something with your family real quick. Blessings of the Most High do not come immediately. They come years later. Sometimes they're immediate, but sometimes they're more years later because they mean more. My son just got qualified for some other stuff. And man, it's such a blessing. We never even knew that. So I see the walk, what we're doing as a family when we fast together, or when my son fasts, like my son was fasting last night. So in the house, my family sits down and reads the scriptures. The Caribbean is beautiful. Yeah, bro. I almost went to Puerto Rico, man. Oh, my God. I was like 12 years old, bro. And then I went almost at 21. It just didn't happen. But it's just I don't know, man. There's something about crystal clear waters, sandy white beaches. Whenever I have my aquariums, and I mean 125 gallon, man. I used to use that, like the clear sand. You know what I'm saying? And then obviously the lava rock, all that stuff, anemones, and all kinds of fish, man. Anyhow, let me go back to the point. Sorry about that. It says here, woe to them that go down to Misraim for help and stay on horses and trust in chariots, meaning you trust in capitalism. Capitalism. Because there are many, because obviously when you have a lot of money, or let's say when your dollar bill is worth more than a peso or a yang or whatever, those people have to work extra hard, live extra shitty for you to be where you're at. And I find it so amazing that all you so-called Americans, quote unquote, now that are not of this continent, you sit here and you complain about Walmart being too expensive, or you complain about food increasing in price, or you complain about, this so-called illegals or all these people, yet you don't even realize that everything that you have is because you trusted on chariots and horses, because there were many and you never considered the few. And horsemen, because they're very strong, that's why you believe in the military. You say, well, F you, I'll just go bomb you. Isn't that what you want to tell these other nations? But they look not unto the Holy One of Ishayahu, neither seek Yahoo. And in case you guys don't know, when you understand who they are and you bless them, you would be too. That's why you're not getting any of that. None whatsoever. Find it funny that you guys have the nerve and quote, quote, audacity to call this fool this. Let's listen to it one more time and then we'll move on.
And on June 14th, 1946, God looked down on his planned paradise and said, I need a caretaker. So God gave us Trump. God said, I need somebody willing to get up before dawn, fix this country, work all day, fight the Marxists, eat supper, then go to the Oval Office and stay past midnight at a meeting of the heads of state. So God made Trump. I need somebody with arms, strong enough to rustle the deep state, and yet gentle enough to deliver his own grandchild. Somebody to ruffle the feathers, tame cantankerous World Economic Forum, come home hungry, have to wait until the First Lady is done with lunch with friends, then tell the ladies to be sure and come back real soon, and mean it. So God gave us Trump.
The ladies, tell the ladies to be sure he'll be back and mean it. Ah! This is worship at the highest level of mankind that I've been aware of, that I've been associated with, that I can remember. I've never seen this. Okay, I'll say it like this. A dictator is only a dictator when you give him the power position of a dictatorship mentality. A man can't be a dictator if nobody listens to his dumb ass. This man is a dictator because you white folks want a dictator. You would rather have a man rule you because he would favor you over us, which means he would rule over everybody, but he would still treat us like shit. Even though he'll treat you like shit, you just don't want to be as shitty as us.
Wait a minute. Who are you?
Which is a horrible thing. It comes to show who you are. Now, I showed you the video before. Let me show you once again. This is the counter of what. Man, you white folks, man, you guys are really losing your mind. You really are. You know, what do you say? What did black people say? Dear white people, you need to check yourselves before you wreck yourselves.
And on the eighth day, God looked down on his planned paradise and said, I need a man to test the will and goodness of a free people. So God made a dictator. God said, I need a man who failed in everything but theft and broken promises to live in a golden palace and convince the poor he serves their needs. So God made a dictator. God said, I need a wicked man to lead the common folk with hatred and fear. So God made a dictator. God said, I need a corrupt man who is above the law and immune from justice. So God made a dictator. God said, I need a man who will use violence to seize power. So God made a dictator. God said, I need a man whose followers will call black white, call evil good, and call criminals hostages. So God made a dictator. God said, I need a man who breaks the faith of even his most godly followers and leads them to idolatry. Place him above me. So God, who breaks the faith of even his most godly followers and leads them to idolatry, and leads them to idolatry, leads them to idolatry, leads them to idolatry, place him above me. So God made a dictator.
He's not kidding. Okay. Here, I showed you guys this before. The Aliens and Seditions Act. Let me briefly explain what this means. It's a law that they want to implement once again, once he comes back in power, because he will. Sorry to tell you guys, he will. Unless God has the Most High Yahweh has another plan. The Alien and Seditions Act were a set of 4 laws enacted in 1798 that applied restrictions to immigration and speech. You hear that? Restrictions to immigration and speech. Yeah, that's why. That's exactly what it is. It's a good portion, good part. You're on point. I see what you do on Facebook, so you're on point. It's exactly what it is. When you're slipping away of control, or when your control is slipping away, you're going to have to implement something. So now, check this out. It says, the Naturalization Act increases the requirement to seek citizenship. That's standard. The Alien Friends Act allows the president to imprison with no rights, with no judicial court system, of at least the criminal or judicial system that applies to us, so-called, does not apply to them. So they can go in prison. God knows where they show up. God knows where they're at. And deport non-citizens. Now listen to this part. And the Alien and Enemies Act gave the president additional power to detain non-citizens during times of war. So if you want to go to war with Mexico, call the cartels terrorists. That means almost anybody that relates to that, looks like them, will be terrorists. Means that you who are non-citizens, meaning permanent residents, yeah, additional power to detain you permanent residents during wartime. And Seditions Act criminalized false and malicious statements about the people that are implementing the Aliens Friends Act, the Naturalization Act, and the Aliens Enemy Act. You guys think this is a joke? You think he's kidding? No, he's not kidding. These guys are not kidding. You guys are dumb. Bolas pendejos, güey. I'm like, bro, you guys don't even see. And the only reason I know is because I've been patient, trying to help my family understand these scriptures, understand what's going on, trying to raise them as best as I can. And our Father is just revealing these things to me because I'm the protector of my home. So should you be. Look, 6, 7 people, man, compared to how many others watch Vocab Malone or BHI, stupid ass Sakari, or stupid ass ISUPK, or stupid ass IUIC, or stupid ass DMS. Yes, I'm calling you all stupid asses. Come to this channel and tell me that I'm wrong. You do all these videos. I know you see my shit. While you are feeding your people, reparations, look at it. Nah, man, these guys are still doing the thing. While you guys are over here battling it out at Side Netter, a bunch of damn pedophile Canaanites, then you got, what's his name? Taserface over there, Mr. So-called ISUPK. You're all friends with Side Netter. What are you, like one of them too? Now you want to separate yourself and you want to hang out with Dirty Mac or Mac Whack Whack, whatever his fucking name is. You guys don't realize what's going on. In case you don't know, the Henry Jackson Society, okay, this is where the think tank comes from. How funny that it's called the Transatlantic Foreign Policy. Now, we know where the transatlantic slave trade happened or who it started with. It wasn't you, negros, so shut the hell up. Hit the link if you think you're right, and I'll show you you're wrong. Yeah, I'll have it ready for you. Hit the link on anything that you think I'm wrong on, because I'm going to slice and dice both of you today. Okay, this is your think tank, Mr. White Man, Mr. Black Man. This isn't our think tank. This is your think tank, Mr. Black Man, Mr. White Man. Let's keep it 100. Excuse my language if I'm being a little hard here, but I'm just being real for a fact. Just being real. This is a white and black country made up from falsehood, from doctrines of devils, and what else? Hecates, mystery, religions. Oh, no. En contraire, Nate the Snake Mon Frere. Your black ass ain't running from me. I know you don't like when you hear this because you like insulting people. So I'm using what you do, Mr. Mamser, your so-called leader of IUIC. Bring me the best debater that you have on that school. The best one that you have. I'm waiting for that challenge. I've been in training this whole time. So I'm waiting for you to tell me that you are not part of the strategic categorization of heathens. Henry Jackson Society first articulated its statement of principles on March 11, 2005. Pay attention to what I'm about to read. These people believe in this. Believes that the modern liberal democracies set an example to which the rest of the world should inspire. Now, this means West consciousness. Supports a forward strategy. For example, you play checkers, they play chess. In every single movement, they're masterminding what is next for their benefit. Forward strategy does not benefit nobody else but them. To assist those countries that are not yet liberal and democratic to become so. The rainbow, that are not yet rainbow-ish looking. Yeah, this is all part of the class. What do you think Hecates means? What do you think the Statue of Liberty stands for? Thank you, brother, for telling me that. You think she is covered up for any reason? Oh, if you lift up those skirts, you'll find out that it's not what you think it is. Supports a forward strategy to assist those countries that are not yet liberal and democratic to become so, meaning puppet government. This would involve the full spectrum of carrot capabilities. Now, I know that you guys are new to that cold carrot concept, but I'm going to show you what that means. They tell you in your face. When they tell you who you are, please start believing them. Carrot. It says, the phrase, carrot and stick. It's a metaphor for the use of a combination of reward and punishment to induce a desired behavior.
Wait a minute. Who are you?
be they diplomatic, economic, cultural, political, but also, when necessary, those sticks of the military domain. I do that so I want to make this an alarming thing because it makes an alarming thought process. They support forward-thinking strategy to benefit them. They'll use a approach on implementing liberal and so-called democratic thought theologies, and they would involve these particular processes to overcome and to become or to manifest them by using carrot-like capabilities, reward or punishment. So when you F up, they will either diplomatically, economically, culturally, politically, or by means of military might, correct your ass. Supports a forward strategy involving diplomatic, economic, cultural, and political means to assist those countries that are not yet liberal and diplomatic to become so. Like, for example, what we see next door. Why do you think El PRI wanted to give their whole booty away? El PRI wanted to get that rod all up in their behind. Yeah, I'm saying it. PRI. That's that so-called Mexican government over there. You guys aren't even a fucking government. You guys are puppets of this other one. To assist those countries that are not yet liberal and democratic to become so. Remember, keep in mind that this is all a forward strategy regarding who? Remember Robert Lansing, that he said, all we got to do is we got to put people in those positions and educate them from our ways, so then they'll do whatever we want. And they'll even do it much better than we can. Just into this. Supports the maintenance of a strong military. Remember Isaiah 31? By the United States, the country of European unions. You hear that? By the United States, the countries of European Union, and other demon crazy powers armed with expeditionary capabilities and global reach. Let me look up this word. What's this word mean? I'll read your messages in a little bit, family. Give me a second. It means a form of expedition, especially a military expedition. So you see this? They'll support, for example, like Israel, Israel, the country of European unions. That's why U.S. and Europe do not went against the whole Hamas stopping the fight. No, they support those Khazars. It says here, the countries of the European Union and other democratic powers armed with, again, military might capabilities with a global reach. One world. I didn't say it. They're saying it. Supports the maintenance of a strong military by who? The devil. The devil. And other democratic powers. Now, remember, keep in mind, this is not just white people. This is black people too. We see blackity black pushing it all crazy right now. Don't you see black folks like straight being racist towards our gente? I'm not lying. Last time I checked, I was like, bro, I can't believe this, man. I was like, nah, no way, dude. Yeah, bro, they did it. Nah, yeah, bro. Let me see if I can find it. Where is it at? Is it this one? Hold on, let me see if it's this one. All right, hold on. Give me a second. I'm going to try to find it first before I show it. I was looking at things before I did the new moon class. Trying to cash checks home. Oh, I think this one. Nah, not that one. That's another dumb one. Where are you? What the? Oh man, don't tell me I didn't save it. Of course I saved it. I gotta save it, man. I know I saved it. Why is this doing this to me? Why? You damn it. Family, I had the video, man. Had the video. But anyways, let's just continue. I don't care. I'm not gonna get distracted. So now it says here, supports the maintenance of military U.S., of course, Europeans, armed with expeditionary capabilities, global reach, blah, 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 that can protect our homeland from strategic threats. Foretell terrorist attacks. You see this? When they start labeling you a terrorist, that means that if you look like them, you're going to be one too. They may assume. Like, for example, I may be labeled one of these guys. Prevent genocide or massive ethnic cleansing. How funny. Just like how it happened here since 1492. You guys had been trying to ethically cleanse yourselves from us. You even say that we have tainted your blood, your white blood. You said that. Both Khazar, like Stephen Miller, that bald piece of crap, and then Rump Roast. Oh, and then Vivek Salami supports the necessary. I don't even know how you even say it. We don't want to be you dirty. Whatever. Supports the necessary furtherance of European military modernization and integration under British leadership, preferably within NATO. Whoa, really? What the hell are you doing in there, NATO? Are you supporting this too? Stresses the importance of unity between the world's great democracies. Believes that only modern liberal democrat states are truly legitimate. And that any international organization which admits undemocratic states on an equal basis is fundamentally flawed. Believes that only modern liberal democratic states are truly legitimate, and we just read that. Oh, it's updated. And that the political or human rights pronouncements of any international or regional organization which admits under democratic states lack the legitimacy to which they would be entitled if other members were democracies, I guess, whatever. Gives to cheer for capitalism. There are limits to the market which need to serve the democratic community and should be reconciled under environment. Accepts that we have to set priorities and that sometimes we have to compromise, but insists that we should never lose sight of our fundamental values. This means that alliance with repressive regimes can only be temporary.
Wait a minute. Who are you?
It also means a strong commitment to individual or civil liberty, as long as you are under their umbrella. We see here clearly who owns this society. Okay. This is a deep, deep, deep story. And this is why I don't suggest to look away. I'm going to read this to y'all real quick. Check this out. This is from, here, let me close this. This is from the other book I have regarding the Apocrypha. It's a kind of like a little more, it's a translation, a transliteration, like not I guess transliteration, whatever. But it doesn't go too far from it. So, but I want to read this to y'all. It says here, Wisdom of Solomon 12:3. You guys can follow me, okay? Those who lived long ago in your holy land, you hated for their detestable practices, their works of sorcery, and unholy riots, their merciless slaughter of children, and their sacrificial feasting on human flesh and blood. Now, for some reason, we hear this happen here. These initiates from the midst of a heathen cult, who these parents who murder helpless lives, abortion, without care. Well, again, I'm like, are we talking about Canaan or Edom Amalek here? You know what I'm saying? You will to destroy by the hands of our ancestors, so that the land most precious of all to you might receive a worthy colony of the servants of the Most High. But even these you spared, since they were but mortals, and sent wasps as front runners of your army to destroy them little by little. Though you were unable to give the ungodly into the hands of the righteous in battle, or to destroy them at a low blow by dreads, wild animals, or your stern words, but judging them little by little, you gave them an opportunity to repent, though you were not aware that their origin was evil, which I think is just a statement, and their wickedness inborn, and that their way of thinking would never change, for they were an accursed race from the beginning. And it was not enough fear of anyone that you left them unpunished for their sins. Check this out, family. I'll show this to you. This is from a book called, okay, 1 second here real quick. The Word was made flesh. Okay? The Word was made flesh. Check what it says here. I think I want to read up a little bit, and then I'll skip a few things. All right, so here goes right here. This is on page 45. The Word Made Flesh by Rolf Lorson. 100 years of Seventh-day Adventist. Watch this. When Solomon, oh shit, my bad. It says, when Solomon began to worship a form of this system of Satan's, it was primarily because of the pagan wives he married. And he had 700 wives, princes, and 300. We know the story, okay? So I'm going to skip all this. Let me kind of go through this real quick. For Solomon went after Ashtaroth, the goddess of the Zidonians, Hamites, and after Milcom, the abomination of the children of Ammonites. And Solomon did evil in the sight of the Lord. See this? And went not fully after the Lord, as David did his father. You're comparing that rump roast to David? That rump roast doesn't even believe in God. Or a God. Or even for that matter. It says, in the hill that is before Yahushalem, not Jerusalem, Yahushalem, and for Molech, the abomination of the children of Ammon. Now, Solomon noted for his wisdom and understanding who had been called Jedediah, that's what we know, but then why does it say beloved of the Lord? So it would be Jedediah, beloved of the Lord, Jedediah, which means beloved of the Lord, who wrote in his youth. Now, let me skip a little bit here, okay? The hill he built was a valley of the son of Hinnom. These areas lie at the entry of the gate of Yahushalem. Remember that. In Jeremiah 19:2, in verse 5 and 6, the same chapter we read, they have built us the high places of Baal or Baal, which is why you cannot say Israel because you're referring to him. Ra, Egypt. All of this is going back to Egypt, 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 Egypt. All of this is going to Egypt. Every single thing. Yeah, I know that. Let me go back to the notes. The black Hope Tep dudes are beggars. And cheese huevones, güey. Pónganse a trabajar, cabrones. Our Father provided all that for us. He literally said it in his scriptures. You're going to have to work. You're going to have to till the ground. You're going to have to figure it out. Why are you guys making merchandise out of people? Sakari's like now selling perfumes and shit. Yeah, you guys are a joke of kids, man. I'd love for one of you to step up. Step to the plate. If you think you got huevos. I mean, you guys think you're gangsters. I grew up in Oceanside, man. I know some of you. I don't know you, but I know of you. Because I am a little older than some of the guys that are your age. And they told me about you guys. Dumb, man. Yeah, bro. Appreciate that. I don't know what you're clapping about, but I think it's for goodness. The fact is that we had the white narrative for so long, and now we have the black narrative, and that goes hand in hand with the biblical sense as well. That's right, bro. That's correct, my friend. From white Christianity to black Hebrew Israelism, because that's exactly what it is. That's all it has been, and that's all they will ever be. That's why he's talking about, the ones in the last hour, because the new one's coming in the last hour. We are in the last hours. Correction through military might sounds like a martial law to me. Yeah, it does. Of course it does. That's the point. At all costs. They want a dictator at all costs because they are tired of the fact that they are not are never going to be in power ever again. White folks, you guys are decimating. That's not me telling you. Those are facts. The Most High Yahoo is getting rid of you. That's not hate talk. Those are just facts. You're not producing your children. And the ones that you have are technically overdosing because of depression. Don't you guys love your kids? No, you don't. I'll tell you what. Even in my so-called society that I live on, every child of mine has slept in our bed when they were little. And then they moved on to their bed. Every single child of mine. Do you know why we do that? Do you know why the Bible says that you are estranged from the womb? Do you know why we have hoes, promiscuousness, abortions? Because these nations don't know what it is that the Most High cares about. You see, white folks like to say that they're about family. But then when it's time to take care of your parents, you send their asses to a nursery home. You don't care about your families. And you black folks, when you say you care about your families, you just leave kids behind or you abort them. Those are facts. So these two nations are in cahoots together because of the spirit that they've been expressing for so long. 80 million plus abortions alone in America, brought to you by these people. Separate from these people. It's very true. Yeah, like the Synagogue of Satan and NY exposed the tunnel ninjas. Yeah, being found with children and babies stuffed. I don't know. I never read that. But you know what? Who they use to dig those holes? They use our gente, Mexicans, so-called. So-called. So let's continue to read. It says here, page 46 or 47. Okay, just follow 46. It says here, the heathen sacrifices also always featured incense. Ezekiel, you see Ezekiel, that is a prince of Baal, or the name of Baal. That means you are a owner of Baal. El is the last name of Ezekiel. Ezek is the last name of this person, is the first name. El is the last name. Like my slave name, that means I belong to that person. Because before they were before they were gods, they were kings. And then they created themselves to be gods. And there stood before this. Hold on, let me continue that. I'm trying to get to the point here. One of the bases idolatrous existed during the reigns of Judah. Okay. Let me show you this real quick. I'm connecting some of the dots here. They that make a graven image are all of them vanity. I like the scripture in Isaiah 44. They that make a graven image, whether white or black, whether it looks like Nate or don't look like Nate, okay? Or whether it, because you want to show that it has woolly hair. You don't want to know something that's so dumb? You want to know what they call AMLO in Mexico? El de cabeza de algodón. Do you want to know what algodón is? Algodón is cotton. Do you know why they say cabeza de algodón? Is because algodón is very white. It's funny how now we understand that Revelation 1:14 isn't about the texture, you dumb West Africans. It's because cotton is very, very white, like snow. Again, they that make a graven image are all of them vanity. By their works you'll see them. and their delectable things shall not profit. We see it now, and they are their own witnesses. But like the pagans around them, the Israelites made idols of gods. They made bulls, which we saw earlier in the symbols of the divine strength. Jeremiah 44, 16, 17 reveals another important part of the system of Baalim. Baalim describes in the Israelite exaltations of the Queen of Heaven, who was Semiramis, the pagan goddess, identified by Ashereth to the Israelites. This Queen of Heaven has to be given to the Israelites or the people of God consistently. Who do they worship the most in Mexico? The Queen of Heaven. They worship the most out of all the countries in the world. In Mexico, they worship the Queen of Heaven. John 3:18. My little children, let us not love in word, neither in tongue, but in deed and in truth. And thereby we know that we are the truth, and shall ensure our hearts before him. I like that one, bro. What is it? Say something that could help with the topic. It's all idolatry in the end. Yeah, it is. It is all idolatry. And they have abuelos around. White parents send their parents to. Yeah, I know. It's messed up, man. It says here, the famous gate of Ishtar of Babylon is named after this Queen of Heaven. Listen, the famous gate of Ishtar. Who represents America? What statue represents America? Okay. The famous gate of Ishtar of Babylon. Babylon meaning the daughter of Babylon. That is what it means, the daughter of Babylon. Okay. Ishtar or Semiramis was also identified with Diana of Ephesus. Again, we see that again. Whose temples was one of the ancient seven wonders of the world. Now, remember, the New Testament talks about going to talk to these particular so-called Gentiles, but they weren't. They were our people. It's like us right now, talking to la gente en Mexico, way to say, hey, you're worshiping the princess of the Diana of Ephesus. No, don't tell me that. One of the customs the pagan women observed each year was is making cakes or buns with the symbol of a cross to represent the Queen of Heaven, giving honor to her son Tammuz, who does know, or in case you don't know, in December 12th, they literally do atole, tamales, empanizadas, sopes, quesadillas hechos de masa. They make cakes. They make all kinds of things. Panecitos, all of that. The children gather the wood, Jeremiah 7:18. And the fathers kindle the fire. And the women knead their dough to make cakes to the Queen of Heaven. And to pour out drink offerings unto the other gods, that they may provoke me to anger. This very custom of making cakes with a cross is observed in modern Christianity. Wow, bro. The cakes with a cross are called hot cross buns. Some of the drink offerings the pagans offered to their gods were of blood. So whenever you make atole, pendejo, you're kind of doing the whole thing. You're like making blood, but you're not making it. Their sorrows will be multiplied as has hastened after other gods. Because this is a joke? No, it's not a joke. The legend of the Tauric goddess Diana. It is said that every stranger who landed on her shore was sacrificed to an altar. You understand this? That every stranger who landed on her shore. Who lands on the shores of America? When you land on these shores, you are then now, when you get stamped in and you become one of them, you are sacrificed to this altar. Now it goes back to what William Cooper was talking about. When you are born in this country, you are given a birth certificate birth relating to water, ships. I don't want to get into that, but that's what he meant. That's what he meant. You are now a sacrifice to this altar of America. Have you ever wondered what the Christian tree has to do with the birth of Christ? Or the ornaments you place on a tree? Or the meaning of your word Yuletide? Or where the traditions of mistletoe came from and how it become a symbol of Christians? Readers, they have nothing whatsoever to do with birth of Jesus, but are some of the traditions observed to honor the birth of pagan godchild Tammuz? There is not one single scriptural evidence that supports the birth of Jesus being on December 25th. But history says December 25th was kept thousands of years before the birth of Jesus in honor of the pagan Messiah. Another name for Tammuz. You don't think they're waiting for their Messiah? The pagan, I mean, you know what I mean. That's why they created it. That's why they created it. The pagan godchild Baal Bereth, which means Lord of the Fir Tree. You're going to see me mention, but the great serpent, which symbolized the life restorer, whose name is Eucalyptus, swits itself around the dead stalk, and lo, its side sprouts. Remember that picture? I've told you guys about that. Don't thread on me. Look, watch this. These right wingers are stupid. Either they don't know that they're worshiping God, the devil, or they're just dumb. But again, what do you expect? Some pinches gringos way. Damn heathens. They think they know. Look, like Christian nationalists teaming up with illicit pusher to get Christian church campaign. It's dumb. Look, watch this. Don't thread on me. Image. See? Look at that. How different is this from this? This. It's the same thing. It's the same thing. They just took away the rock. Don't thread on me, right? Don't thread. Okay, cool. We won't thread on you, Satan. We won't thread on you, Satan, or Satan worshipers. You Anglo-Saxons are Satan worshipers. You are these people here. You worship the demon. You brought that with you. Nimrod was killed in his prime of life. Nimrod's myth has that his death was to be avenged by the incarnation of his son Tammuz, which I think you in reality are assuming Trump is, who was born at the winter solstice. This gets deep and deep and deep, but don't thread on me, huh? So y'all white people devil worshippers now? Is that what's going on, and you just didn't want to admit it, or what's the deal? I mean, so what do you? I don't understand. Like, I thought y'all were Christians. I thought you were like anti-devil. I don't think you're anti-devil, man. I think you're all about him. Look at that. Just like you. Look at that. Everything about you guys ends up always, in the end, with wickedness. Look at this. It's the same exact design. I don't understand why you would wrap a snake. What is that snake wrapped around? What is it? Why is it coiled? Like, what is it? It's not a cobra. Cobras can't do that. Why is it coiled up? Oh, that's right. Because of that. Matter of fact, let me show you this other thing. I almost forgot. Okay, because you're gonna see this too. So we see Diana, and then we see Nebo, right? The modern Burj Nimrod, anciently the temple of Nebo at Bar-Sipa. Like Nebuchadnezzar, the history records that Nebuchadnezzar reign was over the most glorious kingdom in history. Nebo, the temple of Nebo or Nabu, or check this out, or Nebu, like this. Nebu or Nebu is the Egyptian symbol of gold. Ooh-wee. The Egyptian symbol of gold. It depicts a golden collar with the ends hanging off the sides. 7 spines dangling from the middle. This right here. Ancient Egyptians believed that gold was an indestructible and heavenly metal. The sun god Ra, like is Ra, El, Isis, Ra, El. You guys decide what you want to call yourselves. By the 5th dynasty, the 25th and 24th century, Egyptian deity of sun. So you comedics can have it all day, bro. Y'all are worshiping devils, man. That's fine. This is your gods. Go by all means. I'm not. You guys want to be comedics? Go ahead. By all means, be Negroes. Go. Have it all, man. Have it all. You're just like the Wedos. You guys are fighting for the same history. Now, the word Nebo, look what it means. Now it gets even more crazier. It's like a star, like a cross with the serpent around it. Do you know what I'm saying? Look at that. Bro, I'm not trying to. That to me is nuts. It's literally the cross and a serpent around it. Now, I'm going to show you this real quick. So I don't forget. Check this out. What does that look like? What does that look like? So now this is Nekati, queen of witches, associated with the cross or crossroads, entrance ways like liberty, light, magic, witchcraft, knowledge of herbs, poisonous plants, ghosts, necromancy, and sorcery. That looks ironically the same. I don't know what you see, but I know what I see. I know exactly what I see. Let's see. I've hung around suburban white people that I've met in my old job for 7 years. I can attest those gringos believe in politics, human deportation, closed borders, atheists, or pan-atheists. Damn. What do you say to this? Now it gets even more crazy. The sign of Hecates is that one. You guys know what that relates to. Okay. Parmacia or Parmakia. Ancient sorcery, witchcraft, and drug administrator, whatever that thing is. Pharmacology, drug administration fostered by worship, modern day technology. That's what they say. That's their opinion. I think it's something different. The scriptures clearly say that through this, let me get to it. Watch what the scriptures say, okay? Revelation 18:21, it reads, and a mighty angel took up a stone and like a great millstone and cast it into the great sea, saying, thus with violence shall the great, is this one it? Hold on. Sorry, let me look for it first. Let me see. Give me a second. Let's see. It was 23. I'm sorry. Verse 23, and the light of a candle shall shine no more at all in thee, and the voice of the bridegroom and of the bride shall be heard no more, and at all in thee. For thy merchants, slave traders, oppressors, he that leadeth to captivity shall go into captivity, white and black people, were the great men of the earth. For by thy sorceries were all nations deceived. That's what that word means. This is what the scriptures say that sorcery means. G5332, medication, pharmacy, that is by extension magic, figuratively sorcery. So now, why do what some people think, oh no, it's actually the way that, because whatever drug you use, there's a spirit behind it. Okay, watch this. Let me see if I can see it here. Let me see. Let me read verse 1. Revelation 18, when verse 1 says, and after these things I saw another angel come down from heaven, having great power, and the earth was lightened with his glory. And he cried mightily with a strong voice, saying, Babylon the Great is fallen, and has become the habitation of devils, and the hold of every foul spirit, and a cage of every unclean and hateful bird. For all the nations have drunk of the wine of the wrath of her fornication. Capitalism. You mixed with them, basically. Religion, faith, idolatry, philosophy, all that shit. And the kings of the earth have committed fornication with her. And the merchants, slave traders of the earth, are waxed rich through the abundance of her delicacies. Because you get like for example, Calica. Where do you white people and black people think you were getting all that concrete from? How do you think you were building streets and highways and shit? From Mexico, from the rocks of Mexico, pendejos. And I heard another voice from heaven saying, come out of her, my people, that ye be not partakers of her sins, and that ye receive not of her plagues. What are some of the plagues? What are some of the plagues? Verse 16, reward her even as she rewarded you. Remember all of the gente that died because supposedly marijuana was not legal in this country? Remember heroin? Remember the crack epidemic? All that stuff? Remember all that? And you know how now they want to blame us and say it's supposedly fentanyl? Yet they created Oxycontin. And double unto her according to her works. And in the cup which she had filled to her double. Because you didn't come here to this continent because you were greater than us. You are not a superior nation. You are not intellectually advanced than us. No, you are the bottom barrel of the barrel. The only reason you became powerful here is because the Most High allowed you. But you took advantage. So now he's going to give you the cup that we drank. And we know that you guys can't handle that shit. Because we see reparations. We're suffering. You're the richest black people in the entire world compared to other black folks. And you are begging for crumbs in a land that was given to you. For you to advance in and manipulate and abuse others with. How much she had glorified herself and lived deliciously, so much torment and sorrow gave her, for she had in her heart, I sit a queen, and I am no widow, and she shall see no sorrow. White and black people think they are gods. White people think they're superior than everybody else. Black people think they are better than everybody else too. They say they're the fastest or strongest, the biggest, whatever. They also say they're gods. What do white people say? The hell with all you colored folks. We are superior. Oh, but black people, they can act stupid because they're American. Therefore shall her plagues come in one day. Death and mourning and famine. And famine. You don't think this is that fentanyl shit? But you think you guys can get away with everything you've done? The cinnamon and odors and ointments and frankincense and wine and oil, all the luxury that you guys have obtained by the blood of other people, and fine flour and wheat and beasts and sheep and horses and chariots and slaves and souls of men. No, this is not about black folks. Black folks, please get back. There's no such thing as transatlantic slave trade. You want to know why I say that? Because you think that it's all about you. Transatlantic slave trade started with our gente. So when I say there's no such thing, it's because whenever you think transatlantic, you don't think Hispanics, people that look like me. You don't think about people that look like Trump. You don't even think about people that look like what's the other guy's name? Fuck, I can't remember his name. But anyway, you don't think of them. You think of black people. But when you think of illegal aliens, you don't think of black people. You don't think of white people. You don't even think of Asian people. Shit, you don't even think of Arabs. You think of Mexicans. That's exactly what you do. So that's why I say what I say. The transatlantic slave trade is all about black folks, and that's the biggest fucking lie in the entire world. And I said it. Hit the link if you think I'm wrong. Is that Revelation 2:14? Let me read that, sis. It says, "But I have a few things against thee, because thou hast there them that hold the doctrine of Balaam, who taught Balak to cast a stumbling block before the children of Ishayahu, to eat things sacrificed unto idols, and to commit fornication." So has thou also them that hate the doctrine of the Nicolaitans, which thing I hate. I'm going to tackle that later. Pharmakia. Let's continue. It's getting good. That to me blew my mind. So whenever you read Nebuchadnezzar, now you know what it means. Whenever you see Nebuchadnezzar, now you understand. Now let's watch this video real quick, so we can get a nice little update on who this person is. Hecate. Let's listen in. I'm gonna forward it. I'm gonna speed it up, and then I'm gonna jump in. All right. Let's go.
Characters in Greek mythology that has a divine authority and a power to control over magic, witchcraft, and sorcery. Hecate was associated with the magical art of necromancy because she was thought to have the power to govern the spirits of the dead. In this video, we will talk about who Hecate is and what is her relationship with Persephone and why she was never included in the Greek pantheon. So sit back, relax, and enjoy this video. Hecate is a goddess in Greek religion and mythology, most commonly represented with a pair of torches, a key, snakes, or hounds, and subsequently shown as three-formed or triple-bodied: crossroads, entrances, darkness, light, magic, protection against witchcraft, the moon, knowledge of herbs and toxic plants, cemeteries, ghosts,
Look at the torch, and look at the stars, and look at the moon, and look at the imagery, okay? Pay attention. Let's go.
necromancy, and sorcery are all connected with her. Her first literary appearance was in Hesiod's Theogony in the 8th century BCE as a goddess of high honor having realms in the sky, earth, and sea. Scholars disagree on her origins, but she had a large following among the witches of Thessaly and a prominent sanctuary among the Carian Greeks of Asia Minor at Lagina. Hecate is the daughter of Perses and Asteria, making her the granddaughter of the Titans Phoebe and Coet.
Who is it relating to? White and black, white and black, white and black. Black people say they're Kemetic. White people say they're them. White and black, white and black, white and black. Nah, man, it ain't funny, bro. It ain't funny at all, bro. I know what you mean, though. You know what I'm saying? I know it sounds weird, right? Because they've been saying that the whole time. Yeah, they don't even know it. They're over here telling the white man to kiss their boots. White man's going to see them right there with slavery and shit. And they're like, you damn Negro. For real. Deuteronomy 7:6 is what verse. It's what verses like they use to justify how great the so-called Negros are, how powerful and strong they are, how they have great athletic abilities, and everyone wants to be just like the black man and the black woman. Yeah, that's the propaganda. That's the propaganda. Yeah, it's true. Yeah, it's true. It comes from there, but they don't care. They don't care, bro. Yeah, you see the medical symbol as well. That's why that's why I brought it up, because it's a heavy point, man. That it relates to it, But now some people are like, oh, it's medication. You shouldn't take medication. That's not what it means, because medication is not bad if you apply it properly. For example, if you have diabetes, let's say, and you cannot, you really need the insulin. You can't wait for your body to, because you can actually recover from it, but it takes a couple months with fasting and particular herbs and diet. But if you need insulin right away, you need medication. So I'm not saying medication is bad, depending on what it is and how you consume it or what the intake is, right? But in this case, it's not about that. It's about the drug creation. And that drug creation creates addiction, like Oxycontin created addiction. They now say that we are the devils, that we are the terrorists, because supposedly it comes from the town that we come from. But yet you guys are the ones consuming it. Make that make sense. You consume it, but you blame other people. So it's kind of like, I'm not saying I am, but if I was a rapist and I raped a woman, what if I said, well, she wanted to be raped? It's not my fault. I could see it in her face. She wanted it. Isn't that the same thing? You see, in that case, I forced myself upon her. But what you're saying is nobody forced you to do drugs. Nobody told you sniff that shit. Nobody told you this did school, and then sniff that coke, and then all of a sudden it has fentanyl, and he died like a dumbass. And now your white parents are all sad and shit. Oh my God. But nobody told you to do that. Nobody forced you. You did.
According to Hesiod's Theogony, Euripides, on the other hand, lists Leto as her mother. Other writers identify her as Zeus and Demeter's daughter, Aristean, or night. In certain religions, the goddess was connected with Demeter and even absorbed to her. Hecate was one of numerous deities worshipped as a defender of the oikos in ancient Athens, alongside Zeus, Hestia, Hermes, and Apollo. She was also seen as having some rulership over earth, sea, and sky in the post-Christian texts of the Chaldean oracles, as well as a
Earth, sea, and sky. Isn't that an acronym that they use in the military in America? Earth, sea, and sky. Isn't that what they do? Like Earth is the Air Force, sea is the Navy. I'm sorry, Earth is the Army Marines, sea is the Navy, and sky is the Air Force. And the Statue of Liberty is always holding a torch. And I see these women, and they're constantly holding torches.
worship over earth, sea, and sky in the post-Christian texts of the Chaldean oracles, as well as a more universal role as savior, mother of angels, and a cosmic world soul. It has been said of her cult, she is more at home on the fringes than in the center of Greek polytheism. Intrinsically ambivalent and polymorphous, she straddles conventional boundaries and eludes definition. Hecate was commonly shown as three-formed or triple-bodied, while the goddess's earliest known depictions are solitary. Her oldest known depiction is a tiny clay figure discovered in Athens.
J.D. Power now ranks Sleep Number #1 in customer satisfaction with a happy you at Vital.
An inscription on the statue is a dedication to Hecate written in 6th century style, although it lacks any additional symbols traditionally connected with the goddess. She is seated on a throne, with a chaplet around her head. The rest of the picture is quite basic. Hecate was linked to plant lore and the creation of medicines and poisons. She was said to teach these closely linked arts in particular. Medea was instructed by Hecate, according to Apollonius of Rhodes Argonautica. Hecate was reported to prefer garlic offerings, which were strongly tied with her worship. She is also sometimes connected with cypress, a tree associated with death and the underworld, and so devoted to many chthonic deities. Hecate was connected with boundaries, city walls, doors, crossroads, and by extension, worlds beyond or beyond the living world. She appears to have been particularly linked with being between, and is hence commonly referred to as a liminal deity. Hecate mediated not only between regimes, Olympian and Titan, but also between mortal and divine spheres. Hecate would naturally become has been cited
forward this a little bit, okay?
As evidence for her lunar nature, although this evidence is pretty late. No artwork before the Roman period connecting Hecate to the moon exists.
Now, remember this picture. You see how it's depicted similar to the Statue of Liberty. Okay? I want to show this to you because this is part of their thing. So when you talk about stars, it's relating to these things here. Baphomet, the six-pointed star, occultism, music. Oh yeah, it's nuts. You see these signs. This is Sakari right here. I don't know why you guys use it, but whatever. You see how this is shaped different than what it's typically you should be looking like. Music, imagery has everything to do with witchcraft. And check this out. So now I'm going to show you this other video because this one's kind of long and slow. I just wanted to point some things out that it says, but now let's listen to this. I like this one a lot. I'm going to speed it up because I wanted to get to the point, okay? So it's going to go about 4 minutes. I'll be in and out. Let's go.
Quite often in Greek mythology, the majority of the attention is drawn towards the Titans and the Olympians. Many of the gods born in between these two generations rarely receive any attention at all, and tales of myths regarding them are buried underneath stories of Zeus and his siblings, what we essentially consider today to be the mainstream gods of Greek mythology. Today we'll be taking a look at Hecate, the goddess most often associated with witchcraft and necromancy. But before we delve into anything in detail, when researching Hecate, one of the most common arguments I came across was how exactly to pronounce her name. The most common pronunciations that I came across were Hecate, 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 and Heket, which all sound pretty reasonable to me. But if we take a look at the way it's pronounced in Greek, it's Ergati, which could easily be translated to both Hecate and Hecate, so I guess it comes down to personal preference and which part of the world you're from. I know when I first read the name, I was inclined to pronounce it Hecate, as to me that had a very witch-like feel, but with that being said, Hecate does also sound like the name you would give to a very old and ancient witch. Hecate was the daughter of Perses, the Titan of Destruction, and her mother was Asteria, the Titan goddess of fallen stars and divination. And her mother was Asteria, the Titan goddess of fallen stars and divination. These were gifts that she passed down to her daughter, which is why Hecate is seen as a goddess of the night and the moon. Her most common depiction is that of a woman holding two torches.
See? A woman holding two torches. Acts 7:43. Jay, you took up the tabernacle of Moloch and the star of your god Remphan, figures which ye have made to worship them. I will carry you away beyond Babylon. For example, why do you even have the star? I don't understand. If you really think you are people of Yahweh our Father, why do you have the star? Like, I don't understand. Like, you want to get away from the cross, but then you jump on the star. I mean, you don't even use the menorah, for God's sakes. Like, okay, maybe, you know what I mean? But don't work. But no, that's the star. That's the Kari star. Oh, stupid kids, man.
Images that could be found outside many of the major cities, where it was believed that she would protect the inhabitants from evil spirits. Naturally, over the years, these images slowly creeped into households, where families believed that honoring the goddess meant that she would bring them protection as well as prosperity. Hecate was born in the period that came just before the Olympians, and during the war between the Olympians and the Titans, it's likely she sided with Zeus or took no side at all, which is why she wasn't banished like many of the other Titans. But when Mount Olympus was under siege from the giants, Hecate did offer her assistance, and she fought the giant Clytius, eventually defeating him with a pair of flaming torches. She was often associated with the spiritual underworld, commonly passing through and interacting with the dead, as well as ghosts and lost spirits. In quite a few accounts, Hecate is believed to have witnessed the abduction of Persephone. She then offered the goddess Demeter her assistance when looking for her daughter, using her torches to light Demeter's path every evening. When it was decided that Persephone would spend a portion of the year in the underworld and the rest on Earth, Hecate became Persephone's consort and companion within the underworld. With Persephone not yet quite adjusted to her new life in the underworld, Hecate did her best to comfort the young girl and ease her transition. Hades was so grateful with the help that she had given his new bride, that he invited Hecate to become a permanent resident in his kingdom, allowing her to come and go as she pleased. In the later years, Hecate was sometimes depicted as a three-headed god.
What image does that look like, family? Beyonce?
This, thought to represent a crossroads, as it was believed that Hecate could see in all three directions, the past, present, and the future. This led to crossroads being seen as sacred in some parts of ancient Greece. They were often marked by three masks facing in different directions, hanging from a pole. Spirit or ghost.
I chose wit.
All right, so we got an idea. Now, as you can see, that this particular symbol represents, like, I think it's the other video. Let me see if I can get it, because I might have missed it. Maybe that was my mistake.
Hecate is one of the characters in Greek mythology that has a divine authority and a power to control.
Let me see. Hold on.
Helios in literary
Give me a
sources,
second.
and especially in cursing magic, has been cited as evidence for her lunar nature, although this evidence is pretty late. No artwork before the Roman period connecting Hecate to the moon exists. Nevertheless, the Homeric hymn to Demeter shows Helios.
It's okay. So let me show you this here. Look at that. On the bottom. Stop, man. On the bottom, it says this right here. Watch this. Okay, it says here, short torch. The Roman times onward, the torches in her hand began to get smaller. The small torch was used in funerals. Remember the other one that says those who set ashore are sacrificed? So this again portrayed her as connected to spirits. Funeral torches were used in necromancy. Necromancy. Okay. I don't know if you guys understand. If you've ever heard of New Colossus, she says, "Give me your poor, you're tired. Give me your tired, you're poor, your huddled masses yearning to be free." That shit ain't talking to us. You know that for a fact, because we didn't have to come from anywhere. They came here. You guys need to really do your digging on this particular thing. Look, this torch, the stars, Ajogonus, and then look, this whole place is compact of. Man, I'm getting surprised more every single day. Let's listen to this video. I think it's very interesting. And
yo, listen to this shit right here.
Oh man, what the hell are you doing? All right, let's listen in.
I know what y'all are thinking. About damn time. No, you probably weren't thinking that, were you? You're probably thinking, JT, that was a weak pun. And maybe you're right. But you might have been thinking, the Hoover Dam. So what, JT? It's a hydroelectric dam. So what? It blocks the Colorado River and creates Lake Mead. So what? And I'm going to show you so what. It's more than what it seems. Let's take a look. This is what? Yeah. Did you guys know that there was creepy angels on top of the Hoover Dam? Sitting on weird black cubes? Yeah, that's strange, right? What are they doing on top of the Hoover Dam? Maybe we should take a closer look at one of them. Yeah. That's weird, right? That's kind of ominous looking. Sinister even. What is that doing on top of the dam? Maybe we should look at some more pictures for some context, shall we? Yeah, okay, so there's a compass with astrology, some zodiac signs on it. Maybe the angels are related to the the sign of Taurus.
Remember, I showed you the other page relating to crosses. Remember, I showed you why it's important to understand all of these things. Why is there crosses? Why does Sakari use these 6-pointed stars? Why do Khazars use this 6-pointed star? Why is the statue considering with one hand up and one hand down, like holding it? Do you understand now? And there's a torch on top of his head. And there's a star in front of his forehead, but she has a star behind with one hand up. The torch is up here. The hand's over here. She means he.
Maybe? I don't know. Let's keep looking. Maybe it's this. This pyramid pointing out this strange word. Thuban. Actually, Thuban comes from an Arabic word that means large serpent or dragon. Huh, you guys making any connections? Large serpents, dragons, angels. Huh. I don't know. Maybe. Let's look at another picture. Hey, check it out. That's pretty cool. An eagle right in front of those angels. And the wings are kind of doing something a little odd. They're kind of going up and there's this light going backwards. You know what that kind of looks like? It kind of looks like a Freemasonry compass and square. Yeah, I think that's what it is. Suddenly, this is making a lot of sense. Let's take a look at one more picture. So what we have here is a memorial plaque to commemorate the over 100 men who lost their lives building this dam. Now, I don't know about you guys, but I find this inscription a little bit creepy. They died to make the desert bloom. What's that supposed to mean? Is the implication that they couldn't build the dam without the death? Desert couldn't bloom without the sacrifices? Are they talking about a hydroelectric dam? Are they talking about Baal in ancient Mesopotamia? I don't know. Maybe the angels and the weird astrology does actually make sense after all.
That to me was like, whoa, whoa. Now it even gets more interesting because remember I showed you the whole musical pictures, right? You thought, nah, I couldn't. Yeah, listen to this. Okay, this is about 2-3 minutes long. Let's go.
Interval in musicology. That when you play 7/4/1 with 5/2/8, it creates such an annoying and dissonant energy, diseasing, stressful, that if you continue to listen to it, you could die. They have held the secret knowledge by which the pyramids were constructed based on the math. All of the universe is constructed according to these 9 tones. They knew about them. In fact, they instituted. In fact, it was the Rockefeller Foundation in 1939 that instituted the world's standard tuning. The Western world tunes to a 440 hertz frequency. That when you tune your instrument to that, the F sharp note is 7/4/1. Precisely. Not 7.41.1 or 0.2, it's 7/4/1. I began to investigate 528 by a divine revelation that was given to a Dr. Joseph Paleo back in 1997, along with the original musical scale, the original solfeggio. It was 6 notes by which the hymn to St. John the Baptist was sung. That was known as the most spiritually uplifting hymn of all the ages. And the 3rd note of that scale was miracle note, 528. So it was ut, re, mi, fa, sol, la, and the 3rd note, mi, miragistorum in Latin, means miracles in English. So from that moment on, I began to think of 528 as something very special, but I had no clue whatsoever what it really was. I had no knowledge whatsoever about it being a love frequency, nor did I have any concept that it was the prophesied key to the house of David. In the book of Isaiah in the Old Testament, 22:22, and in book of Revelation 3:6-8, it talks in the end times about an angel from Philadelphia, the city of brotherly love, coming and heralding a miraculous key that opened doors that no man can close and closed doors that no man can open. I had no knowledge whatsoever that that was 528. And now we have substantive evidence, massive amounts of evidence. It turned out that when we discovered the original musical scale, there was not just 6, but a total of 9 core creative frequencies to the universe.
So if you guys consider 369 and the number 2, okay? Don't exclude the number 2 in this case. Let's continue.
That is, everything in the universe is made from 9 notes, only 9. And that the first 6 are the solfeggio, and then there's 3 additional ones that form a perfect circle of sound. And that perfect circle of sound looks something like this, if you graph it. So the first 6 notes, 396, 417, 528, 639, 741, 852, was the original solfeggio scale. The 528 that you can see on my left in green is the color green. It's the heart of the rainbow. That's the miracle note from the original solfeggio note, from the original solfeggio scale. And the other note that you see, 741, which is part of nature, is called the devil's interval in musicology. That when you play 741 with 528, it creates such an annoying and dissonant energy, diseasing, stressful, that if you continue to listen to it, you could die. And so that the concept here is interesting. In the world today, we have people who are controlling virtually everything economically, geopolitically. Their agenda has been population manipulation, population control for millennia. They have held the secret knowledge, the ancient music, by which the pyramids were constructed based on the math. All of the universe is constructed according to these 9 tones. They knew about them. In fact, they instituted. In fact, it was the Rockefeller Foundation in 1939 that instituted the world's standard tuning. The Western world tunes to a 440 hertz frequency. That when you tune your instrument to that, the F sharp note is 741. Precisely. Not 7.41.1 or 0.2, it's 741, which meant that there was a clear, scientifically researched intent, and indeed that's exactly what happened. The 741 A440 link came out of military research in the 1930s.
In case you guys don't understand what that means, it means that you are in the matrix. And by the way, sorry about you hearing that call. Somebody called me. I don't know who it is. And I don't know who it was. And if I don't call you and I don't know you, then, and I can tell you're trying to sell me, then I'm going to hang up on you. It's just how I am. Okay? Anyhow, let's continue. Give me a second here real quick. Let me see what I got next. Oh, I want to show this to y'all. We're almost done, family. This is from come on, man. Save it. Oh, here goes. It was talking about numbers, right? This is from the book that I have, The Creed of Druidism. On the bottom, I'm going to read to y'all this. It says here, the word Baal and Baal were as common in the East for the name of deity as was Jupiter in the West. You see that? Baal came from Ham, the son of Cush, okay? I'm sorry, Cush, the son of Ham. Cush was a big devil worshiper. And as we know, the sons of Ham are devil worshippers. That's what it is. That's why you see debauchery, over-sexualization, just abortions left and right, miscegenation of all kinds. What do you want me to talk about? Pedophilia, homosexuality, all that shit. You know what I mean? Again, that's your style, but hey, we're not those people. The word Baal and Baal were as common. The name Baal is an interesting one from a philological point, of view. It is composed of 3 radical, denominated in Hebrew, Bet, Aleph, Lamed, which corresponds with Arabic letters like Ba, Aleph, Lam, or the Greek Beta, Alpha, Lambda. Who is the boule? Who the boules at? The boules, that's all they are. Alpha, Kappa, Gamma, all that shit, right? Okay. Again, white folks, black folks, you're not getting away from me. I'm going to slap you both. Today, you're getting it both. So you can't say, oh, I'm anti. No. Uncontre mon frère. I'm not trying to favor them. I'm showing you who you both are. And you love to run and say, oh, the white man did it. The white man did it. But I'm telling you, you did it too. And what do? You run from me. Get your ass over here. Prove me wrong. Prove me wrong. Prove me wrong. Each of these letters has a numerical value. You see what I'm saying, family? In Arabic, Phoenician, oh, shoot. Phoenician, West African, Canaanite. Stop trying to be native. You're not our gente. I show you in Facebook. I call you out and I say, come to this channel. I'll debate you. You guys all run. Listen, I'm not hyping it up, fam. If somebody does show up, man, I'll give you mad respect. If you just decide to click the link and be like, listen, I just want to prove my point. Let's continue. Hebrew and Greek. B, when it is used as numerical, stands for 2. A for 1, L for 10, thus making a total of 33. So again, 33. Now, remember Kappa, Gamma, all that shit? Negros love to push it. Whites love to push it. So you guys are right tied to the hip. Each number is regarded as a mystical number. So remember, the 33, right? The Pythagorean regards the number 2 as representing intellect or wisdom, the source of all things. So now, if you divide, or I would say, multiply 2 or divide 2 into 6, it's 33. Now, if you add 7, 4, 1 together, it adds to 12. Divided by 2, it's 6. I don't get into numbers, but I'm very good at math. I don't want to boast, but when I was in the 5th grade, I won a contest. I answered 100 multiple questions in less than 60 seconds, like 56 seconds. I was a beast when it came to like memory, and my brain was like processing shit real fast. Maybe I still am able to do it. I don't know, man. I'm getting old. It doesn't happen the same. But I'm just saying, it is what it is. Now, when we talk about these particular numbers and 33s and all these things, you know what I'm saying? Like, we really got to question. We really got to pay attention. I'm going to show you this long video, but I'm not going to show you the long video. I'm going to show you the short one, okay? Because the long one is long.
Of an idol to...
If they tell me that you're not worshiping Diana, Prince of Ephesus, or the Queen of Heaven, or whatever, then I don't know what the hell you guys are literally not. Like, it's right in your face. You guys are literally worshipers of this. In Freemasonry, the highest level of degree is 33 degrees. Lord means Baal. Imagine how the book has been written. Exactly. That's why I don't exclude any of the books. I bring them all, and I put faith in my Father that He's going to lead me the right path. That's all we can do. And I'm not going to bug out and turn into what the other guy did from what's his name? Ancient Watchman. I guess he's a fucking wizard now. Bruh, come on, bro. You Rasa, homie. You just went a wizard. You went white on us. Anyways, let's go. All right, we're almost done.
Giant replica. Right here on the screen behind me, this is a giant replica of an idol to Athena, the Greek goddess Athena, that sits in a replica of the Greek Parthenon in the very heart of Nashville, Tennessee.
You walk up and look in, your mind goes down this line, your eyes go down this line, and they meet at the statue.
Yeah.
You are drawn into the statue because the columns don't go from floor to ceiling.
There's an awful lot of occult symbolism in your world. Here behind me, this on her shield is the face of Medusa with all the serpents coming out, peeking straight out at you. We're going to take a look at that. But in your world right now today, there is an awful lot of occult symbolism, some call secret society symbolism in your world today. Here in the form of a enormous statue to the Greek goddess Athena.
That little creature is 6 foot 4 inches tall. Hey, young man, you about 6'4"? That little creature is as tall as you are, 6'4". I'm talking about the little one. The little creature in her hand right there, 6'4".
Now I'd like to, if I may, draw your attention to this angel-looking character in our replica of a Greek idol of Athena's hand right here, this angel-looking character right here. Now, in the ancient world, whether you lived in Egypt or Babylon or at the time of the Greeks or Romans, you would bring homage. You would pay homage to the gods. You saw these gods as very real.
But now you know the reason it draws you in.
Yeah, and that is nearly 7 feet tall.
6'4". That little creature is 6'4". How tall is that man?
Very real, right on the other side of reality, in another dimension, kind of real. Maybe as close as the air between your fingers, real. But you would pay homage to those gods. What's funny to me is that in this modern age, you may still be paying homage to those gods. This angel-looking character in the hand right here is none other than the ancient goddess Nike, of course. The goddess of
Hey, sis, Elisheva, I think you remember I once said it's a capitalist spiritual contribution. This is it, exactly what I was talking about. All my classes have a purpose, and stuff that I say tend become later on because I had been working on these things for quite some time. I just don't get around to it as quick as I want to. Okay? So don't think that what I'm doing is just from now. Listen, I have material for days, family. If there's anybody here that thinks, any enemy that thinks that I'm gonna run out of material, I don't run out of material. I still have like 20 more things to talk about. I'm constantly jotting stuff down. So this isn't BHI shit. It's not the repetitiveness. F the white man. We black people are the greatest. Blah, 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 kiss my boots, whatever. It's the same thing every year, every week, every day. Woolly hair. Oh, black women are so bad. It's the same shit every time. And blame the white man for your stupidities. No, we don't do that in this channel. We are consistently growing. Jeremiah 12:16. If they will diligently learn the ways of my people to swear by my name, as the Lord liveth, just as they taught my people to swear by Baal, they will be built up among my people. That's beautiful, sis, man. That's a great scripture right there. Man, I've never seen that one. Well, maybe I read it different, but I never seen it. Let me read it here. Let's see. It's the same. And it shall come to pass if they will diligently learn the ways of. Okay, I have read it. If they will diligently learn the ways of my people to swear by thy name, the Lord Yahoo. Here, I'll show you. Okay. It goes right here. If it shall come to pass if they will diligently learn the ways of my people to swear 7 oaths by my name, Yahoo. By my name, Yahoo lives, as they taught my people to swear by Baal, then shall they be built in the midst of my people. Why do you think translation, like the sister said, is gone grotesque? It's our job. Hey, yeah, bro. Too many freaking mushrooms, man. He's eating what? He's eating mushrooms now? I think trying to see those entities, bro, that's crazy. I think he used, and I'm not trying to knock him with like, F nah, man. You know, at first he was going good, bro, like trying to show us who Canaanites were. And sometimes people get desperate, you know, because not a lot of people are waking up. Maybe that's what happened. But he tried to say that Sirach 42 or 43 or 47, when he like strengthens your memory, you drank the roll, you ate the roll. Like, hey, he's talking about, nah, bro. He's talking about like you actually chew on the scriptures and you literally are the one chewing on it. And after a while, he strengthens your memory. Not right away, dummy. But, you know, it is what it is, man. Many are called, but few are. Yeah. Anyways, that's a great scripture, sis. I like it. Hold on a second. Let me read it again because I didn't finish the end. It says, and it shall come to pass if they will diligently learn the ways of my people to swear 7 oaths by my name, Yahoo lives, as they taught my people to swear by Baal, then shall they be built in the midst of my people. Do you see what I'm saying? So that's how you can actually be 7 and 6, Deuteronomy 7 and 6. For you are a holy people unto Yahoo Yahoo, the Most High. Okay, Yahoo, the Most High. Yahoo, the Most High, has chosen you to be a special people unto himself, above all people that are upon the face of the earth. Yahoo did not set his love upon you, nor choose you, because you were more in number than any people, for you were the fewest of all people, meaning you were whackety whack, not blackety black, ock.
Wait a minute.
But because Yahoo loved you by giving you the law, statutes, and commandments and wisdom, and because he would guard you, and he would guard the oath which he swore 7 oaths unto your fathers, meaning that you won't go buck nutty and become like these other nations, robbing and stealing and having abortions and not raising your family right. Because that's what it's about with us. I'm gonna play you a song at the end in Spanish, whether you like it or not. I don't give a shit. But it's about family. I miss my father. It's a dedication to our abuelos and our abuelas. I'm gonna play it at the end. But it has everything to do with what we're about. This nation of mine, this blood that I have in my body, I want it to be a legacy so my children can actually express themselves under the words of my father. That's what I want. I don't care about flash or material or how money you. No, man. Son, are you going to be this? Daughter, are you going to be that? Are you going to respect our creator? Are you going to love him no matter what? Are you going to set him before anything? Are you going to honor your parents by honoring yourself? Now, I know you Canaanites and you Edomites and you all these other nations don't understand that, but I know that you know one thing about Mexicas. You can't take that shit from us because you know that we're about familia. And tomorrow's on the weekend, family, I got a great video called Anointed. You're going to be surprised and impressed by that. There's a reason why the word came out of Cali and how we were going to blow the sound all the way down south. Clearly, the reason why there is a Meshiach or Mexicas in Mexico, or we kept the name, is because that says something about you people. So we are going to take our name back. And the hell with these damn Canaanites that want to be Judites, because they're not. So what we're going to do, we're going to start setting examples of who we are by action, not by yelling and screaming, not by dressing up with long-ass, stupid-ass fringes all the way down to your feet while you're still sleeping with the guy next door to you, or sleeping with your officer or your officer's captain, IUIC, or your brother's wife, IUIC. Your shit is over. Let's continue.
Of athletics. Perhaps we're still throwing incense on the fire to the ancient gods. The checkmark symbol right there is said to be Nike's wing right there. The magical Disney character Tinkerbell is also said to have been inspired by the Greek goddess Nike. We really have not actually left those ancient.
Who pushes Nike? Nike Images. Sorry, I didn't spell it right. Nike famous people. Black and white. Blackety black, wackety white. Black, black, black. Wasn't he number 33? Look at this. It's ridiculous. And you want reparations? For what? For pushing the devil? For promoting your promiscuousness? Or what, should we celebrate your abortions? And for white folks, what you want us to do? Give you, like, praise you for the slaughter, the murder, the laws that you passed to allow these abortions? And then after we find tunnels all over your places? Let's continue.
Ancient mythologies, if they be that, of old. Disney oftentimes seems to have an awful lot of mystical white witch, black witch in it, doesn't it?
Hey, did he say white and black? Yeah, he did. Yeah, he did.
The Greeks believed in many monsters and strange creatures. One such monster is the griffin. It had the head and wings of an eagle, the tail of a lion. In its function, it was a guardian of treasure, like a dragon is a guardian of treasure, that made griffins an appropriate figure for the four corners of the Parthenon's roof. So when you see gargoyles on the top of the roof, that comes from these guys here, the griffins.
So now you understand the dam. Those were gargoyles. Gargoyles.
A lot of people probably didn't even know this thing existed. We did a full walkthrough of it, and I wanted to go through. They did a very good job of holding to much of the ancient symbolism. Now, what the Parthenon is a temple on the Athenian Acropolis in Greece that is dedicated. This is its crumbling remains over here on the side. In fact, people actually travel from Greece to Nashville to come look at the replica that they built there. This is what the Greek Parthenon would have looked like in Athens. And the temple is dedicated, so to the Greeks, this would have been dedicated to the goddess Athena, who is would have been the daughter of Zeus. And we're just going to walk up. This is my first walk-in inside of this replica of a Greek temple. The Greek Parthenon is often claimed to be a symbol of ancient Greece and also a symbol of democracy and Western civilization. You'll notice that your universities, you have fraternities and sororities. These come from the Greek.
Those are black boulets. Right there, right there, right there. Real quick.
Okay, so this is a big topic discussed and learned. In order to protect this ministry, I have been led to upload this week's video directly on my website and on Patreon. I don't feel this content goes against YouTube's guidelines, but I cannot gauge how they determine this. So content like this, I will be uploading on my website directly from now on. Just trying to play chess and move how Father leads me. You can go directly to the video from this link. The link to the video is in the link below, and I will also pin it to the top of the comments as well. If for whatever reason the traffic on the site slows the site down, please come back later and it will be resolved. I thank you for your support and understanding.
Yeah, make sure you give us money though. Make sure you give us money though. Make sure you give us money. Don't forget though, man, just give us money though, you know what I'm saying? I mean, because I'm doing something for you black folks and shit. Matter of fact, how come you guys don't give me money? Look at this, man. We are boule, educated satanic bitches who serve white. No, you serve yourselves. Yeah, see, they want to say that. No sean mamones, cabrones. You guys are in cahoots with the white man. You're not serving him. He's serving you. Oh, did you not know there's a black pope? The main dude?
So here you are at the only exact replica anywhere in the world of the ancient Parthenon.
Okay.
The giant steps are giant for what reason? Because when you pick your knee up that high, your head goes down and you are bowing to the goddess. The mathematics of the step. Not the part you put your foot on, but the other part.
Right.
The slope is a number, and that's the number where your head goes down. You're forced to bow to their goddess.
Okay. A lot of that architecture, particularly these pillars that are on the outside of the building, sort of brought me to think about architecture from ancient Egypt. Now, here on this side, we have one of these fancy corrugated pillars that we see in the time of the Romans and the Greeks. And on both government and religious buildings, even of this modern age, we copied both the Romans and the Greeks in a great many of ways. These are often referred to as wisdom pillars right here.
So look at the empty space, okay? You might have to turn around and get that last column row at the end down there. What I'm saying is the negative space, the empty space, the sky and everything under the sky. What shape do you see?
You can see that is a heavy. Thank you, bro. Appreciate you, man. All will be revealed coming through like a homie.
Wait a minute. Who are you?
I will not disclose your identity, my brother. I'm just kidding. I mean, I won't. You know what I mean? But I'm just saying. So this brother right here sent us this right here. All will be revealed. Let's go one by one. So we have Baal Melkart. You see the staff, the hand up, with some type of helmet showing crowns or horns, and a dress. And you see the 5-pointed star, Correcto Mundo, right? I also see something else, like an arrow. I'm not sure why. Oh, hold on a second. Now I know. Oh, that's what you... Oh, man, that's... Oh, wow. Check this out, family. So that's where they got the stars. So that's why the scriptures are very clear to us in regards to what the Most High wanted from us, and made sure not to go and do some stupidity. No seas pendejo, güey, como dice. You know, like the Father says, no seas pendejo, güey. I gave you these for you to kind of like, for example, I give you a car to get to work. Don't worship the car because you can get to work. Hello. Deuteronomy 4:19. Unless you lift up your eyes unto the heavens. Remember that God was saying that he makes you bow down, right? In this case, that statue makes you bow down so then you can spiritually lift up your eyes to them. And when you see the sun and the moon and the stars, even of the host of heavens, should be driven to worship them and serve them, which Yahoo, the Most High, has divided unto all nations under the whole heaven. What that means, and honestly, it's not really giving them that to worship. What he's saying is like, listen, I gave it for everybody. But in other scriptures, it talks about how they fell into those idolatries because that's who they are from the get-go. Remember Wisdom of Solomon 12? Since the beginning, they've been this way. You gave them a chance, but hey, a crooked tree can never be straight. Sorry, Canaan, you ain't getting none of this. Yes, you will get the crumbs if you want to, if you learn how to respect. But we understand that not even in the position that the Most High assumed to give you, you don't even know how to handle that. You don't even know what humility is. Yo, if you were chosen, the Most High's like, let me see what these dudes do. He's like, he made fun of y'all. Like, bro, this is what I'm saying. These guys they're not my kids. Look at these bastards. What are you thinking they're better than everybody? They're so magnificent. Look how they're sitting left and right. You guys ain't shit. That's why to serve them, which Yahoo, the Most High, has divided unto all nations under the whole heaven, which is why Isaiah 44 says clearly, those that make graven images are an example of themselves. An example of themselves. So then this is the problem with people, that they see these stars, the moon, and say, oh my God. I said, but no. Like, for example, I don't do that. I'm following so I can keep the Sabbath. That's it. I don't have no honor. I don't pay on. No. I understand that the Most High created me, and I'm more important than them. So my job is to follow my Father in every way, shape, or form, and not by assumptions of, oh, I see the stars. That's all I can see. You got no faith. You got no faith, son. If you need to see an image of a black man or a white man to make you believe in a creator, then you got no faith, son. You weak. You can have all the muscles in the world, all that woolly hair and shit, and all that blonde stuff, all that blue eyes. It don't matter. You got a weak. We see it. Because no matter what you do to our raza, we still happy as hell. And we still honor our parents as best as we can. Orion carries the sun. You see that? He's holding you see that? You see that? The Statue of Liberty holding the torch. You see the arrow right there? The arrow means justice. So if you break their laws, they will Kind of example, if you break the law, they put you in jail. So that's why she's holding the book, the law, the arrow. Remember that through they wet their tongues with arrows. What's that scripture at? Anybody can get it for me? I don't care. Remember, what is that? Psalm, some shit. Hold on. Who? What? Let's see. Who wet their tongues? Let me see if I can find it. There it goes. Psalm 64:3. It says, I'll go to verse 1. Hear my voice. Hear my voice, O Most High, in my prayer. Preserve my life from fear of the enemy. Hide me from the secret counsel of the wicked, from the insurrection of the workers of iniquity, who whet their tongues like a sword and bend their bows to shoot arrows, even with bitter words. What are those bitter words? I show you the bitter words. Daniel 7:25. And he shall speak great words, bitter words, against the Most High, and shall wear out the Shium, you mean the people of the Most High, and think to change the times and laws. And they shall be given unto his hand until a period of a time, and a dividing a time. Daniel 8:25. Watch this real quick. And through his policy, through words, he shall cause craft to prosper in his hand. And he shall magnify himself in his heart, in his mind. And by peace shall destroy many. Verse 3, Psalm 64. Who wet their tongues like a word, to wet their tongues like a sword, and bend their bows to shoot their arrows, even bitter words. It's right in front of you. We are Orion. We are Egypt. We are Rome. And we will subjugate you. Statue of Liberty, Libertas, Helios. Man. We see it again. See that? Nimrod destroys the lion, meaning who? Yahu Shalom. That is the point. That's why when they came, and Revelation says, they shall send gifts among another. Why do you think they celebrate Thanksgiving and Christmas in November and December? Everything that they do is for a purpose. It's a reminder to enslave us, because it's a spiritual enslavement. They came in 1492 in August. Remember that, right? Prior to that, they were in battle. They lost the war in August of 1493. I'm sorry, July. No, I'm sorry, January, or the beginning of 1491. They were given until October. They lost the war in October or August, and then they were given 2 months to get out between October and December. And then in January of 1492 is when Granada fell. Why do you guys think I did the class on Swarte Pete? They're constantly reminding us of who conquered you and around what time they came into the promised land. This is the promised land. This enemy is here to enslave the children of Yahu Shalom, I'm sorry. That's their motive apparatus. Helios Christos. You better know what you're studying. But don't neglect the book. You can't pick and choose. You got to go in this 100%. 100%. And Lord willing, Most High is calling you. Lord willing, he has intent for you to make it. Other than that, family, I'm going to finish it with this video. I hope that it doesn't get too, anyways, I'm going to play it. And hopefully you guys can finish it. I'm going to speed it up. And then we're out, okay? So I hope it was edifying. I really appreciate y'all being here. Once I'm done with this, I should be, anyways, I'll get ready for my classes again. Before I go, I want to show you this real quick. Sorry, almost forgot. Baal. This is from the Bible dictionary, okay? Give me a second here. This is Baal, Bible dictionary. And look at Baal, how he's standing. You see that? A helmet with one hand standing and the right hand kind of like holding, you can hold a book that way. Again, wear a dress. Who's Baal? You guys are familiar. Baal, Lord, possessor, husband. The word Baal appears in the Old Testament. You see a lot of different things, but I want to get to the point. Baal is not the name of one god, but the name of the presiding deity of any given locality. You see that? Egypt, Greece, Rome, America. Because the worship of Baal was much the same everywhere in Canaan. We got Negroes here. So as you know, wherever they follow, their God will be with them. Hey, family, real quick. Do not, how can I say this? I don't know if you guys can hear me. Hold on a second here real quick. Hold on. Let me see. Testing 1, 2, 3. Yeah, you guys can hear me. Don't leave. There's going to be part 2. Because again, keep in mind that this is started yesterday, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday. They're all connected classes. And then Friday is the one that I'm going to, put together that it all makes sense. Because again, each of these has been spread apart, every other month. And maybe a lot of y'all didn't really see the bigger picture. So stick around. We're going to go for round 2 in a little bit. All right. So I'm not going anywhere. And again, I'm also, making sure that it gets taken care of. All right. Give me a second here real quick. Let me make sure that it's working. Give me a second. Hold on. See if you guys can hear me. You guys can hear me. Hello. All right, hold on a second. Give me a second here. Try to do something real quick. Make sure that the sound is good. Okay. All right. So again, remember, keep in mind that the Friday class is this class on Friday will put everything in connection to what we're covering. Monday, today, tomorrow, and Thursday. Because in case you guys don't know, it's all making sense what I'm going to show you right now, because I think, my opinion from what I'm finding, this is officially in World War III phase. In case you guys are not aware of this, I think, again, I don't know, it's my opinion, that we are in World War III now. Based on what the news and everything I'm finding, definitely we're there. So this is going to go into a video, and then I'm going to transfer into the other section. It'll be like an interlude, 10 minutes of music, and then we're going to go again, round 2. All right. So stick around, family. This is going to get interesting. This week is heavy. And on Friday, I'm going to make sure that it all makes sense. This evil tree of quote unquote good and evil. Okay. So let's continue. In time, Baal came to represent the idea of God. The Baalim were the gods of the land, owning and controlling it, and increased the crops, fruit, and cattle that was under their control. You see this here? Baal was worshipped in high places. The daughter of the heathen king of the Zidonians. The worship of Jehovah, which is not the Most High, was almost supplanted by Baal. No, it technically is him. The struggle between Baalism and Judaism came to a head-on mount. Now that is crazy. I'm going to look at that later on. On the bottom it says, the worship of Baal, incense and burnt sacrifices, meaning abortions. The highest abortion rate is from a particular nation in America, and they say they have melanin and woolly hair, and that's why they're the children of God. Lasciviousness riots, worshiping yourselves. You call yourselves gods. You have burnt offerings. I mean, you're very hard to believe. But anyhow, let's look at this, and then no, that's not. Yeah, this is it. I'm gonna speed it up. You guys have a good night. Hope you stick around. I'm gonna play a song after that, and then we done. All right. Hold on a second. What you got, bro? Revelation 3:15. I know thy works, that thou art neither cold nor hot. I would thou wert cold or hot. So then, because thou art lukewarm and neither cold nor hot, I will spew thee out of my mouth, man. I like that one so much. I like that so much, man, because it's true. Y'all need to start putting your break in. All right, family, let's enjoy this video, and then we out.
And that man of sin be revealed, the son of perdition, who opposeth and exalteth himself above all that is called God or that is worshipped, so that he, as God, sitteth in the temple of God, showing himself that he is God. You can't handle the truth. 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 You want the truth? But what if the truth is terrifying?
Well, truly in the end of days, and it's terrifying. They wanna change your DNA, and it's terrifying. So many people fell away, that is terrifying. Terrifying. The wrath of God is on the way, and it's terrifying. So many people, they don't pray, and it's terrifying. Will you go on Judgment Day? That is terrifying. So many things you laughed off and called it a conspiracy. And you start connecting dots and all becomes so clear to see. At war with the Antichrist, my question is, you here with me? I'ma keep preaching till I'm part of or they bury me.
And for this cause, God shall send them strong delusion, that they should believe a lie, that they should believe a lie, that they should believe a lie, that they all might be damned who believed not the truth, but had pleasure in unrighteousness.
The first coronavirus vaccines were administered. The first person to get the biotech shot was 90-year-old Margaret Keenan in England. Margaret Keenan in England.
Margaret Keenan in England. Margaret Keenan in England.
Margaret was treated as somewhat of a hero and was sent off with applause from nurses as she left the hospital. No less heroic is the second person to get a COVID jab. An 81-year-old man named William Shakespeare. An 81-year-old man named William Shakespeare.
William Shakespeare. William Shakespeare.
The world is a stage. The world is a stage.
An 81-year-old man named William Shakespeare.
William Shakespeare.
The whole world is a stage.
Have to show their allegiance to the beast. The 666 symbolism. I want you to see this. It's right in the face.
New Mazda 6, the soul of a sports car.
New Mazda 6, the soul of a sports car.
You think you're possessed?
No. My fetus is.
The evil season finale, Thursday on CBS.
All right, Donna, go ahead.
665.
665. Go ahead, sir.
I'm gonna go
666.
665. Go ahead, sir.
I'm gonna go 666.
Now, just because I'm his father, he'll get no special treatment.
He calls me coach just like everyone else, which he'll be doing as our new starting quarterback.
Doing as our new starting quarterback.
What a rip!
You have to ask yourself the question many are afraid to ask. Why else would the dragon on the chessboard of deception promote 666 over and over and over again into the minds of the masses using lesser magic in predictive programming through the magic wand of Hollywood? Why would he do it unless he was preparing to release the mark? Now I know there are some that are watching, that are having a war within their own mind to accept the reality of what they are watching in real time. Do you understand what the probability is that all of this would just be a coincidence? That all of these movies, cartoons, and shows just so happen to subliminally have 666 over and over again? And I know there are so many that don't want to accept this reality that the whole world is a stage and that the dragon is operating on the chessboard of deception. And he has so many players, from kings, queens, presidents, and popes, all the way down to actors, and the list goes on. And I understand why some of you would resist this reality.
The world is a stage.
Because to accept this as a fact would literally shatter the bubble that you thought was life.
The whole world is a stage.
And then you would have no choice but to accept the reality that your favorite celebrities secretly take orders from the dragon on the chessboard of deception.
The world is a stage. Do you realize that they're telling lies? Open up your eyes. The world is a stage. What will it take for me to get you to believe? Or will you be deceived? The whole world is a stage. We're in the end of days. You think it's getting strange. Wait till we turn the page. The world is a stage.
The book of Revelation is unraveling right before your very eyes. Yet billions are blinded by the God of this world.
The world is a stage.
But the question is, do you have Christ in your life? Because without him, you're not gonna make it.
The whole world is a stage.
Because the things that are about to come upon this earth, most are not prepared to go through.
The world is a stage. Till you realize that they're telling lies. Open up your eyes. The world is...
And ears to hear. I want you to watch this in the spirit.
Hi, COVID.
Hello.
Will you tell us about your head-to-toe look?
When I was designing, I just wanted to play around with pattern and kind of break down the monotony of what otherwise Pat could do. So I just started cutting it up. I wanted to create shapes. I wanted to create volume.
What I loved here is the boldness of that print.
As soon as she walked out, I thought, oh, she's sick, but like sick in a good way. It's
loved
sick.
COVID's look.
Loved.
Do you mind putting your mask back on? Do you mind putting your mask back on? Thank you.
Do you mind putting your mask back?
No.
That is a sentence that you are far and ears to hear. I want you to watch this in the spirit.
Hi, COVID.
Hello.
Will you tell us about your head-to-toe look?
When I was designing, I just wanted to play around with pattern and kind of break down the monotony of what otherwise Pat could do. So I just started cutting it up. I wanted to create shapes. I wanted to create volume.
What I loved here is the boldness of that print.
As soon as she walked out, I thought, oh, she's sick, but like sick in a good way. It's
loved COVID's look.
Loved.
Do you mind putting your mask back on? Do you mind putting your mask back on? Thank you.
Do you mind putting your mask back?
No.
That is a sentence that you are far too familiar with.
When you're done drinking, please put your mask back on.
When you're done drinking, please put your mask back on.
Loved COVID's look.
Loved.
Do you mind putting your mask back on? Do you mind putting your mask back on?
But I know there are those that are mockers and those that refuse to believe the truth of what is really going on. Just like on the day those two metal objects flew into those two towers in New York City And it just so happens to be that the president was in the classroom while the children were told to chant, plane must hit steel.
It's the towers! They're falling!
Hello, Earth. I'm Alec Baldwin, TV star. You know, they say TV will rot your brain. That's absurd. TV only softens the brain like a ripe banana. Take it all the way. We've created Hulu. Hulu beams TV directly to your portable computing devices, giving you more of the cerebral gelatinizing shows you want, anytime, anywhere, for free.
I only hanged out because I want you alone! Dynamite!
Mushy mush. And the best part is there's nothing you can do to stop it. I mean, what are you gonna do, turn off your TV and your computer?
And that's how we roll.
Because we're aliens. 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 And that's how we roll.
Remember, as the days of Noah were, so shall it be when I return, saith the Lord. So when you see things online that almost seem unbelievable, rest assured that the fact checkers will come through to the rescue and give you the peace of mind to go back to sleep in your little bubble where you don't have to face the reality of what is really going on.
In the latter time of their kingdom, when the transgressors are come to the full, a king of fierce countenance and understanding dark sentences shall stand up, and his power shall be mighty, but not by his own power, and his power shall be mighty, but not by his own power, and his power shall be mighty, but not by his own power. And he shall destroy wonderfully, and shall prosper, and practice, and shall destroy the mighty and the holy people, and shall destroy the mighty and the holy people. And through his policy also he shall cause craft to prosper in his hand.
Revelation chapter 18, the very scripture that says the whole world was deceived by sorcery in the end of the days during the reign of the Antichrist. I want you to remember that word sorceries, as we have been crying out, warning you for many years. But before that, I want us to talk about the word merchants, because it says that the merchants were the great men of the earth. And it's very clear that the word great doesn't mean they were honorable. It means they were the ones with power from the Antichrist. What does this mean? So let us bring it all together. The dragon, the beast, in the last hour will have power, but not of his own. And the merchants of the earth will be the way he implements the abomination.
Hey everyone.
Alrighty. Okay. All right, so in case you guys missed the message, this is part 2 of part 1 from yesterday. But we're going to continue with part 2 of part 2. I also wanted to show you guys something real quick, in case you guys are not aware. This is and I'm going to show it briefly because I don't want to. Well, it's not my channel, first of all, but I need to show you guys something.
These
we're going to listen to it for like a minute, because if you guys were wondering what's going on regarding across the globe, you're not getting the news that you're supposed to here in America, man. Everybody knows that shit. You know what I'm saying? So I'm going to do this brother a favor. Anyways, check it out. So this is real stuff, okay? Just briefly, let me show you something.
Hold on. Okay, guys, we got to get off the roof. These are coming down.
These are actual missiles landing.
They're coming down. One just about. We got to go inside.
So they have taken cover. There is a lot coming in over Haifa right now. And what we weren't understanding was whether or not the Iron Dome, if there's an Arrow 3 system that's taken this out, what's happening. But right now, nothing's hitting the
This is
ground.
live.
So much of it. Wait. That might change. We have some kind of contact there. I don't know, Nate. But I know that you have
It's live, okay? It's not recorded.
Ralph is saying Putin come this night with a secure group to Kremlin talk work. They know all talk over. Shoigu was last 4 weeks, more in Tehran, Moscow. Yeah, I mean, we saw that President Putin was rushing to the Kremlin yesterday, I think it was, for an urgent meeting. Listen, it was probably coordinated, because don't forget they coordinate in Russia too, in Syria, excuse me, and they have mutual support. The US heat conflict on an ongoing, like now this campaign, like when we say failure, sometimes when I say failure, people say, oh, well, how can you say failure? They destroyed Gaza. Yeah, they destroyed Gaza, of course. The objectives before people, and so Israel, and they go against it. How many times did Benjamin Netanyahu refuse a ceasefire and hinder everything? Mahib is saying, what is right? This is to live and be independent, really. Right? Not.
To me, that blows my mind, bro. The actual war is at hand. The actual war is at hand. We're getting ready for Friday. But every one of these sessions matters. So you that are familiar with this channel, I would highly suggest, if you got time, stick around, take notes, because this is going to help you understand the surroundings. And biblically speaking, we knew that this was going to occur if you are reading. All right, so stick around. Round 2 of part 2. Let's go.
Se ve tan mal cuando miras a otro lado, los fantasmas del pasado no se detendrán hasta verte derrumbado. Peores lo hemos pasado. Andaba a golpes con la tristeza, me aportó riqueza, me otorgó sabiduría, pues se dibujaba en todas mis piezas. Yo con alegría le daba color después. La aguja sigue girando, tiempo parece se burlar de mí. Dijo que sanaría esperando, pero creo que la espina aún sigue ahí. Con los dedos lo voy palpando. Cierro los puños, escapa de aquí. Agonizando, no me espera el tiempo, no voy a esperar por ti. Nuestras huellas en la orilla se han borrado por la marea. Si esas estrellas ya no brillan, las entiendo pa' que veas. Sea donde sea, bajo la tormenta o dentro de la odisea, donde arañas cubren el cielo de tela, los aviones nadan y los barcos vuelan. Aunque parezca que va bien, no sabes bien si va mal. Besos que pueden doler, ojos que pueden matar. Tengo mi alma en el almacén encerrada, mi corazón está en huelga, mis sentimientos en ámbar. Gente, Calamala dijo que estaría presente. Fallaron como nunca, se fueron para siempre. Millones de razones para vengarme, pero a veces duele más actuar indiferente. Como no quieren ver ahogados, tenemos branquias y cerrados los bronquios como la mente de un guardia. Yo soy la montaña y vine con la cordillera. Más cojones que tu ganga tiene una madre soltera. Tú cúbrete si suena mi tu. A mi lado tengo soldados fumando de su palulu. Y un conjuro de grimorio me lo salva del velorio. Va a tener pila valorio, se matan vestidos de emporio. Yo no quiero una pistola, estoy soñando que la vida que quería me llega a tiempo. Desde que yo la vi sola, loco ando. Vino a verme cuando el sol se estaba poniendo y se dejó una pluma y se perdió en la bruma. Nunca se despidió de mí, nunca se despidió de mí. Vivo en un mundo que parece roto y sé que no, porque todo es perfecto y lo debo plasmar. Me fumo un troco dentro la llama, no puedo contener la ras. Churruscao el corazón, el armazón no puede llegar a pesarme más. Si abro la boca, tu tumba al suelo, me muelo a diario y sobrado de gas. Escupo risas perfectas, baladas de versos eternos, no muere jamás. Cuando acabe mi condena, me vi muy solo y perdido. Cada vez más negra la flema, más elegante el problema, pero plante a todos mis enemigos. Recuperé las ganas, las fuerzas y el garbo. Dedico requiems a mis diablos, que aquí estoy vivo de milagro. Delicadas flores crecieron entre los cardos. Me dicen vienes más delgado que de costumbre. Será de tanto que he bailado en el alambre, que a tanta pena es mejor no ponerle nombre. Llevamos la música en vena, nuestra sangre.
Copyright disclaimer. This content does not belong to Bible Chronicles or claim this intellectual property. The content provided today has and always will belong to the content owner. Bible Chronicles does not have any affiliation with the owner of this property. As mentioned, Bible Chronicles did not intend to make use of any material for the purpose of harvesting gain. However, Title 17 of United States copyright law states material and use can only be done when it's for theological or general educational purposes, and thus Bible Chronicles believes that this principal material falls under fair use, which honors protection under Section 107 of the same U.S. copyright law.
Isaiah chapter 58 and verse 1. Cry aloud, spare not, lift up thy voice like a trumpet, and show my people their transgressions, and the house of Jacob their sins.
Quiero pensar, pero no puedo, no. El ruido en la ciudad está consumiendo, wow. Quieren pensar, sin ni siquiera estar al mando. Tanta publicidad subliminal te está matando. Les cuesta decidir por sí mismos cuál es su mando. Publican sonrisas con el corazón llorando. Quieren brillar, pero sin tener que valerse de tener sus ideas propias. Los veo a todos igual, solo son la réplica de la imitación de una triste copia. Obedece, la vida es un suspiro y envejeces. Te dejas distraer por estupideces y pierdes el eje. Te duele por dentro, entonces te creces, pero aceptas mucho menos de lo que mereces. ¿Y quién te ha dicho a ti que no puedes pensar sobre lo que decís, sobre cómo actuar? Lucha por ser feliz sin a nadie dañar, y solo así podrás brillar. ¿Y quién te ha dicho a ti que no puedes pensar sobre lo que decís, sobre cómo actuar? Lucha por ser feliz sin a nadie dañar, y solo así podrás brillar. Conserva tu juicio y tu intuición, más activos que el que lucha por lo suyo y no se rinde. Yo ya sé bien cuál es mi misión, y es contarte que el mal por su propio pie pronto se extingue. No caigas bajo su control, pues por la televisión es normal que mal lo pinte. Tú mantente firme en conexión con la fuente de creación, vivirás siempre de fin de. Dios abre los ojos, dime lo que ves. A tus propios hijos matándose por billetes.
Niños mueren cada 2 por 3. Pa' unos es bendición, con otros por su causa pequen. Y yo que intento ser un ser crístico, voy bendiciendo hasta los diablos. Piensan que es cierto el mensaje típico. Dicen que invento lo del engaño. Y mientras lucho contra mis errores, demonios escucho, me ofrecen soluciones. Pero sé que hay un ángel que quiere que mejore. Me dice haz un trabajo interno antes de que lo ignores. Antes que otra vez llores y se llenen los mares de pena y de dolores, ya que en mi mente no caben. La paz no va en un sobre, somos algo importante. Nunca te revelaste y por eso no lo sabes. ¿Y quién te ha dicho a ti que no puedes pensar sobre lo que decís, sobre cómo actuar? Lucha por ser feliz sin a nadie dañar, y solo así podrás brillar. ¿Y quién te ha dicho a ti que no puedes pensar sobre lo que decís, sobre cómo actuar? Lucha por ser feliz sin a nadie dañar, y solo así podrás brillar. Me desperté tan cansado, me sentía mal herido de todo lo que he pasado. No me quita lo aprendido, por dentro me he perdonado, pero casi no me olvido. Me desperté tan cansado, me sentía mal herido de todo lo que he pasado. No me quita lo aprendido, por dentro me he perdonado, pero casi no me olvido, no. Todos repiten lo que dice el referente. Discursos vacíos lejos de ser coherentes. De lo que no sabes será mejor que no inventes. Que investigues y no te dejes lavar la mente. ¿Y quién te ha dicho a ti que no puedes pensar sobre lo que decís, sobre cómo actuar? Lucha por ser feliz sin a nadie dañar, y solo así podrás brillar. ¿Y quién te ha dicho a ti que no puedes pensar sobre lo que decís, sobre cómo actuar? Lucha por ser feliz sin a nadie dañar, y solo así podrás brillar. Quiero pensar, pero no puedo, no. El ruido en la ciudad está consumiendo,
El autor viene a decirnos con mucha firmeza y gran convencimiento lo mismo que nos decía en el siglo XVIII el barón de Holbach, ¿no? Un filósofo francés de origen alemán. Si nos remontamos al comienzo, entonces hallaremos que la ignorancia y el temor crearon a los dioses. La fantasía, el entusiasmo o el engaño los adornaron o desfiguraron. La debilidad les rinde culto, la credulidad los conserva, la costumbre los respeta y la tiranía los apoya para que la ceguera de los hombres sirva a sus propios intereses.
Okay, man. Okay, fam. All right, hold on a second here real quick. Let me see what's the deal. What up, Shalom? Saludos, buenas noches a todos. It's been a while. Let me take these off real quick. Thank y'all for being here, man. Appreciate you guys. It's been a few weeks. In case you guys aren't familiar with who I am, my name is Joshua. Welcome to Meshiacha Chronicles, I guess you could say. Saludos, Jeremias, buenos dias. What's up, my brother from another mother? Hold on a second, man. I almost forgot.
¡Viva México, cabrones!
In case you guys must have forgot. What up, bro? Warakuya, what's up, brother? Shalom, Rishi Yahoo. Where's your camp? I don't got a camp, bro. This is those BHIs ain't here. They don't want this, bro. And you know what? That's a good point, man. That's a good question regarding the camp. I was under the impression that that's technically the way it should be, scripturally speaking, as you know that the brothers were staying in communication via letters, you know, like us in a way. I mean, I'm not saying there's anything wrong with joining the camp, but you got to be mindful, man, because a lot of times in the camps, you tend to be a respecter of people. And then these camps that are really out there teaching, they're not teaching y'all to get your house in order. They're teaching you to go teach other people and ignore the family, that you have to get them in order first. That's like, really. You guys want to be kings. You guys want to rule, but you can't get your house in order, but you want to go rule other people. It's very twisted upside down. So anyways, no. Let's see. Lights on. They will not escape what they've done today. Everything everything in the dark. Everything in the dark, all for the sake of money. Yes, sir. ¿Qué pedo con Hugo? Nah, it's all good, bro. He's just asking, man. It's all good, dude. He's new, probably. No somos preistas, compa. You know, man, it's funny because I mentioned the milk a lot, and nobody has actually asked me, can you show me the milk? I just find it funny. Anyways, it's not about me. All right. So appreciate you guys being here. It's not about me, man. Today, I have some things to share with y'all. And again, I appreciate this. If you guys do consider this edifying, as you can see, this is not. Hold on a second. What's going on here? Stop. Hold on a second. What's going on here, bro? I'm trying to share. Hey, let me turn this down. One, I can hear my sound. Okay, so I'm trying to play. Here it goes, right here. Okay, so again, the class is called I named it because it's an interesting topic here, okay? Amity or Armageddon. Look, whether you agree or disagree with me, whether you are still in the tripartite camp, where if you think, you know, all can be saved, or some can be saved, or only the elect can be saved, or all Israel will be saved, you know what I'm saying? I'm not here to argue about that with you guys. What I'm going to show you is I'm simply going to expose, or at least stress the fact that today in this life that we have, it is very important. Everything you do is extremely important, and I mean that. And I'm not telling you because I was some expert and I had a planner and I jotted everything down. No, man. I'm still trying to get it right, you know? But what I am going to try to do from this moment forward is to stress how important it is for us that are out here trying to teach or show. We cannot give anybody any reasons to judge us. And I mean that, because I know from experience, I was out here showing and teaching and sharing and trying to debunk other people while I was still dealing with my demons, with my ism. And that ism includes other spirits that come with that ism. We all have an ism, but those come with other spirits. And you know what? I was a fool. I was a fool of not paying attention. That's why it says, get your house in order first, right? Here, let me, since we're on it, let me bring this out real quick. You guys know I use this app here. Sorry. I use this app. It's called eSword. I think this is important. And for you brothers out there that are, you know, man, it's like you try to advise people and you can only do so much, you know, and only so much you can do. And either people are going to listen to you or they're not, you know, and I want at least me personally, man, I want my friendships to mean something. That I've made a difference in your life, at least in some point, you know? And when you have people out there that just know a little bit more than you, man, sometimes it's just good to shut the hell up. Because that's what I did, family. That's why you didn't see classes for a few weeks. Excuse my language, I shut the fuck up. I had to. I had to get my mind right. I got a couple weeks under me now. You know, all praise to the Most High for that one. But it doesn't happen unless it starts with me first. 2nd Ezra 14:9. Actually 14, and it says 14 and 13. Now therefore, set thine house in order. That means you first. You. With all your imperfections, with all your issues and malice and envy. And by the way, malice isn't just like, oh, I'm not intentionally wicked. No, malice also means that you purposely sin knowing that you're sinning. That's also malice. Purposely sinning. Know that you're sinning, but you're purposely doing it. That's the 1 Peter 2:1. Now, therefore, set thine house in order. So get your mind right. If you want to be a teacher, if you want to be a leader, if you want to be out here showing brothers and sisters, and at the same time trying to correct those that may not see the road, who are you if you still got that dedo pointing at you? That's where it's almost like as if we have to be here, man. No, we got to be clean, like cleansed. Have no reason to give anybody to say something negative about you. That goes with watching your diet, watching what you say, watching what you drink, having a sober mind. You know what I'm saying? A plethora or a list of things that are demanded from us that have the book. Because this isn't just for the sake of playing games here. So now therefore set thine house in order and reprove thy people. Those are the first ones in your house. Because if you want to be a king, if you think you're the elect, like some people say, oh, you're preordained, you know, you're already good, I'm going to be a king no matter. No, bro, you stupid. Stop listening to GMS. Dumbasses that have gray hair still do not know what the hell they're saying. Yo, y'all prophesied that the end of the world was going to be in 2000. It didn't happen. So there's a lot to make up for. Now you're over here calling the cops on vocab. Come on, man. Trying to say only, bro, you're stupid, bro. It literally says in the New Testament, spiritual sacrifices, being cleansed, not being attached to lust. Like, for example, I'll give you one here, 2nd Ezra, real where to end, just so you can understand. Because I don't know why you think that, you guys actually think that look, it is very clear now that almost every religion understands regeneration. Every religion understands we've been here before. Woe be to them that are bound with their sins, 2nd Ezra 16:77, and covered with their iniquities. And covered with their iniquities. Bound with their sins and covered with their iniquities. Like a field is covered over with bushes, meaning like you didn't look back and you didn't like break ground. Get rid of all those clods. Reseed yourself again. Be born again. Oh no, you're still stuck in the old path. In the old way, in your old sins, because, oh man, life's so hard. My mama did this, my dad did that, my parents used to drink, oh, I'm an alcoholic, oh, I do drugs, or oh, I lust so much, or I keep sinning. Bro, you got to find a place where you start actually taking yourself very serious about this life and saying, do you like your family? Yes. Do you love your family? Yes. Do you love your dad? Yes. Are you willing to change? That's the question right there. When people are asking you, are you willing to change? That's where all get stuck, because that means you have to have a new perception of your reality, not the old way. Woe be to them that are bound with their sins and are covered with their iniquities, like as a field is covered over with bushes. Now, you and I, brothers and sisters, who, because you guys know that, you know, I've dealt with alcohol. You and I that are still dealing or have dealt or are dealing with alcohol, right here, if I were you, I'd shut up right now, sit back and examine myself tremendous, like thoroughly, before I go and teach other people. Because we are being hypocrites. We're telling people, hey, don't sin, don't sin. But here I am drinking until I pass out. What kind of shit is that? I was a fake for a while. So I had to step back and shut the hell up. Bro, listen, if I'm given this glory to understand the scripture, I'm laughing at the Most High. Oh, hey, you got to keep the commandments. Oh, you got to keep the Sabbath. But guess what, bro? I'm getting shit-faced almost every day. Yeah. Purposely sinning. Exactly. That's why
It says here, will be unto them that are bound with their sins and covered with their iniquities, like as a field is covered over with bushes, because you haven't examined yourself. You haven't looked at all of that malice and envy and evil speaking. You haven't broke ground. You haven't gotten rid of the clods. You haven't actually paved the way to sow again. No, you're covered with bushes. And you know what happens when you're covered with bushes? You burn as soon as the fire or the heat comes, and the path thereof covered with thorns, that no man may travel through. Just like Proverbs 6. I think Proverbs 24. He saw this building, and it was all messed with, like, full of nettles and thorns. He looked upon it, and I guess he learned something to that. I'm not going to go to it for the sake of time, but it's almost like that. So that's why when it says, "Your will be unto them," right? So here goes 1 Peter 2:1. Wherefore, laying aside all malice, all guile, all hypocrisies, envies, and evil speaking. Here is where the problem is with a lot of you guys. Because right here it says, a living stone and a holy people, meaning you got to have an actual change. You're not just an elect predestined, even though you're in sin, sleeping with hoes. That's pretty stupid, GMS. Verse 12, it says, just to make sure that you understand. What is it? Verse 12, what is it? 14? Hold on a second. Suffering wrongfully, the conscience. Here it goes. I think. Hold on. Acceptable to God. I thought I had that. Yep. Hold on. Okay. Well, anyways, let me go back to my point. Wherefore, laying aside all malice. Malice right here is the one I'm talking about. Just in the very first one, if you guys don't pay attention to the meaning of this word, it means like you're intentionally sinning. At the same time, you got wicked intent, wicked mind. You don't want to let it go. And this isn't something that, you have to ignore. No, this is a serious job right here. Examine yourselves. 2 Corinthians 13:5. So examine yourselves, examine yourselves, examine yourselves, examine yourselves. You have to always look at yourself. And guess what? This is a daily work, man. We got to peel that shit off every single day. Excuse my language. 1 Corinthians 15:31. I protest by rejoicing, which I have in the Meshiacha, our Lord, I die daily. So every day, you got to peel that shit. So when I was presented with my ism, like, yo, listen, I have a problem still. Bro, I had to shut up. I had to shut up because I was the first hypocrite right there in my face. How can I be deceiving me? That says here, verse 33, be not deceived. Evil communication, corrupt good manners. Communicating with that spirit that wants to live in this home, because we all have a flesh and the thorn. And if you ain't aware of it, sorry to rhyme, but you're going to be horned. Be not deceived. Be not deceived. Because if you ain't doing this daily, examining yourself, if you are in the faith, to what? To make sure that you get rid of all the basic sins that we deal with every single day. Because that's where it starts. That's why verse 2 says, as newborn babes desire the sincere milk of the word, that ye may grow thereby. Why? Because this is not your only rodeo. We've been here before. And that's why, for me, I'm not taking this lightly at all. I know now why things matter. And sometimes I get confused and I get tested. And man, oh damn, sometimes I just want to give up. But something in my spirit says, keep effing fighting, bro. Keep fighting. 2 Ezra 14:35. Watch this. For after death shall judgment come, when we shall live again. See this? When we shall live again. And then shall the names of the righteous be manifest, and the works of the ungodly shall be declared. So it seems to me like we're going to redo this all over again, right? Seems to me. It seems to me. I'm going to show you something real quick. Let me see if I can find it, because I thought I had it. I mean, if we're talking about spirits that are waiting, sitting there in their chambers, you know what I'm saying? Like, what? For real, bro? Oh, I'm sorry, 2 Corinthians 4:41. I was in 14, but hey, you know what? It kind of went there. Oh, thank you, Father. Then said, I know, Lord, that can't she not. And he said unto me, in the grave, the chambers of souls are like wombs of a woman. Okay? For like as a woman, remember, the souls are in chambers. Okay, so you know, we, at least what Christianity told us was, we live once, we die once, that's it, bro. Good luck. Hasta rato, peace, a rato. You ain't gonna have another life. You might as well, enjoy the glories of this beauty, the flowers of every woman, or the quivers of every dude. You know what I'm saying? For the women. Then said I, no, Lord, that can't she not. And he said unto me, in the grave, the chambers of souls are like the wombs of a woman. For as a woman that travaileth, maketh haste to escape the necessity of the travail. So for example, when your wife or your sister, or your daughter, when they have babies, right? 9 months, 10 months, at the last contraction, those last months, that's when it's ready to go. Even so, do these places haste to deliver those things that are committed unto them. So we see here that sometimes spirits lay in chambers. These spirits lay in chambers. I'll give you one more. I'll give you a few examples just to be on the safe side here. That's in Apocrypha. Let's go to Luke 1:17. Watch what it says here. And he shall go before him in the spirit and power of Elias. This is talking about John the Baptist. So this John the Baptist, this individual, is going to move in the spirit of Elias. Or is he going to be? Once again, how is that possible? I'm going to move in the spirit of my father, so to speak, or my brother, or my cousin, to turn the hearts of the fathers to their children, and to end the disobedient to the wisdom of the just, to make ready a peace prepared for the Lord. Here, right here, just that's a cut for you Christians, because technically it's talking about Elias and he's talking to his people once again, the Israelites. But that's not the point. Example number 2. I'll give you a couple more examples. Matthew 11:12. Watch this real quick, okay? Again, this is not our first rodeo. So for you that are out there sitting thinking, well, I don't know if God's real or not, but I don't feel him, I don't sense him, I feel alone, I don't give a shit. I'm just going to enjoy my life. Hey, good luck for you, bro. Because you are writing. This may be the last book you're going to get to write. Matthew 11:12. And from the days of John the Baptist until now, the kingdom of heaven suffered violence, and from the violence take it by force. You see this? For all the prophets and the laws prophesied until John. If ye will receive it, this is Elias, which was for to come. Boom. Hold on a second. Hold on. So you guys that believe or don't believe that we are here or never been here, or it's predestined, you know what I'm saying? No, it's not predestined. You still gotta be in spiritual stone. What do you mean? You can't be walking around with sin. Then why the hell did the Messiah come back in the first place? Why did he put Paul to sleep for 3 days? Hey, you know what, bro? Don't even trip, man. You don't got to keep the laws no more. And go tell everybody that they don't got to keep the laws no more, because you know what? I love everybody and everybody loves me. Isn't that what well, that's another point, but it's just, for me, it makes no sense how you guys can walk over this. It literally says here, moving in his spirit. Then he said, he that has an ear, let him hear. What does that mean? If he shuts your ear, like if he doesn't allow you to hear or believe or listen, bro, you out the gates already. Wrong. Let's go back to the Old Testament. Now, for you guys that don't believe, because we got people here that say, oh, well, the Messiah ain't real, but I'm waiting for David. You believe that one man gave us all sin, but then you also believe that one man can save you, but not that man, because you don't believe in that guy, because he's Jesus, even though that's not his name. You guys better start taking your life serious, man. Seriously, that's for everybody, bro. Everybody that I talk to. Because I don't think we are. You know what I'm saying? I don't think we are. I'm looking at every damn crevices that I deal with, whether it's my laziness at times, or my irresponsibilities of handling this, or my assumption that I can manage my alcohol. You know what I mean? Like 30, what is it? 30, what is it? 15, 25, 35, 45, 33 years of battling alcohol, and I still think I can manage? Bro, come on, man. You know what I'm saying? I mean, look, I'm not saying I'm a Nazarite, but obviously there's people in the Bible that are not supposed to drink. And I'm going to show you something, how this affected us natives. I got proof in the pudding, bro. You know me, I bring scripture and historical books. That's what I'm about today. Let's read this here, man. Because, it's been a while since I've been, and man, I really miss doing this, to be honest with you. I wasn't going to do it today, family, if you just knew, man, but just the Most High wasn't letting me rest. He's like, get this done. Job 19:25, for I know that my Redeemer liveth. Oh, my Redeemer, that he shall stand in the latter days upon the earth. Colon. Now, colon means, here's some instructions of what I'm going to tell you. And though after my skin worms destroy this body, okay, because we know that when we die, they put us in a coffin, and a bunch of worms start eating us. We know that, right? Yet in my flesh shall I see God, whom I shall see for myself, and my eyes shall behold, and not another, though my veins be consumed within me. You need to start paying attention about your life. If you're still thinking that this is our first rodeo, or that you ain't gonna have nothing to pay for, or you really think, man, maybe what if God ain't real, bro? Woo on to you, my brothers. Ecclesiastes 1:4. One generation passed away, and another generation cometh, but the earth abideth forever. So this whole Khazar doctrine of destroying humanity because we're gonna overpopulate, that's stupid, bro. That goes for you fake ass Jews, Khazars, all you guys. I don't give a shit. You guys are wicked ass people, man. You guys are Khazar, Israelite, mega Nazis, bro. Although you guys are the most horrible people I've ever known in my entire. I think you're as bad as, you know, because we got the so-called Canaanites, and then we got not the so-called, but the Canaanites, the Khazarites, and then we got, the Edomites. And then you guys are all playing this beautiful game. And I see you because you're back here again. And this is my stress to your families. We're watching a novela, and there's absolutely nothing you can do. You are the sideshow. Right now in politics, the only reason they're talking about raza or Hispanics is because y'all are immigrants. It's because y'all are guys insignificant. The major players right now that we see in this whole platform is blacks, so-called Jews, and whites. And you damn well fucking know it. So start coming to your senses. Stop trying to be part of these people that have been doing this for us for centuries and generations after generations. Pero no, quieren ser pendejos todavía. Okay, Ecclesiastes 1:4. One generation passed away, another generation cometh, but the earth abideth forever. The sun also rises, and the sun goes down, and hasteth in his place where he rose, meaning the cycle. You know, the circle of life, like the Lion King, right? The wind goes to the south, turn it about in the north, and it swirls but continually. And the world that turned it again according to its circuits. All the rivers run into the sea, yet the sea is not full because everything is in its balance, right? Unto the place whence the river come, thither they return again. All things are full of labor, man cannot utter it. The eye is not satisfied with seeing, nor the ear filled with hearing. It's an never-ending thing. This is not your first rodeo, which is why it's important to examine. Now, we are I believe, in those times. The things that have been, it is that which shall be. And that which is done, it is that which shall be done. And there's no new thing under the sun. If you want to wonder, really want to know, you're in the Matrix, family. You're straight up in the Matrix, man. And it's somewhat scary. Now let me show you how important you are to this society, okay? You're just a side point. You're a mouthpiece. You're a trivia. You're not important to this society, raza. I'm gonna tell you that right now. And you need to start waking the hell up, because I know you think that you guys are. I know you guys think you are, but you're not. And I'm gonna show you why. And I'm gonna show you in this video why I know that you're not. And I know it's gonna hurt your feelings. And like I said, a lot of y'all don't like me, and I don't give a shit, really. You don't like because you don't like the fact that I say facts. Well, I invite any BHI or Christian or Protestant or Calvinist, whatever religion that you think can come and correct me, and I'll sit here and I'll talk to them, and I will point out a lot of their shit that a lot of you guys ignore. So we got some Christians, for example, let me just say this, that like to come here or they want to debate BHI, right? But you want to know something? They never debate these damn evangelicals, these mega Nazi evangelicals that are passing laws or intending to pass laws to literally deport 15 million people, to put themselves in power because they're feeling like the minority. None of you Christians go out there and attack them. No, you want to mess around with BHIs? Shit, you want to come mess around with this channel. It just shows exactly who's pushing you. But let's go now. Let's listen to this.
Theirs was a mythical America, a world of boundless optimism, happy endings, and homespun truths. This was a world of clapboard houses with broad verandas and white picket fences, gleaming streets and shops with friendly picture windows. Hollywood's America was made up of citizens who were industrious, religious, wholesome, and decent. And although they were of different classes and ethnicities, They were knitted together by a larger, almost spiritual sense of family.
So keep in mind, family, that these movies that we were accustomed to watching, listen to what they're saying. This is why they're here. What is happening in Palestine? Expect that to happen here again. Let's go.
The Moguls created the images, the icons, and the visual forms that we identify with the American way of life.
They created their own America, an America which is not the real America. It's their own version of the real America. But ultimately, this shadow America becomes so popular and so widely disseminated that its images and its values come to devour the real America. And so the grand irony of all of Hollywood is that Americans come to define themselves by the shadow America that was created by Eastern European Jewish immigrants who weren't admitted to the precincts of the real America.
What is happening in Palestine? Expect that to happen here again. Let's go.
The Moguls created the images, the icons, and the visual forms that we identify with the American way of life.
They created their own America, an America which is not the real America. It's their own version of the real America. But ultimately, this shadow America becomes so popular and so widely disseminated that its images and its values come to devour the real America. And so the grand irony of all of Hollywood is that Americans come to define themselves by the shadow America that was created by Eastern European Jewish immigrants who weren't admitted to the precincts of the real America.
Somewhere over the rainbow, way up high, there's a land that I heard of.
You see that? Somewhere over the rainbow, somewhere up high, there's a land that I heard of. Let's go.
Once in a lullaby, somewhere over the rainbow, skies are blue.
Hey, by the way, you Christians here that are watching in secret, don't get all sad on me now because you think these are the real people of the Bible. Like, oh, the chosen ones. No, shut your asses up. Look, and by the way, in case you forgot, who are the immigrants right now, still being considered immigrants, since that time, still being deported, even though they're from over there. And the people from here, you're going to see that they're not even mentioned. No. Like I said, you so-called Hispanics are not important. I need you to understand that. And I don't mean it to offend you. I mean it to wake your ass up. Because there's absolutely nothing you're going to be able to do. All you can do is pray. And repent. I kid you not. Let's go.
And the dreams that you dare to dream really do come true someday.
On the yachts.
Move forward real quick. Now listen to this, how they recreate the image of the indigenous, the main ones, right? The number one characters here that were oppressed, beaten, stabbed, murdered, killed with smallpox, raped, slaughtered, and to this very day being called a beaner, wetback, spick, illegal immigrant. Go back to your country. We speak English. Yeah, let's continue.
They dressed in tailor-made suits. They lived in the kind of houses that aristocrats were supposed to live in. And when they were not admitted to the Gentile country clubs, they rebuilt this one, Hillcrest, bigger and better than all the rest.
Are you married?
No.
Many of the Moguls divorced their Jewish first wives and married Gentiles, younger, more socially acceptable women.
The establishment culture, that's really a wonderful indication of how far up into society Jews have come.
Now, this is where a producer lives. Not just any producer, but one of the most famous of them all, Samuel Gold.
1955, let's continue.
Goldwyn, high up on one of Beverly's hills.
Good morning.
Well, here is Mr. and Mrs. Samuel Goldwyn. And do you mind if I call you Francis and
I'd
Sam?
like that very much.
Sam, I understand that while you're the boss in the studio, that there's
This is the boss here.
It's her house, isn't it?
Every bit of it.
Let's talk to Francis then. How long have you lived here?
Oh, it's so long. 25, 26 years.
Sam, how'd you happen to pick this hilltop site out? Because of the view?
She picked it out.
And you bought it?
She liked it. The idea is to have her like it. That's all that's necessary for me.
It's fun to live in Beverly, isn't it?
We like Beverly very much.
And we're delighted that you're both citizens of our town.
Tickets for two, you need for 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8.
Where you all going? All right, pay attention. You are insignificant in their eyes. These are the players right here. That black and white chessboard that you guys love to ignore.
Hollywood! Hollywood!
When Jews came to America, it wasn't only Mayflower wasps who seemed to embody America.
Mayflower wasp means white Anglo Protestants, okay? White Anglo-Saxon Protestants. WASP. White Anglo-Saxon Protestants. Continue.
American blacks were quintessential Americans. I mean, that was
Did you just hear that? Did you just
one of
hear
the things that made America America.
Well, man, this is wow. Listen, look what made America in their eyes. Okay, that's why I said there's Revelation 2:9 and 3:9. And who are the ones calling themselves Jews right now? Shit, you got some that are so confused. They're both calling themselves Judah. They can't even figure out who the rest of the tribes are. That's how stupid y'all are. But let's continue. I'm gonna keep you calling you guys out.
When Jews came to America, it wasn't only Mayflower wasps who seemed to embody America to them. American blacks were quintessential Americans. I mean, that was one of the things that made America America, the presence of black people.
Wow. America, what made America was blacks. That's what made America, huh?
Is this you?
Let me show you what made America.
And
Quiet for a second, buddy. Let me show you what made America. And you evangelicals and you Christians, you guys are supporters of all this shit. You love them. You can't have enough of them. Well, I'm going to show you where this is leading you and how this is leading y'all into destruction. And I'm glad. I am so glad, because after what I've seen you guys do, historically speaking, and what I'm seeing you guys do in action today, how you guys are murdering children, mothers, daughters, forcing them to starve to death. You got no soul. You guys are the most horrible animals I've ever met in my entire life. You guys are beasts, just like Ecclesiastes 3:18 says. Listen to this.
Discussing Indian blood, we're going to judge people by whether they have Indian blood, whether they're qualified to run a gaming casino or not?
That probably is me, absolutely. Because I'll tell you what, if you look at some of the reservations that you've approved, you, sir, in your great wisdom have approved, I will tell you right now, they don't look like Indians to me, and they don't look like the Indians. Now, maybe we say politically correct or not politically correct. They don't look like Indians to me, and they don't look like Indians to Indians, and a lot of people are laughing at it, and you're telling how tough it is, how rough it is to get approved. Well, you go up to Connecticut, and you look. Now, they don't look like Indians to me, sir.
Thank God that's not the test of whether or not people have rights in this country or not, whether or not they pass your look test.
Depends whether or not you're approving it, sir.
No, it's not a question whether I'm approving it. It's not a question whether I'm approving it. Mr. Trump, you know in the history of this country where we've heard this discussion before, they don't look Jewish to me.
Oh, really?
They don't look Indian to me. They don't look Italian to me.
Mm-hmm.
And that was a test for whether people could go into business.
The indigenous African American.
So here's what I mean by the people at play.
You got these Jewish people, right, feeling sorry for black folks, knowing their history, that the Jews and the Moors worked together. And I'm not saying they're all African American or Africans with an American experience, right? Shout out to you, Wabos. Hit the link, please. You're always welcome to talk shit here. Let's see how much you can handle the mind. But, you know, let me show you this last video here, and then I'm going to read a book, bring you some points, and then we should be all set. Because even these people, even people from other countries know what you guys don't know. Okay, so I found this video.
Hello, I'm Adrian Hernandez with.
Found this video of this young lady, and she's got like satire type of deal going on, right? So let's listen to this satire. I'm gonna speed it up. Hold on a second. Stop. I just find it interesting because of the stuff that she says. You see, we're being told and misled that, oh, they suffered so much even in Germany or in Russia. You know, I was going to do a class on the history of Khazars, and I was going to bring this out because I did find that Bolsheviks have something to do with Khazars. But I'm going to let her share it because I think it's good. So I think this young lady is from Romania. She speaks Spanish as well. But I find this rather interesting. And then we're going to move on to one of the books I've showed you with it before. It's called The Perils. What is it? The Perils of the Republic. All right, so let's listen in real quick.
Christian evangelist. I think I'm a good person. Look, I'm Christian evangelist and I stand with Israel. You're stupid. There, diagnosed. Next. Why? Let me see if I understand. It's because God chosen people, right? Yes. So you're telling me that God is unfair and racist and agrees with ethnic cleansing. Basically like a tribal God, a partial God that favors some people above others. Are you sure you're talking about God? Oh, that's blasphemy. Blasphemy. Are you sure? Because you're the one who's speaking about the God who discriminates, a God who allows those so-called chosen people to butcher, to create a genocide, and to steal land. Are you even sure you're a Christian? And you know the rules of Christianity. You know, don't steal, don't kill. There are 10 rules. Are you sure? Yeah, but the Holocaust and 6 million people and the biggest tragedy? Let me guess, the next phrase is gonna be you're anti-Semitic to Eastern Europeans who think they're from the land, isn't it?
Oh, that was good. She said Europeans who think they're from the land. All right, I like that. Look.
Isn't it? Actually, the Holocaust was to Eastern Europeans who think they're from the land, isn't it? Actually, the Holocaust was a tragedy, but by far not the biggest. Dear Christian, do you know about the 20 million Christians, or more actually, that were butchered in concentration camps by the Bolsheviks? Why don't you speak about Armenia? It's the oldest Christian country in the world, and actually Israel is supplying weapons to kill Christians. So, what kind of Christian you are? Oh, but Bolsheviks? Nothing to do with Israel. Well, actually, the administration of the Bolsheviks, 427 out of 525, they were Jewish. You know, the ones in power, the elected ones from the Bolsheviks, they were Jewish. So, what shall we do, the Christians, after more than 20 million Christians butchered? Yeah, because they...
Now, in case this passes you by, you do know that World War I had a lot to do with that right there, to break up that power. So in case you don't know, Bolsheviks had a vast amount of Jewish influence in their armies and their government. Don't they say that they killed a lot of so-called Jewish, Polish people? No one ever talks about that. And isn't that where Stalin also came out of? No one ever talks about that now, do you? But let's continue.
We're Christians. Shall we do our own land? No? In the name of God? I'm asking you, Christian. This is what religion is about? That's why you support what you support? Or you're just simply, as I said from the beginning, stupid? Yeah, but, you know, the Muslims and with us, with the Christians, like... What? Tell me, Hollywood, what did you learn? Do you know that in Islam, Jesus Christ is respected and is portrayed as a messenger of God? But where Jesus Christ is portrayed as he should boil in excrements, and Virgin Mary is a prostitute. Exactly, you guessed it. But I guess I should be anti-Semitic if I say it. So what you're cheering for, evangelist Christian? What you're cheering for? And I'm telling you this as a Christian, because you know, they love to brainwash you in thinking that you should hate Muslims, you know? What you're
She goes on a couple other things, and I don't want to get off topic. But anyhow, all right, so let me show you this real quick. Let's go back to the point here, because this is the man
And
we're
they say
talking
he
about.
left troops in Syria. You know what I did? I left troops to take the oil. I took the oil. The only troops I have are taking the oil.
Venezuela. How about we're buying oil from Venezuela? When I left, Venezuela was ready to collapse. We would have taken it over. We would have gotten all that oil. It would have been right next door.
Excuse me, I didn't. I'm the one that gave Ukraine offensive weapons and tank killers. Obama, you know what he sent? He sent pillows and blankets.
We here are focused.
Is Trump, right? All right. I've showed you guys this book before. I want you to pay attention, close attention to this book here. It's called The Perils of a Republic by Percy Maga or Percy Magan. It's written in, or printed, I should say. Let me see the year. 1899, okay? So it's got some points here that I want to make. Let's go to page 156. You see, I've been reading this book off and on, right? And a couple pages reminded me of something that I had read. And it reminded me of where people are going. Now, I'm not saying that Donald Trump is but what I think is, I think he is a piece of, let me see if I can find it, because I thought I had it here. Let me see if I can go to my history. Go to my history here. Here it goes.
I want to stress.
I heard this guy say this, and this is what I believe. Like, you know, like, for example, with me, and I'm hoping about my problem. You know what I mean? And I don't call it a problem, because I thank the Lord and I thank the Most High for giving me the strength and the power and the understanding to be willing to put the drink down. It's not easy, man. You know, that's two weeks of sobriety so far. All praises to the Most High for that. You know? And I'm gonna try to. Oh shit! I'm not gonna try. I'm gonna have to. I got no choice, man. In case you guys don't know, I ended up in the hospital. In case you don't know. Seriously, I ended up in the hospital. Sometimes it takes that shit to wake up. Anyway, so listen to this. This guy says this. They're very important, and I really agree with it. Because again, it's not about Trump per se. It's again, remember the beast. It moves with nations. It deals with nations. There's a leader, but then it deals with nations, right? All allowed in the power, but again, it deals with nations. So let's listen in.
Donald Trump is not the threat. He is not the threat. He is the symptom of the disease. The venereal disease that this country has is white Christian nationalism. It is the form of American fascism. And it has metastasized on the ball sack of America. And the wart that is the visual symptom is Trump.
Listen to what he's saying. This is actually really powerful what he's talking about, because he's saying that se ha mastizado, you know what I mean? Masticized, like it really has
clamped on the huevos of this mega Nazi movement, evangelical concept that this one man is going to speak on their behalf. And I'm going to show you how 125 years ago they wrote this. That's why I started the class with, this isn't our first rodeo, family. We've been here before. You guys better really take those scriptures sincerely, man, and examine yourselves. Get rid of all those clods that we all know we got, and do that shit daily. Repent, reflect, and repeat. Repent, reflect, and repeat. I'm telling you this, man. And I'm telling you because I know I've failed. Lord willing, he gives me a chance because, bro, I was almost gone. Let's go.
And no matter how many times we cut that wart off, we will not rid ourselves of the venereal disease of white Christian nationalism. We must deal with this at the ballot box. That is where we win this fight. I want to stress, Donald.
Maybe some of them feel it. You know what I mean? Maybe some of them do. I don't know. But I do know this, that this is real. From Perils of Republic, I want you to pay attention to, and I'm going to read several pages, okay? So stick with me, because this is important. We start off with, let's say, here. Page 156, right? The things which have come to pass, and which are written out in this book, both those concerning Rome and the United States. We have also been written long before the prophecies of the book of the books, Revelations, and I'm sorry, on the sacred leaves of the Holy Scriptures, because books are made out of book. You know what I'm saying? Tree. This is not a chimera, but a fact, or chimera, I believe, a reasonable fact, and one of the deepest interests to all citizens of the U.S. It is fashionable nowadays to scoff at the idea that the Bible gives any instruction concerning the affairs of nations. It's true. Nobody believes this no more. You guys want to go with your own doctrines and you're only focusing on destroying one set of people. BHI, eat them, eat them, eat them. Yet they were hiding the fact that black conquistadors came with them as well. Why? I'll leave you guys to ponder on that one. This is not, I'm sorry, it is fashionable nowadays to scoff at the idea that the Bible gives any instructions concerning the affairs of nations. So you that are super Christian, right, you come into this channel and try to tell me, the Bible's for everybody. So then you stand behind the doctrine of discovery. Manifest destiny. You Christians, you Christmas Christians sit behind that. And you don't even know it. You're raping your own mother by doing that, and you're one of our kind. It says here, but nevertheless, a very large portion of the Word of God is simply a history of the nations and a record of God's dealings with them. Nothing can be more true or evident than that God keeps an account, not only with every individual. This is why I said this isn't your first rodeo. You better get it right. If you're out there teaching and you got vicios in you, bro, stop. Sit back, shut the F up, and examine and reflect and repent and do it as much as you can. The time will come when you're all ready. Consider yourselves a tree. If you're not rooted well, you're going to grow a branch that's crooked as hell and it'll never get fixed. That's why it's important to establish a foundation. If you don't have one, what are you teaching? Not only can it be more true or evident than God keeps an account, not only with every individual, but also with every family, every city, and every state. Keep your house in order, get your house in order, and make sure your house is right, because that fire is going to come into them first. First of all, on you for not teaching them, and second of all, for you not reflecting the fact that you might have destroyed them and didn't repent on that and ask them for forgiveness. No, but you know what? Some of us are so proud we think we know everything. What is our wife to be questioning us, or our kids? Y'all are stupid, bro. When Abraham and his followers entered the land of Canaan, they were not permitted to destroy the sinful inhabitants. You see, Abraham did go into that land in Haran, and he went there, but he wasn't destroying Canaan. No, the Most High allows things to happen at his good old time. At his good old time. That's what it's basically saying here. But he said, Yahoo, addressing the father of the faithful and referring to Israel, in the fourth generation they shall come hither, again, for the iniquity of the Amorites is not yet full. And in the fourth generation, they did come. They did come thither again. And by the command of the Lord, they slew and speared not. This was Joshua. This is why a lot of you guys, you know, if you go into these camps and they don't really answer your questions, you got to start wondering, well, who the hell is Canaan? Well, it's because they know that they're Canaan and they don't want to admit it. But anyway, regarding Canaan and why they were kicked out, and Amorites and Jebusites and all those wicked ass nations, right? Here it goes right here. Wisdom of Solomon 12:3. It says, for it was thy will to destroy by the hands of our fathers both those old inhabitants of thy holy land. Canaan and his family. You know what I mean? The sons of Ham, those guys. You weren't supposed to be there, Canaan. And just like today, your Revelation 2:9 brother is actually doing it in Israel right now. They're doing it over there and you're doing it here. You're claiming that you are the original natives of this land and they're claiming that they're the original natives of that land. Isn't that funny? To me, that's just so ridiculous. But again, I understand the spirit that you deal with. The spirit of Cain. You are of your father, the devil, whom thou hated for doing most odious works of witchcraft and wicked sacrifices. So we know now that that's why Sodom and Gomorrah was destroyed, because there were a portion of them. And also those merciless murderers of children and devourers of men's flesh and the feast of blood. Because if you read Enoch, I believe it's Enoch, it talks about how the spirits taught the men to kill embryos in the womb. With their priests out of the midst of their idolatrous crew, and the parents that killed with their own hands souls destitute of help, that the land which thou esteemest above all others might receive a worthy colony of God's children. Which is why here, when Abraham went into Canaan, he didn't destroy them right away, because their time was not yet full. Follow me here, because this is exactly what we're going to. Because the time wasn't yet full. In 1492, it was bound to happen. Matter of fact, here, our indigenous, heritage or historical stories do say that we had an idea that a nation was going to come from afar, and that was when we were going to be destroyed. That made it. And it's funny because I was reading this. Let me see if I still have it. I was reading this chapter, and is it here? No, hold on. Or is it here? Let me see. Where's my? No, it wasn't this one. I was reading this chapter, and something got my attention. Another possible connection of how, I think it's in Isaiah. It talked about sending us, punishing us, and then there was only 1/10 that was going to be left remaining. The stump. That's right. Give me a second. That's right. I was looking at it. Stump. Thank you. Hold on a second. Now, I was just reading this the other day, or earlier today. Where the command to leave the stump, thy root, it should be after thee, the north. Hold on a second. Is this one? Now, anyways, I don't want to lose point. So let's continue. All right, so let's go here on page 157. Okay. Now check this out. When the angels visited Abraham under the oaks on the plains of Manre, the Lord spake to them concerning the cities of Sodom and Gomorrah. That's when he said, yo, get out. Okay. All right. So now let's get to a good point here. Page 158. We're going to start right there. The same God who watched over the nations of the Amorites and destroyed them when their cup of iniquity was full. The same God who kept records of the gay pleasures and grievous sins of the people of Sodom and Gomorrah, and who consumed them in the fearful flames when they had passed unseen lines. The same one also kept watch over the Republic of Rome, which, by the way, mind you, they became an empire. Then they became a church and state. And is keeping watch also. The same one also kept watch over the Republic of Rome and is keeping watch over the Republic of the United States. In the wonderful prophecies traced with the pencil of the Holy Ghost, the history of these two is written, and was written long before their either came into existence. It was written to the intent that the living might know that the Most High ruleth in the kingdom of them and give it to whomever he will. That's why when I have dumbasses Christians coming over here, especially crackety cracks and shit, trying to tell us how we're stupid or dumb, and they think they're so great, or some type of civilization that civilized us, right? This is why I remind them of that they're only there for a bad reason, not because you're smarter. And the only reason you have any kind of intelligence is because you're dealing with spirits. And I know that now. I know that now. We're not done yet. This is getting hot. There are many who believe that the churches, hold on, there are many who believe that the churches and churchmen should have nothing to do with politics. Now we're getting into it. What exactly is the Christian nationalist talking about? Church and state. Yeah, church and state. None hold this view more staunchly than I do. Nevertheless, it is a true today, as it was in centuries past and gone, that prophets and priests are sent by the Lord to warn kings and nations concerning the retribution which will be visited upon them by the kings of kings and the Lord of lords, if they depart from the path which is a divine hand has mapped out for their feet. This is why it's so interesting, mapped out for their feet. Because if you realize the last nation, the last kingdom, it says that it was the toes. It'll be like Mary clay and iron, and it just won't mix. This is what happens. Democrats, Republicans, black, white, Asians, Arabs. We already know we're not part of the picture. Hispanics, get that in your mind. You mean nothing to them. Nothing. Even though your GPD is like $3.6 trillion, you're about 60% of the population, but they don't give a F about you because it's about blackity black, whites, and Khazars. That's what it is. That's what it is. I hate to tell you. I know I offend people, but oh well. In these senses, and in this sense only, do I believe that the voice of the ambassador of the Meshiach should be heard in the courts and Congress of human powers of earthly governments. It is because of, I firmly believe that if the United States persists in the course she has entered upon, you see, this happened 130, almost 30 years ago. This progression of church and state has been going on for quite some time. And we're there right now. We are there right now of a nation of people that want church and state. It says here, and it is because I firmly believe that if the United States persists in the course she has entered upon, her ruin and the ruins of the world can be the only result. That I have penned these lines. Prophets were sent to the heathen kings as well as to the monarch who sat on Israel's throne. They were sent because God loved the people and did all that the infinite love and mercy could do to save them from general doom. If the nations as a whole heeded not, listen, if the nations as a whole heeded not, it was often the case. We saw with Abraham, he's like, hey man, if there's any good people, if there's one, but they ain't. There were individuals who listened to the voice of the ambassadors of the Lord and were kept from the dire troubles which God has sent upon the rebellious state. Then he says, my life has been devoted to the affairs of religion and spirituality. I have never been a member of in any sense of any political party, and have never in my life cast a vote in city, state, or national elections. In saying this, I would in no sense judge my brethren to have considered it duty to do this. This is why I tell y'all, brothers, why are you voting? You're not supposed to. It has nothing to do with the Bible. But some of you guys do. Some of you guys still, you think you're U.S. citizens. Like, really? It says, suffice it to say that it has been my conviction that as a citizen of the kingdom of heaven and as an ambassador of the Meshiach, I would serve humanity the best by holding entirely aloof from the political strifes, which divide men in factions and parties, and devoting my strength to the sweetest of all ministries, that is the reconciliation between Christ and the sinner. Watch this. Let me skip a little bit here. In the Bible, by the pen of the prophet Daniel and of the revelator John, we have in advance of its enactment the history of Rome and the United States, the two great republics of the West. Daniel spake and said, I saw in my vision by night, behold, 4 winds to heaven strove up the great sea, and 4 great beasts came upon the sea, diverse one from another. Now, you guys know this. This is all Daniel, right? Talking about the beasts, what they look like, okay? We understand that. I don't think I have to go and read all that for you guys, because I mean, technically, you guys can't read it for yourself. So let me get to the point here that I want to get to. Let's see here. Here goes right here. Watch this. Now, these 4 kingdoms are named outright in another place in the Bible. They were Babylon, Media-Persia, Greece, and Rome. Rome was the 4th and was diverse from all before it, in that it was a republic. Pay attention. Now, while it was a republic that Rome devoured, break in pieces, and stamped the residue of his feet. Moreover, in Daniel 8:20 and 25, it is written of the same power, and his power shall be mighty, but not by his own power. And he shall destroy wonderfully and shall prosper in practice, and shall destroy the mighty and the holy people. And through his policy also he shall cause craft to prosper in his hand. And he shall magnify himself in his heart, and by peace shall destroy many. He shall also stand up against the prince as a prince, but he shall be broken without hand. Okay, so we understand this here real quick. Watch this. Just what this crafty, peaceful, destroying policy and how his power became mighty, but not by his own power, has already been set forth clearly from the history of this chapter. By the history, I have shown that Rome, being a republic, a government of the people, made pretension to liberty and to the love of liberty. We hear that here too as well. Only for the sake of liberty. We hear that here too as well. That for this reason, Rome pretended to love and desire the liberty for other people. This is why what happened in Venezuela was not. In America, they're telling you guys that Maduro did not win. But if you listen to Spanish actual news, not regular channels, you find out that he won fair and square, and that there was a coup d'etat from a CIA agent in America. And you heard Donald Trump say, I want the oil of Venezuela. Why do you think he says in the first day, I'm going to close the borders and drill, supposedly to get oil? No. Close the borders and invade Venezuela. I'm not stupid. I follow history. I know what you guys are doing. Because it was Donald Trump that created the sanctions for Venezuelans to start migrating this way. That's why the whole exodus is the whole cause. He caused it because he knew, and they knew he was going to be back again. Again, family, this is not your first rodeo. Wake up. Check this out. So let's continue here real quick. Let me see here. Let me continue with you. It says here, Rome sent her armies and navies across the seas to fight the battles and win the causes of others, and win the cause of those other peoples. Not only set them free from oppressive powers to enjoy the blessings of liberty, of which Rome was the conservator in the world. And then when the battles were fought, the victories won, and the people delivered, those people were not free. They were more bound and more hopeless than ever before. Isn't that what America has done to all Latin America? Anglo and Black America? You guys cannot go and try to separate yourself from the white man, man. Yeah, I know you guys like to do that shit. No, we ain't teaming up. There was black and white conquistadors. You're not changing that story. Not in this channel. Because of the Romans' greater power than that of the former oppressors. Now, we know that, Africa was also in cahoots with Romans. Because one of the first African popes outside of Rome was an African. In case you guys don't remember Hannibal, like Hannibal, like the historian Hannibal, he was an African. Popes came out of Africa too. Christianity's not new to black people. Stop your fucking, excuse my language, stop your lying. I don't like it when you guys lie. You guys are liars. Hit the link and tell me that I'm wrong. Just please somebody. And I mean, it would be nice if you can come to my channel and say, you are wrong. And here's why I'm going to show you you're wrong. Matter of fact, if you can prove me wrong, I'll shut the channel down. But you guys can't. They were more bound and more helpless than ever before because Romans' greater power than that of the former oppressor. And today, no man can intelligently read that history of the Republic of Rome before any audience in the United States without that audience seeing the Republic of the United States perfectly outlined up to date. Now, I point a particular to be considered in that this history of the Republic of Rome was sketched in the book of Daniel 340 years before it occurred. And then sketch was closed up, sealed, not for 340 years, not till 198 BC and onward, but for 2,400 years till the time of the end. That's why I'm going to say this. I don't agree that 70 AD has anything to do with Deuteronomy 28. I don't agree with it. You want to know why? I'll show you why. I'm going to tell you why. Okay, I'm going to tell you why. Because I don't think, from my understanding, from historically speaking, historically knowing, historically researching this information, I don't think this happened in Jerusalem. Okay, I want you to pay attention. Deuteronomy 28:21, the Lord shall make thy pestilence cleave unto thee until he hath consumed thee from off the land, whither thou goest to possess it. Those people in Jerusalem, when supposedly it fell, they didn't get fever and inflammation. They didn't get this right here. Deuteronomy 20:27, the Lord shall smite thee with the botch of Egypt, and with the emeralds, and with the scab, and with the itch, whereof thou cannot be healed. The only place that happened and where you were consumed was here in America. That's the only place that happened. In 70 AD, the Jews in that time, they didn't get botches of Egypt. Show me in the Bible where they got botches of Egypt when 70 AD happened. Here, I'm waiting right now. Nowhere in the Bible does it say that the Jews got botches of Egypt in 70 AD. This is why this guy's saying that. It didn't happen then. It happened now. Why was this sketch of the Roman Republic written and then closed up and sealed until time 2,000 years after that republic had failed? As a republic and became imperial? Because America was a republic once. That's why it's called the perils of a republic. But now America is an empire. Don't they sanction everybody that they want? Why do you think inflation is going on right now? Inflation is because they're not able to sanction as many people, as many countries, and use up all the resources as cheap as it used to be. That's why you don't see 99-cent stores anymore, brothers and sisters. The scripture said that when the visuals start getting cheap, people are going to think, oh yeah, things are good. As soon as you see them disappear, that's when shit's going to start hitting the fan. And we're seeing it right now. Check this. It was because of this, the time of the end, there would be another republic that would go over the same course as did that republic, would apostatize from republicanism into imperialism. Moreover, it was a state composed of this apostasy of a republic into imperialism. It was such a state with which the apostate church of early days, the man of sin, the Bible, united. And this union made the papacy, the first beast of the Bible, as mentioned in Revelation 13. Let's continue. In the same 13th chapter of Revelation, it is written, and I beheld another beast coming out of the earth, and he had 2 horns like a lamb, and he spake as a dragon. Here is depicted the rise of the United States, coming up peacefully out of the earth, instead of forming amidst long years of tumult and fighting, as was the case with all the other powers. It was represented as having 2 horns like a lamb. A horn in prophecy signifies power, and the 2 great principles which have given the power of the U.S. that made her what she is today are Protestantism and Republicanism. The Republicans, Democrats, the 2 horns that rule countries based on policies that they pass. I think it's pretty clear. We're talking about this particular empire. I don't know how you guys are reading it, but I'm reading it the way it's being read, and I'm seeing it very clear. But Protestantism and Republicanism are both in their spirit pacific. That is, they are lamb-like. Hence the word, had 2 horns like a lamb. You see, they try to bring policy and peace. We want to help this country become democratic through policy of Democrats and Republicans, through sanctionings and oppressive powers, as we see. Here, let me help you against your oppressor, like they did to Cuba. Well, they tried. They tried. But they did to Puerto Rico, right? They definitely did that. Puerto Rico was part of Spain. We'll help you, Puerto Ricans. Okay. Nah, we're going to oppress you, Puerto Ricans. Now, if you only know what's going on in Puerto Rico right now, it's horrible, man. It is obvious from that should these 2 horns of power be plucked up, as it were, should they be abandoned, should they be abandoned and Roman Catholic principles in these things religious, in things religious, and monarchical ideas in things civil, take possession of this government. Then at once everything that is lenient and lamb-like in the government would at that very moment disappear. Why? Christian nationalists. Not through peace will they pass laws. No. You know what Project 2025 is talking about. One man is representing that entire nation. In other words, it is the prevalence of these two principles, Protestantism and Republicanism, which alone makes the government lamb-like in its nature. Now let's skip to this particular part right here. Let me see this. Hold on. Give me a second. Vindicating, yeah, let me skip here. The converse of respect, the principle of Protestantism, Christianity. Okay, here goes here. The principles of Protestantism are the true principles of Christianity, the Christianity of the Bible. The principles of Republicanism are also the principles of God in the Bible in things civil. But it is said concerning the beast, which symbolizes the United States in the Bible, that he had two horns like a lamb and spake as a dragon. Here are two things happening together at the same time and totally incompatible with one another. That which is lamb-like, speaking as a dragon. Now a thing that is lamb-like cannot possibly speak as a dragon and still retain its lamb-like disposition. It therefore follows that the scriptures have portrayed that the United States, when in the name retain its lamb-like principles of the Protestantism and Republicanism, but in nature and in practice, it will deny them. Why? What exactly do these Democrats are telling these Republicans? What did Jesus do? Wasn't Jesus a socialist? Jesus helped the poor, fed the needy. These guys aren't saying that. They're not saying that at all. They want Mexicans to leave this country. They want beaners to get out of here. That's what they're saying. That's what it says here. This is a national hypocrisy. Because again, they're portraying themselves to be scriptural, right? Behind the lamb-like principles of Protestantism and Republicanism, whoa, we're about equality and civility and conservatism and, equal rights. And no, but they deny. Matter of fact, you nationalists, you mega nationalists, do you guys realize that most Hispanic Hispanic, so-called Hispanics are Christians? Do you guys realize that? So you're passing laws to oppress other Christians, but you don't call them Christians. You call them illegal aliens, wetbacks, spics, even though they're Christians like you. This is a national hypocrisy. Yeah, it is national apostasy. There may never in these United States exist openly, outwardly, in the name, a union of church and state, which constitutes itself as an abandonment of Protestantism. But the thing itself will be, and even now is here. We may never have an emperor with a crown upon his brow, but Rome was imperial, and an empire for long years while still retaining the image and name of a republic. Check this out. Now, the first beast was Rome. We know that. Once a republic, but apostatized in the imperial monarchy. Degenerated into a military despotism. United with the church, once Protestant in principle, but apostate in the papacy. The union of these two was, I say, the first beast. Let me see if I could. Now, let me continue. We're almost done on this one. Now, when in the prophecy, the image of the beast is to be made, it is said to them that dwell on the earth that they should make an image of the beast. Now, he's talking about how they start including the Bible here, okay? So it says here, this shows that this is all done in place where there is no union of church and state. That it is true of the United States at its formation. And it is not true of any other nation that was ever on earth, meaning that the U.S. started as a state. The first amendment, I think the Declaration of Independence, the very first one says that there's no such thing as church and state. These things show that the nation is first a republic, and that this nation is the one where these things are at last done. But these things cannot be done in a true republic, for they are positively antagonistic to it in principle. For these things to be done in a country professing to be a republic, there must be an apostasy from the principle of a true republic. Watch this. Already there has been an apostasy from the principle of Protestantism, for the principle of a separation of church and state. the Congress of the United States, the executive, and the judiciary of the United States are already committed to the papal principle as opposed to the Protestantism. This has already been done by congressional legislation, executive action, and judicial decisions, basically saying they've been separating church and state since the get-go, right? All three arms of the federal government have already inferred in behalf of the religious institutions, in behalf of the Sunday and Sunday laws. Already here in the home of freedom, men have been arrested and thrown into prison. So now it's talking about that even though they're claiming not to be church and state, I apologize, in secret, they move like church and state. Already here in the home of freedom, men have been arrested and thrown into prison and even committed to chain gang in company with the loathsome criminals simply because they could not consciously observe the first day of the week. I never heard that. Into the history of this apostasy from Protestant principles, I cannot go. It is fully written in other works. So here's where it gets really interesting, family. A true republic can never unite with papal principles. But now the republic is apostatizing from the republicanism and uniting with the apostate Protestant principles, the WASP. That's why they're talking about white nationalists or white Anglo-Saxon Protestant nationalists. This is itself an image to the beast, church and state. Already this nation has commenced a war against men who plead for republican principles in their land and their island home. Listen to this. Already this nation has commenced a war against men who plead for republican principles in their island home. And according to the prophecy, it is yet to go the furthest step in its awful path and kill men for desiring Protestant principles in the United States. Wow. For it is written of the United States, and he had power to give life unto the image of the beast, that the image of the beast should both speak and cause that as many would not worship the image of the beast should be killed. Here we're seeing something very similar. So we see that the union of church and state in Rome hastened and actually wrought the ruins of that apostate republic. Even so now will this union hasten and cause the ruins of this so far apostate republic. It's talking about America. And the sketches of the history of the former was written in the book of the prophet Daniel then, and closed up and sealed until now, so that they that be wise, he who has an ear, let him hear, may understand what to do to escape the evil and the ruins that will come. And even now hastens a ruin that will come to this modern great republic, as surely as came to the ruin of that ancient great republic. This national apostasy is proceeding daily before the eyes of all the people. And as national apostasy progresses, meaning white nationalism, national ruin hastens. And with this national ruin comes the ruins of the world and every nation in the world. Check this out. This is why I named the class Amity or Armageddon. Because listen to this. MAGA, right? Let's do this real quick. Let's play this again.
Trump is not the threat. He is not the threat. He is the symptom of the disease. The venereal disease that this country has is white Christian nationalism. It is the form of American fascism. And it has metastasized on the ball sack of America. And the wart that is the visual symptom is Trump. And no matter how many times we cut that wart off, we will not rid ourselves of the venereal disease of white Christian nationalism. We must deal with this at the ballot box. That is where we win this fight. I want to stress.
And you know what? This guy is not kidding, because I think he's seeing the ruins of where these people are going. The nonsense, the stupidity, the hypocrisy. I mean, it's just like just blatant, straight racism, and they don't care anymore. Like it doesn't matter to them anymore, any longer. It's just like, yo, listen, we yeah, you know, DI, bruh, DI. You know, we want Trump. We want Trump as a dictator. Watch this. Trump as a dictator.
Are sky-high production costs making you say, oh no? Say yes.
Under no circumstances, you are promising America tonight, you would never abuse power as retribution against anybody.
Except for day one.
Except
Look,
what?
he's going crazy. Except for day one.
Meaning?
I want to close the border and I want to drill.
That's
drill,
not. That's
drill.
That's not.
No, no.
That's not retribution.
I'm gonna be. You know, he keeps. We love this guy. He says, "You're not going to be a dictator, are you?" I said, "No, no, no. Other than day one, we're closing the border and we're drilling. After that, I'm not a dictator."
So
okay?
that sounds to me like you're going back to the policies when you were president.
You guys think I'm kidding? Let's read. That's why I called it Amity or Armageddon. Amity or Armageddon. Because these people stand behind Trump, speak on behalf of Trump, want Trump to dictate them, to rule them, to be their king, and no one else. So that's why I said Amity or Armageddon. Are we looking at people that really care about peace? Let's see. Now, this was written in 1899, mind you. Look what it says. The people of this world, meaning America, you know what I mean? You know how in the Bible talks about, I speak openly to the world, to the Jews. In this case, the people of this world, black and white, you guys ain't getting away with it. You're not going to let the white man burn by himself. No, no, Mr. Blackity Black, you're going to burn with him too. The Khazars, because look, this is the three amigos. The gringos, the Khazars, and the Africans within American experience. You that want to be us natives, or you that claim to be BHI. The other ones that don't even deal with this shit, well, I ain't talking to you. We're talking about this genre of people here. Because I want to show you this. I want to show you something. You that leadeth into captivity shall go into captivity. You that kill with the sword shall be dying with the sword. Because remember, they were black and white conquistadors when they came to this country. You guys don't even realize this. Since 1492, they made you irrelevant. We've been sitting back watching their whole soap opera play in our face. And we're naive about it. Oh, why? Because you want to fit in? Look, man, you already know how it goes. You try to fit in with the gringo, they remind you're Mexican. You try to fit in with the negro, they remind you Mexican. You try to fit in with the Khazar, they remind you you're a servant. Stop. Just stop. Check this out. The people of this world are proclaiming peace. MAGA. We are conservatives, they say, right? And preparing for war. They said, don't threat on me. Civil war. If we lose, we're going to go to civil war. Never has there been a state of affairs so utterly incongruous, meaning that they really just don't even like, it just doesn't make no sense. You say you like the Constitution, but then you want to break the Constitution. You say you stand behind your laws, but then you want a king. You ran away from kings to want a king. Never has there been a state of affairs so utterly incongruous. Watch this. With one voice, men unite in declaring that the halcyon days are at hand. The what? Check this out. What does that word mean? That word means characterized by happiness, great success, prosperity. Prosperity relating to the halcyon entry or its nesting period. A bird identified with the kingfisher. Hold on, let me see another one. Let's go back. Let's get another definition here. Let's go this one here. It says here, calm, peace, tranquil, well-to-do, well-off, rich, flourishing, the golden days, make America great again. With one voice, men under Trump unite in declaring that the good old days are at hand, everybody. While at the same time, they get ready for the biggest game of powder and projectile that has ever been proposed during the history of the earth. This is mega right here. These people of this world are proclaiming peace and are preparing for war. Never has there been a state of affairs so utterly incongruent, meaning just like water and oil. With one voice, the evangelicals, the white evangelicals, the black evangelicals, black Republicans, white Republicans, with one voice, men unite under Trump in declaring that the good old days, make America great again, are at hand. We can't let these spicks and brown people come and change our ways of life after 1960. They changed the demographics of America. With one voice, one man, they unite declaring the good old days are gone. Make America great again. While at the same time, they get ready for the biggest game of powder, civil war. If Trump don't win, there's going to be civil war and projectile that has ever been proposed during the history of the earth. Have you guys not seen these people walking around with AK-47s? Europe presents the appearance of one vast battlefield with the rival armies of every nation drawn up in military array, waiting for the signal which would announce that the time has come for the fray to commence. Woo! This is why I tell y'all how important it is to be mindful of what you're involved in, what you believe in, and what you're willing to put your plow. Like, if you're willing to do this. You guys think, I mean, look, again, this isn't your first rodeo, and let alone it can't be mine. I don't think so at this point, because most of the things that I understand, I don't think it's because I just learned. It's been in my spirit for some time from other lives. Revelation 1:7, behold, he cometh with a cloud, and every eye shall see him, and they also which pierced him. Those people that stabbed the Meshiacha, they're going to see him again. Remember what Job said? That's why I tell you guys, do not fall for the okie doke. Job 19:25, for I know that my Redeemer liveth, and that he shall stand at the latter days upon the earth. You see this? He is going to stand later on upon the earth. And thou, after my skin, worms destroy this body, not the spirit. Yet in my flesh shall I see God. So here he says that he is going to pass away. His physical presence will leave this dust of the earth, but he is going to come back, whom I shall see for myself. Now, I'm going to tell you something. I don't know about y'all, but if you get to see people, that means you got some eyeballs on you. It means you got some flesh. You got some skin. You got some bone. That's why that other scripture that talks about these bones, will they live again? Will they be born again? Why? Because remember, the circumcision starts in the mind. The work, the trouble, everything is in the mind. It all starts in the mind first. And this is the only way that you can actually protect your spirit, if you harness the mind. Whom I shall see for myself. My eyes shall behold, and not another. You see this? He, like for example, I am going to see this. He says it himself, whom I shall see for myself. My eyes shall behold, and not another. Meaning, you're going to see this. Or you saw this. Or you're pending to see this. Though my reins be consumed within me. Man, oh man. Why do you think, for example, let's go to Acts real quick. I'll give an example. Acts 1:6. It says here, when therefore were come together, they asked of him, saying, Lord, wilt thou at this time restore the kingdom of Israel? At this time, restore. So there was once a kingdom, but then there's going to be once again. And he said unto them, it is not for you to know the times or the seasons which the Father hath put in his own power. But they asked. They really asked, you know what I'm saying? Which, again, take this life serious. Because even though these other nations, I know I'll tell you how they feel. Wisdom of Solomon 2:1, for the ungodly said, reasoning within themselves, but not all right. Our life is short and tedious, and in the death of a man there is no remedy. Neither was there any man known to have returned from the grave. This is what they believe. You die once, y ya estufas, güey. For we are born at all adventure, and we shall be hereafter as though we had never been. You see this? For the breath in our nostrils is as a smoke, and a little spark in the moving of our hearts. But remember what Job said? This chapter here is saying how the other nations think and what they truly believe in their spirit. That's why we have a lot of atheists. That's why people that are Christians really don't believe that they've been here before. And listen, a lot of religions understand reincarnation, regeneration. There is such a thing. There is such a thing. Which being extinguished, our bodies shall be turned into ashes and our spirit shall vanish as the soft air. This is why, scripturally speaking, you're not supposed to burn your body, family. You're supposed to go back into the earth. And our names shall be forgotten in time, and no man shall have our works in remembrance. For our life shall pass away as the trace of a cloud, and shall be dispersed in the mist that is driven away with the beams of the sun, and overcome with the heat thereof. See this? That he says, for our time is the very shadow that passeth away, and after our end there is no returning. For it is fast sealed that no man cometh again. See? We die once, we live once. We have one spirit, we never see that spirit again. That's a lie. Come on, therefore, let us enjoy the good things that are presented. Let us speedily use the creature as in our youth. Meaning when you are so dumb and full of cum, kind of like that concept. Let us fill ourselves with costly wine and anointments. Isn't this what they do every Friday, Saturday, and Sunday? Football, basketball, boxing. Let's get drunk, shit-faced, tossed back. Let's go get that body count. Why? Let us crown ourselves with rosebuds before they wither. Let none of us go without his part of our voluptuousness. Let us leave tokens of our joyfulness in every place, meaning sperm, meaning orgasms, body count after body count, 2,000. For this is our portion and this is our lot. One time I was looking at this real quick, and check this out. I want to show you this. This is why I am so thankful that I have a loving children and a loving daughter. And I don't boast about her, but I'm really proud of her. And I'm thankful that even with my imperfections, my wife was able to hearken, and my kids too. Maybe because I put the fear of God in them, I don't know. But I know that my children and my daughter isn't doing any of this.
In January, February, March, April, May, June, July, August, September, October, November, December.
What's your body count?
Are you gonna post this on TikTok?
No, probably not.
74?
74? What's your body count?
8.5. Welcome back, guys, to another episode of What's Your Body Count. And if you are new to my channel and enjoy my content, a sub would be really appreciated.
What is you guys' body count?
11.
11, okay. So 33, yeah.
4.
4, so quick math, 12.
Why are you multiplying it by 3?
Yeah.
When a girl tells you how many guys she's with, multiply it by 3 and that's the real number.
Can I make it 34 in 12? I can?
Yeah, sure.
Yeah, guys, most women lie about their body counts, so you just multiply the number by 3 and that's the real number. Here.
What is you guys' body counts?
9, 10, 3.
Whoa!
How
much is it?
It's like 11, 12.
11, 12?
Yeah, she's lying.
They must be best friends if they snitch on each other like that.
Next question.
What's your body count?
It's 3.
Oh, it is? That's dope, that's dope.
2. I'm sorry.
Oh, it's 2?
Two.
Okay, bet that.
Done 1,000 yet.
By the way, guys, she's on
1,000. Let us, Wisdom of Solomon 2:9, let us leave tokens of our joyfulness in every place, for this is our portion and our lot is this. But he says in the end, verse 21, such things they did imagine and were deceived, for their own wickedness had blinded them. That's so important for you to understand. This verse right here such things they did imagine. So you that think you live one time, it don't matter, you know what I mean? You've been deceived. For their own wickedness had blinded them, because you do leave provisions for sin. And because you don't examine yourself, because you're afraid. As for the mysteries of God, they knew them not, neither hope they for the wages of righteousness, meaning in this lifetime, I'm going to do my best to do my best. Nor discerned a reward for the blameless souls. Why is that important? Because yes, this life is boring, I guess you could say, to the other people. I guess. For God created man to be immortal and made him to be an image of his own eternity. What does not make you immortal? Sin. Nevertheless, through the envy of the devil came death into the world. And they that do hold of his side do find it. Now, you know what that means? You know what that means? This one right here. I think it's, hold on a second. Where is it? This one right here. Genesis 4:6. And the Lord said unto Cain, why art thou wroth? And why is thy countenance fallen? If thou doest well, thou shalt not be accepted. And if thou doest not well, sin lieth at the door. Sin lieth at the door. That's what that means right there. Nevertheless, Wisdom of Solomon 2:24, nevertheless, through the envy of the devil came death into the world, and they that do hold of his side do find it. Sin lieth at the door. Oh yeah, you'll find it. You'll find it. And you know what? Thank you, bro. Appreciate it, man. Was that one? No, I saw this one right here. Wisdom, 1 Corinthians 15:52. In a moment, in a twinkling of an eye, at the last trumpet, for the trumpet shall sound. This is why it's talking about spiritual, what do you call it? Spiritual, like a spiritual tabernacle, spiritual stones, spiritual bricks, so to speak. It's important you guys understand this. In a moment, in a twinkling of an eye, at the last trumpet, for the trumpet shall sound, and the dead shall be raised incorruptible, and we shall be changed. First of all, you need to cleanse yourself before you get to that point. That's why the work is now. That's why the work is now. The work is now. The work is at hand. At least that's what I see. Because a lot of us, including myself, we bind ourselves in this yoke. We think that we're supposed to come back to it. Galatians 5:1, stand fast, therefore, in the liberty wherewith Meshiacha has made us free, and be not entangled again with the yoke of bondage. Meaning, there's different interpretations in this way, but I'm going to show it in a sense of don't be bound to your iniquities of your past. Move on from that shit, man. Move on. Write it down, put it in a book, and throw it away, and never go back to that vomit again. You have to understand that is the yoke of bondage as well, being committed to your errors and not letting them go. That's why a lot of us still have isms, because we haven't examined ourselves and we still carry some of that garbage. Acts 15:10. Now therefore, why tempt ye God to put a yoke upon the necks of the disciples, which neither our fathers nor we were able to bear? Because guess what, man? Sinning is horrible, bro. If you really are sincere about it, and you know that you made a mistake, you don't want to go back to that. But it's so hard to forget about those things because some of us really sin, like horrible shit. And some of us probably still do. Galatians 5:2, behold, I, Paul, say unto you that if ye be circumcised, the Meshiacha shall profit you nothing. Because it's not about the exterior part, family. For I testify again to every man that is circumcised, that he is a debtor to do the whole law. Now we're talking about those times where those people were being so like, yeah, I kept all the commandments. Well, now you're bound to every single one of them. If you stand up with that type of spirit, the Meshiach is become of no effect unto you. Whosoever of you are justified by law, ye are fallen from grace, meaning you got no space. You got no space to fail. For we, through the Spirit, wait for the hopes of righteousness by faith. Because guess what? I'm going to be the first one to tell you, I don't know everything, man. I don't know if I'm doing it correct, but I do know this. I do know this, that I understand what the word love is in the Bible. I'm understanding it even more and more now. Because some of us, when we hear the word love, we're like, oh, man, I'm not weak, man. I'm strong. No, that's not what it means, bro. For in the Meshiach, neither circumcision availeth anything, nor uncircumcision. Now, that tricks a lot of you guys. Paul says the same shit. I'm sorry, basically, it's Paul talking. Because he was taught that. If you don't examine yourself first, it don't matter how much Bible you know. It don't matter if you know more than the other person. You're worse than they are. Because you can't even keep one commandment right. Like, for example, me. I wasn't getting drunk or anything, but I was drinking too much. Drunkards don't make it into the kingdom. What kind of a fool am I? Circumcision or uncircumcision availeth me nothing, but faith which worketh by love. What is love exactly? A lot of us think we know love. I know what love is. No, bro. Like, sometimes we just walk over these things, and unfortunately, we don't even realize it. This is the love. 2 John 1 and 6. That we walk after his commandments. That we walk. So, for example, if I'm keeping the commandments in my mind, in my spirit, there's no doubt that if we're neighbors, that you're going to be feeling unsure, unsafe, or untrustworthy. How can you live in a world where you don't trust people? We've already been through that. Every single one of us has grown up in a family where we lost trust in the one we love the most. If we cannot trust them to keep their word and follow the rules, then we got no love. If I'm taking care of my family, raising my children right, loving my wife, spending time with each one of them, it's because I'm keeping my commandments. I'm showing love to my brethren. I'm being responsible. If I'm examining myself, I'm working towards getting rid of all these clods. I'm really trying to root myself properly. I'm keeping the laws of the Most High. That means I'm showing love to all of you and my family first. This is the commandment that as ye have heard from the beginning, ye shall walk in it. Let's go back to Galatians. Let's go back to Galatians 5. Watch this real quick. Galatians 5:19. Now the works of the flesh are manifest, which are these: adultery, fornication, uncleanness, and lasciviousness, idolatry, witchcraft, hatred, variance, emulation, wrath, strife, sedition, heresy. Man, this is everybody. Every one of us is either dealt with this or is dealing with this. So, in case you don't know, you can find adultery in Deuteronomy 22, in Leviticus 20. You can find fornication in Deuteronomy 23. You can find uncleanness in Leviticus 11. Dietary laws. Lasciviousness. I would say Romans 13. Lasciviousness is like you're lusting, in secret. Kind of like in Susan, chapter 1. Those priests, those two priests are watching her, checking her out, and you know what I mean? That's lasciviousness, man. You're like lusting over somebody, and you're looking at them in secret, bro. You know what I'm saying? Like idolatry. Where can you find idolatry? Exodus 20. You should have no other idols. Witchcraft. We all know Deuteronomy 18. Hatred. 1 John 4 and 20. Here, I'll show you that one. 1 John 4 and 20. Watch what it says here. If a man say, I love God, and hateth his brother, he is a liar. For he that loveth not his brother, whom he hath seen, how can he love God whom he have not seen? So a lot of us do say that shit. Do you really love? Do you even know what it means? This is serious stuff right here. It's serious stuff. You guys got to really consider what you're reading. We're looking at hatred, variance. Hatred for variance, Deuteronomy 19. Or Matthew 18. Shit, like if you have a problem with your brother, talk to him. A lot of you guys don't do that. You talk shit behind them. I can understand if you disagree on something, but don't say negative. I don't know. How, it's one of those walks, man. It's one of those things where you just, you really know what you need to say. And emulation, that's in case you don't know who Diotrephes is, that's like people that like to emulate out of envy. They want to teach like you. They want to be like you. They want to talk like you. They want things like you have them, but they don't have the gift. So all of a sudden, they just want to be you. Kind of like Wobbles. just like wobbles, man. Let me see if I can end it with this here. This is going to you brothers and sisters out there that are battling and dealing with alcohol. And I'm sharing this with y'all, man, because, you know, I do care about you brothers and sisters that are battling, because I know it's a difficult demon to deal with. But in case you don't know, this is something that historically speaking, we've always battled with. By the way, family, in case you guys would, if I would appreciate it for the sake of, I don't know, man, for the algorithm, I guess, you know, maybe people can catch this channel. It's not like they give a shit. Maybe I ain't black enough or white enough or Jewish enough. That's why I don't have that many subscribers, you know? Because I'll tell you what, if I was black, white, or Jewish saying the shit that I say, because a lot of people are saying the stuff that I've been saying for quite some time, and they got like hundreds of subscribers. So if in case it helps this channel, bro, I'd appreciate if you guys share it. If not, I don't really give a shit. You know what I mean? Anyhow, I'm just gonna try to power through as much as I can, and then you know, I'll let the Most High decide what goes on with this. Let's begin. This is from the Light and Truth, page 270. The book is called Light and Truth, written in 1844. By the way, interesting book, and I've showed this to you guys before. This is an interesting one. You guys are probably gonna find out that R.R. Lewis is a colored man, and this book is interesting because he says that natives and blacks are the, like, you know, like troll chart. But he's not talking about you natives, okay? He's talking about the so-called wobbles. You know, the ones that claim to be the natives from here? Yeah, he's talking about those guys in this book. But I'm going to bring this up for other reasons, okay? So check this out. It says here, several prophetic traits of character given of the Hebrews do accurately apply to the aboriginals of America. Interprets may be first noted. Isaiah, writing about the time of the expulsion of Israel from Canaan and about to predict their restoration, says in Isaiah 28:1, woe to the crown of pride, the drunkards of Ephraim. Ephraim was noted name for the 10 tribes of Israel. The crown of pride, the drunkards of Ephraim shall be trodden under feet. For all tables shall be full of vomit and filthiness, so that there is no place clean. In the course of the description of their drunkenness, that of their rejection and restoration is blended, that the Lord by a mighty one would cast him down to the earth, and their glorious beauty should be like that of the rich flower in fertile valley, which droops, wither, and die. But in the time God will revive it. In that day shall the Lord of hosts be a crown for glory, and for a diadem of beauty unto the residue of these people. None who know the character of the Indians in relation to interference need to be informed that this scripture does most singularly apply to them. Dr. Williams, in his History of Vermont, on this trait of Indian character says, no sooner had the Indians tasted of the spirituous liquors brought by the Europeans that they contracted a new appetite, which they were wholly unable to govern. That's why they call alcohol spirits, family. And if you cannot govern your spirit, you perish. The old and the young, the second, the warrior, and the woman, whenever they can obtain liquors, indulge themselves without moderation and without decency, till universal drunkenness takes place. All the tribes appear to be under the dominion of this appetite and unable to govern it. You see this, family? A writer in the Connecticut magazine assures us of the Indians in Massachusetts when our fathers first arrived there. As soon as they had a taste of ardent spirits, they discovered a strong appetite for them, and their thirst soon became insatiable. And I know what that's like. Not being able to put down the drink, being afraid to pick up one because you don't know if that'll be the only one you'll have. Drinking till you pass out because there's just something that tells you you should go to bed, but you're like, There's still some more beers, or I still got some more liquor. Another trait of the Hebrew characters which singularly applies to the Indians is found in Isaiah 3. The bravery of their tinkling ornaments about their feet, their cowls, their round tires like the moon, their chains, bracelets, mufflers, bonnets, ornaments of the legs, headbands, tablets, earrings, rings, nose jewels, the mantle, the wimples, and the crisping pins. One would imagine the prophet was here indeed, describing the natives of America in their full dress. No other people on earth probably bear a resemblance to such as a degree. The Hebrews. This description was given just before the expulsion of Israel, and nothing would be more likely than their taste for this flashy ornaments should ascend to posterity. For these make the earliest and deepest impressions on the rising generations, and many of the Indians exhibit the horrid contrast which there follows. Mr. Pixley of the Union Mission, being out among the Indians over Sabbath, thus writes in his journal, I have endeavored to pay a little attention to the day, the Sabbath, by building a fire in the woods, and there reading my Bible. In reading the 3rd chapter of the prophet Isaiah, I found in the latter part of the chapter a striking analogy between the situation of these people and the condition of the people about whom the prophet was speaking. This is why I've never agreed that 70 AD was Deuteronomy 28, because those people never got the botches of Egypt. And they never diminished like that. So explain that to me. That's all I'm saying. But anyways, let's continue. Which I have never before discovered. They are presently by the prophet as sitting on the ground, having their secret parts discovered, having given to them, instead of a sweet smell, a stench, instead of a girdle, a rent, instead of well-set hair, baldness, instead of a stomacher, a girding of sackcloth, and burning instead of beauty. In all these particulars, except that of the baldness, the prediction of the prophet is amply fulfilled in these people. That means you people. You, my gente. Even this exception would be removed if we might suppose that they're shaving their heads with a razor. Leaving one small lock on the crown would constitute to the baldness hinted. And certainly, if any woman in the world labor to secure their own bread and water, and yet a number of them be attached to one man to take away their reproach, you will find it among these people, whether the prediction may or may not be applied to them. Wow, they're saying that the women were they really didn't have much place to stay. They were like looking for the men, because without a man, they were in the reproach. Let's continue. The Indians, being in tribes with their heads and names of tribes, afford further light upon this subject. The Hebrews not only had their tribes and heads of tribes, as have the Indians, but they had their animal emblem of their tribes. Dan's emblem was a serpent. By the way, I also found another book which was a serpent and an adder. You know what that is? That means a serpent holding a snake, like the flag of Mexico. Yeah, so that's why I don't believe that they're Issachar. Not all of them. But let's continue. Issachar an ass, Benjamin a wolf, and Judah a lion. And this trait of the characters is not wanting among the natives of this land. They have their wolf tribe, their tiger tribe, the panther tribe, buffalo tribe, bear tribe, deer tribe, raccoon tribe, eagle tribe, and many others. What other nation on earth bears any resemblance to these? None other. Here, no doubt, is Hebrew tradition. Gotcha, bitch. Hold on a second. Viva Mexico, cabrones! Various of the emblems given in Jacob's last blessing have been strikingly fulfilled in the American Indians. Dan shall be a serpent by the way, an adder in the path, that biteth the horse heel, so that the rider shall fall backwards. Benjamin shall raven as a wolf. In the morning he shall devour the prey, and at night he shall devour the spoils. Had the prophetic eyes rested on the American Aborigines, it seems as though no picture could have been more accurate. They're having an imitation of the ancient city of refuge, evidence of the truth of our subject. Their city of refuge has been hinted from Mr. Adair, James Adair. But as this is so convincing an argument, no nation on earth having anything of any kind but the ancient Hebrews and the Indians, the reader shall be more particularly instructed on this article. One of these places of refuge, Mr. Baudonnet says, the town of refuge called Choate is on a large stream of the Mississippi, 5 miles above where Fort Loudoun formerly stood. Here, some years ago, a brave Englishman was protected after killing an Indian warrior in defense of his property. He told Mr. Adair that after some months' stay in this place of refuge, He intended to return to his house in the neighborhood, but the chief told him it would prove fatal to him, so that he was obliged to continue there till he pacified the friends of the deceased by presents to their satisfaction. That's actually biblical. In the upper country of Muskogee, says Dr. Bodino, was an old beloved town called Coasa, which is a place of safety for those who killed undesignedly. In almost every Indian nation, he adds, there are several peaceable towns which are called Old Beloved, holy or white towns. It is not within the memory of the oldest people that the blood was ever shed in them, although they often force persons from them and put them elsewhere to death. Who can read this and not be satisfied of the origin of the Indian tradition? You should be loving this stuff, family. Check this out. A council of the chiefs replied to the missionary of 1805 at the Six Nations by Signium Wata, alias Red Jacket, philanthropist. Oh, he's writing a letter here. He's writing a letter regarding how some of these people move. Okay? So I'm going to read some stuff and then I'm going to skip it because I'm almost done. Friend and brother, he says, it was the will of the Great Spirit that we should meet together this day. He orders all things and has given us a fine day for our council. He has taken his garment from before the sun and caused it to shine with brightness. Our eyes are open that we may see clearly. Our ears are unstopped that we may be able to hear distinctly the word that you have spoken. For all these favors, we thank the Great Spirit and him only. Okay? Then he's telling them, brother, listen. There was a time where our forefathers owned this great island. Their seats extended from the rising to the sun, to the setting sun. The Great Spirit had made it for the use of the Indians. He had created the buffalo, the deer, and other animals for food. He had made the bear and the beaver. Their skins served us for clothing. He had scattered them over the country and taught us how to take them. He had caused the earth to produce corn for bread. All these he has done for his red children because he had loved them. If we had disputes about our hunting ground, they were generally settled without the shedding of blood. You see how they said that we were uncivil? We weren't civilized? Bullshit. But an evil day has come upon us. Your forefathers crossed the great waters and landed on this island. Their numbers were small. They found us as friends and not enemies. This is the white and black people. Yeah, you bastards. They told us that they had fled from their own country through fear of wicked men and had come here to enjoy their religion. They asked us for a small seat. We took pity on them and granted their request, and they sat among us. We gave them corn and meat, and in return, they gave us poison. The white people, having now found our country good, tidings were sent back, and more came among us. Yet we did not fear them. We took them to be friends. They called us brothers. We believed them and gave them a larger seat. At length, their numbers so increased that they wanted more land. They wanted our country. Our eyes were opened and we became uneasy. War took place. Indians were hired to fight against Indians, and many of our people were destroyed. They also distributed liquor among us, which has slain thousands. Brother, our seats were large and yours were small. You have now become a great people, and we have scarcely a place left to spread our blankets. You got our country, but are not satisfied. You want to force your religion upon us. Brother, continue to listen. You say you are sent to instruct us how to worship the Great Spirit, agreeably to his mind. And if we do not take hold of the religion which you teach, we shall be unhappy hereafter. How do we know this to be true? We understand that your religion is written in a book. If it were intended for us as well as you, why has not the Great Spirit given it to us? And not only to us, but why did he not give to our forefathers the knowledge of that book with the means of rightly understanding it? We only know what you tell us about it, like the Christian Compendium, Ave Maria, Padre Nuestro, Los 10 Mandamientos, El Credo, and the Rosario. That's all we knew. That's all they taught us, that we were savages and we had no conception of God. no understanding, and no civility, like that stupid ass African Candace. Yes, I called her that. Candace Owens. I want to send her back to where she's from. You want to know why? You know why? You want to know why? Because she said it out of her own mouth that native Indians were savages eating themselves, smoking, you know, that pipe shit. Why should she listen to natives? Yeah. Can you believe that? We only know what you tell us about it, just like Protestants, WASP, white Anglo-Saxon Protestants, you fucking mega Nazis. We only know what you tell us about it and haven't been so often deceived by white and black people. How should we believe what they say? Now remember, because if you think about this, what's the quarterback from Kansas City? Isn't his daddy black and his mama white? Thank you. Enough said. We only know what you tell us about it and haven't been so often deceived by white people. How should we believe what they say? Brother, you say there is but one way to worship and serve the Great Spirit. If there is but one religion, why do you white people differ so much about it? Why not all agree as you can all read the book? Brother, we do not understand these things. We are told that your religion was given to your forefathers and has been handed down from father to son, which is bullshit, family. And you know damn well that's not what happened. We also have a religion which was given to our forefathers and has been handed down to us. It teaches us to be thankful for all favors received. That's why I tell you, family, stop trying to teach strangers. Teach your family, your daughters, your sons, your wife. You want to be a king, but you can't rule your own home. You want to rule people, but you can't even rule your own self. You want to teach others, but you can't even put the drink down or put the smoke down or put the punani down or put the anger down, the hatred, the variance, the emulation, the malice. Put it all down. No, 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 no. You want to be like these other ones. We also have a religion or a belief, which was given to our forefathers, that has been handed down unto us. It teaches us to be thankful for all favors received, to love each other, and be united. What is 1 John 2 and 6 say? What did 1 John 2 and 6 say? I'm sorry, 1 John 4 and 6, I believe. No, hold on. 1 John 4 and 20. It says right here, if a man say, I love God, and hated his brother, he's a liar. For he that loveth not his brother, whom he have seen, how can you love God whom he have not seen? It teaches us to be thankful for all favors received, and also our tribulations. I'm thankful. I'm thankful that I am a so-called alcoholic, not in practice, because I'm seeing all my flaws. And I love the fact that I can see myself now, because that means that I can actually love myself now, which means I can love other people. Because how can you love other people if you don't know how to love you? If you don't know how to love yourself, how can you learn how to love others? If you can't practice to love yourself, how can you love other people? If the kingdom of God dwelleth in you and you hate yourself, then you hate the Most High and the Meshiacha that dwelleth in you. It's not simple, but it's not easy. It teaches us to be thankful for all favors received, to love each other and be united. We never quarreled about religion. Brother, the Great Spirit made us all, but he has made a great difference between the white and the red children. Ain't that the truth, man? Ain't that the fact? He has given us different complexions and different customs. To you, he has given the arts. To these, he has not opened our eyes. Since he has made so great a difference between us and other things, why may he not have given us a different religion? Ooh, nice. Bruh. The Great Spirit does right. He knows what is best for his children. Brother, we do not want to destroy your religion or take it from you. We only want to enjoy our own. You know, when I came to this country, man, I saw how much my father and my mother suffered, how hard it was for them and the neighborhood that I lived in, man. We couldn't enjoy each other. This country, man, completely separated my family. At one point, back home, we were like together, man, and now we don't even talk. So I do my best to enjoy my little family. That's all I want. I think, and from the brothers that I talk to, that's all we want. And a few sisters. Brother, we have been told that you have been preaching to the white people in this place. These people are our neighbors. We will wait a little and see what effect your preaching has had upon them. If we find it makes them honest and less disposed to cheat Indians, we will then consider again of what you have said. Brother, you have now heard our answer, and this is all we have to say at present. As we are about to part, we will come and take you by the hand, and we hope the Great Spirit will protect you on your journey and return you safe to your friends. Whole families of Christians, Indians were murdered in cool blood by the whites. This circumstance is but 1 in 1,000. Let me read that again. Whole families of Christian Indians were murdered in cold blood by whites. This is 1 of 1,000 stories. Upon the banks of the Ohio, a party of 200 white warriors in 1757, or about that time, came across a settlement of Christian Indians and falsely accused them of being warriors, to which they denied, but all to no purpose. They were determined to massacre them all. They, the Indians, then asked Liberty to prepare for the fatal hour. The white savages then gave them 1 hour, as the historian said. They then prayed together, men in tears and cries, upon their knees, begged pardon of each other of all they had done. After which they informed the white savages that they were now ready. One white man then began with a mallet and knocked them down, and continued his work until he had killed 15 with his own hand. Then saying in ache, he gave his commission to another. And thus they continued till they had massacred nearly 90 men, women, and children. This is your Christianity. This is your WASP. This is exactly what you vote for to this very day, Republicans and Democrats. Stupid Christmas Christians. You want to come to this channel and try to tell me some shit about this? You stand by doctrine of discovery. You believe in manifest destiny. You believe to let these people continue to rape, rob, and pillage your mind and your spirit. What sad tales are these? All these innocents of any crime. What sad tales are these for us to look upon the massacre of our dear fathers, mothers, brothers, and sisters? And if we speak, we are then called savages for complaining. Just like me, when I speak, you call me a fucking racist. A racist. Matter of fact, my own hymn calls me a white man because I don't agree with their stupid 12-tribe chart. You call me a racist because I mentioned the sad tales, because I mentioned the massacre of our fathers, brothers, mothers, and sisters. When I speak, you call me a savage because I'm complaining. Our affections for each other are the same as yours. We think as much of ourselves as the whites do of themselves. You damn fucking right we do. I'm gonna finish it right here. I think this is it right here. Yep, that's it. Let me continue now. The original Indians of the Amazonia, these natives, like all other Americans, hold on, let me stop here real quick. Our affection for each other are the same as yours. We think as much of ourselves as the whites do of themselves. Damn right we do. Let me finish it with this page, and that's it, family. All right, I'm just gonna finish it, and then I'm gonna say shalom, I guess. Give me a second here. I had something else to show you guys, but I'm gonna skip it. Maybe I'll do another class in a couple weeks. I got a lot going on in my household. My son is still sick, so you know he's getting better, but obviously my attention's
focusing on my.
The national average for a gallon of gas.
Sorry. You know, that comes first. That definitely comes first. So I'm gonna play this. Well, I'm not gonna play it now. I'm just getting ready, but I'm gonna end it with this page, and then I'm gonna play a song, and then that's it. Okay. All right, so let's finish it, man. It's almost 10:30. The Aboriginal Indians of Amazonia, these natives, like all other Americans, are of a good stature, have handsome features, long black hair, and copper complexion. Not Afro. Not Afro. You are from Africa. Shut your ass up, Wobble. They are said to have a taste for imitative arts, especially painting and sculpture. Very true. That was naturally made for me. And make good mechanics. They spin and weave cotton cloth and build their houses with wood and clay and attach them with reeds. Their arms in general are darts and javelins, bows and arrows with targets of cane or fish skin. The several nations are governed by their chief or caciques. America was originally peopled by Christian nations, which lived mostly by hunting and fishing. The Europeans who first visited these shores treated the natives as wild beasts of the forest and hunted the Indians down with hogs and guns. And dogs too. Oh, sorry, with dogs and guns. Wow, I don't know why I read it that way. The native, and remember that, and hunted the Indians down with dogs and guns. You guys know the video I have. The native inhabitants of America are of a copper color, red, black, and white. Because we came in varied colors. Have black. But family, let's remind some of these folios that if you read the book from Samuel S. Morton, which a lot of these Wabos love, well, I want to say Africans from West Africa who want to claim they're natives. I don't want to say Wabos because you guys are not no Aboriginal. You definitely want to be. But anyways, Samuel Morton, his book, clearly, and it's called, I believe, Crania. Give me a second. Just since I brought it up, I don't want to be leaving it pending halfway. It's called Crania, I believe. Yes, it's called Crania Americana by Samuel S. Morton. And then year printed is 1839. And if you actually look at, I believe it would be page, maybe, let me see, is it this one? Hold on, just real quick. We're almost done on this one here. We're almost done, family, believe it or not. I know I can go long on this. That's just the way I am. I take my time with the things I enjoy. It says here, not on page. All right, nation. No. Oh God, no, that's not it. Give me a second. I'm almost there. Patience, Daniel-san. Patience. Okay, page what is it? It's not that one. I know it's in this book. Let's see here. It's in this book. Hold on a second here. Hold on. What the hell's going on? Well, I know I shared this with you guys before. I'm surprised I can't even find it now. Let's see. Let me look at the word copper. Copper color. Okay, let's see. Singular docility, copper color, called copper, stop curly. All right. Let's see. The most remarkable, perhaps, Stevenson. Oh, man, I don't like doing this, to be honest with you. I thought I had it here. I've shared it before. Let me see. Matter of fact, let me bring it out now. Since I've been messing around with it already, I might as well bring it out here. Crane. See the name? Oh, hold on. Bear with me, family. I got a slow. Believe it or not, I got a. Well, it doesn't matter.
Stupid phone. Crane. Yeah. Is it in here? Copper. I think it's this one. All right, so the concept here is the copper color, right? So we know that there's some people here that for some reason they ignore the hair. They just look at the shadowy skin tone. And that is enough for them to call you guys fakers. You're not the real natives of this land. Just because they see a little bit of brown. No wool, nothing of that nature. Nothing even remotely looking like West Africans, okay? Nothing like that. However, that's not enough for them, okay? It's not enough. They still feel the need to, page 68. Thank you very much. Let's go to it. Let's see, page 68. I got it right here. Let me show you something. Page 68. Bam. This is from that book I told you. Crania Americana, 1839, by Samuel S. Morton, Culomiados, or supposedly Curimeo, whatever his funky ass name is. I've called his ass out, and he's too afraid to come out of his Chilean shellfish. But he's big on, and Hoop Tank and all them idiots, ABFs, research guy trying to threaten people like he's some gangster. Give me a break, bro. If you really were, you wouldn't be saying that shit. But we know that y'all like to talk. They all love to use this guy, Samuel S. Morton, because that's the one where it says that supposedly Native and blacks were deviantly the same, right? You know that wording, right? It's from that same writer. Well, this writer here basically says this: the copper colored skin has been assumed by most writers as a characteristic distinction of the Americans, who have been called copper color race. The investigation of Dr. McCullough satisfactorily proved that this designation is wholly inapplicable to the Americans as a race. Now, why is he saying that? Let's continue. And that it is more characteristic of some other and very remote nations. Meaning, if you are from Africa, whether west, south, and even north, the copper color applies to you, dumbass, because y'all are born in that way. You don't get light skin unless you got white people blood in you. And you don't create nothing else other than dark skin. Now, what is that called? Albino doesn't fucking count. So please stop the nonsense. Again, this copper color name or designation is not applicable to the raza here. And it is more of a characteristic, meaning more applicable to some other in a very remote nation, meaning far, far away, like in Africa, like West Africa. You know what I mean? Where you guys came from. The error, because Culomiados, your king, the man, the father that gave you life, okay? He obviously does not know how to read himself. You see, he's an idiot. Quite frankly, I think that that's the conclusion of the matter. That guy either does not know how to read, or he just wants to take your fucking money. And you want to know something? You guys are very easy to convince. Like a matter of fact, I'll tell you this right now. If I was about money, you know what all I need to do? You know, all I would need to do is put blacks, Hispanics, and natives are the same people of the Bible. And you guys would flood to my channel and fucking give me so much money because it feeds your empty ego. So now, because, we must be those people because apparently you don't like who you are. You don't like your history. Look, man, it is what it is. The error was obviously arising from habitual use. Like, for example, propaganda. You say it enough, people start believing it, okay? That or those are actual facts. Culomiados is a habitual liar. Okay, the research guy is a habitual liar. Imhotep, habitual liar. top pussy. He's a habitual liar. Why? Because they don't even understand the copper color terminology. They didn't even apply to us. Why? Because all they see is black. They see nothing else. And they see hate and envy. Okay? So let's clear this up. The copper color skin assumption that you guys already somehow apparently wanted to apply to our people clearly says by Samuel Morton, who you guys love. You guys love to use him as a reference. So I'm using your people. I'm using your documentation. And your documentation is clearly telling me that that man was not talking about what you are talking about. It says here, the error has obviously arisen from the habitual use among many tribes of red paint to a brown skin. Red paint. Red paint. Which occasions a copper hue. You see, Humble declared that the denomination of the copper-colored men could never. Colomiados, are you listening? Hey, West Africans who claim to be natives, are you listening? Or is that fucking thickhead too dense for you that you're not listening? I have to be this way because you know what? You guys keep putting new video, dumb shit, repetitive pictures, all from 1870 and on. You don't eat the food. You don't have the clothing. You don't have the folklore. You don't even, God, you don't even know the damn religious Christian compendium that these Spaniards implemented on the original people of this land. How come I've shared with you clothing, you don't fit. Food, you don't fit. Folklore, you don't fit. Musical, you don't fit. No, that don't mean rap either. Okay? Hair, all over the Bible. You don't fit. Now we're seeing that copper color is not even a terminology that should have been applicable to these natives. You know what I'm saying? And nowhere, shape, or form. Okay, maybe one book from 1870 blames somehow, or you do like those videos, Colomiados, where you want to say Bushman, oh, but that's a native, even though he was saying African. Constantly repeating himself. Humble declared that the denomination of copper-colored men could never, listen, top research. You say you're top research, right? Could never. This is Samuel S. Morton. Read that shit for yourself. Could have never originated in equinoctial regions to designate the Americans. Why? Because all of us were not born brown, you dumbasses. We were light-skinned. We were brown-skinned. We would tan. We would put grease. And not for our hair. But what did that do? I cannot believe that guy said that, oh, the black folks, the originals, would use bear grease because of the hell. Nah, bro. This ain't no let your soul glow, okay? Get the F out of here with let your soul glow bullshit. That's a lie. Clearly, it shows that we would put it on our skin with red shoot to darken it. Here, let's continue. Humble declared that the denomination of the copper-colored men could never have originated in the equinoctial regions to designate the Americans, meaning raza, the natives here in this land, and in the islands as well. And I could further testify that among the individuals of many different tribes up north, down south, that have come under my observation. So, hey, Colomiados, you weren't there, okay? Samuel Morton was there. So, research guy, top cats, whatever, Inhotep, all of you dumbasses, you weren't there. This guy was there. I can further testify that among the individuals of many different tribes that have come under my observation, the man saw them, touched them, he talked to him himself. I have never seen a copper color man.
Oh, that's gonna hurt. Fuck that puto. Fuck that puto.
Never. I have never seen one. Why? Because guess why? We consider, therefore, that the color of the American Indian in general is brown, differing in intensity with various tribes, according to the various localities. For example, if you're down south, like in Brazil, you're going to get darker. Like if you're in Guadalajara, because it's in a mountain, for example, a little bit lower central than Mexico, you're going to get darker. Why? Because it's hot up there, and it gets to 113 degrees, okay? In case you don't know that. But it is almost impossible to say that the brown copper principally resembles. The cinnamon is in my apprehension, the nearest approach to it, though still too inaccurate for general comparison. The best way to compare this, by the way, family, is the color of a lion. You know, that nice brown golden tan, which West Africans don't and can't never have it unless they have the white man in their bloodline, like Captain Taserface or Gorilla Wannabe, like those white guys with woolly hair. Yes, you guys are white people. You just have woolly hair and thicker lips, but you're whiter than me. Shut your asses up, bro. The cinnamon is a more apprehension, meaning that we are of a true bloodline, and we didn't have to mix to look light-skinned or dark-skinned because our DNA is so complex. It's not just pure white or pure black. That's sham, you dumbasses. The cinnamon is the cinnamon is, in my apprehension, the nearest approach to it, though still too inaccurate to general comparisons. I fully coincide, in my opinion, with Dr. McCullough and believe in him that no epithet derivable from the color of the skin. Why? So correctly designates the American collectively as that of the brown race. Why? For example, I have a son who's very light-skinned. You know what I'm saying? And I have another son who's dark-skinned. Do you get what I mean? And one has straight hair and the other one had curly hair. You know what I mean? Although the Americans thus possess a pervading and characteristic complexion, is that hue that you can't mimic. White people want to mimic it. Black people want to mimic it by mixing with white people. White people want to mimic it by mixing with brown or trying to get a suntan. It says here, there is an occasional and very remarkable deviation, including all the tints from the decided white to an inexplicable black skin.
That's gonna hurt!
This fact may be sufficiently illustrated by the following examples. Blah, 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 blah. Thank you, brother. Appreciate that. Boom. So, that being said, this right here is one section of our people that, yeah, they happen to be dark-skinned. The black Indians you see are indigenous. Really? Really, family? Look at their lips. Look at their thin lips. I have thin lips. You know, I have a book. Matter of fact, I'll show you. Check it. Let me smash this real quick. Let me smash this real quick. I'm dumb, bro. Let me smash this real quick, and I believe it's the same book. It's the same book. It's too easy, bro. Y'all are too easy, man. Y'all are too easy, too simple-minded. Can't handle the truth, bro. Check this out. Here is from the distinctive characteristics of I don't know which one. Oh, I think it is from Samuel Morton. This is the actual book from Samuel Morton. Look, check it out. I'll even show you. Okay? It is not my present intention to enumerate the many theories which have been advanced in the reference to the origin of the Native American nation. Although I may, in sequel, inquire whether their genealogy can be traced to the Polynesians or Mongolians, Hindu, Jews, or Egyptians. Which reminds me, how the F do you get Ishmael from you know, a father of the Israelites to a mother like Hagar? How does Ishmael come out of that? Wouldn't he be African, dumbasses? Right. You can't answer that though, right? All of us, and that's why they want to see family. Here's the deal. BHI, GMS, ISUPK, IUIC, Sakari, or Genesis, or whatever the hell that group is now. You see, that's it. They don't have nothing going, okay? So then now you got these groupies over here. They're like, well, the only way to fit the Bible is if they are the original people here. See, Raza, what I'm trying to tell you is you guys are the actual people that the Bible is talking about. And that book right there has been translated and misrepresented for so many years that they have you all in derision and makes you hate that same book that talks about you. Nor shall I attempt to analyze the view of certain philosophers who imagine that they found not only a variety of races, but several species of men among the aboriginals of this continent. So they say. It is chiefly my intention to produce a few more striking characteristic traits of these people to sustain the position that all the American nations, excepting accepting the Eskimo are of one race, meaning that excluding them, which were in those regions, which we as a people don't have a problem with because we know that there were strangers among us, right? But we know that they're not us, we're not them, but we're not going to hate on them. Was there a mixture? More likely. But you see, we don't got the anger and hate like you do. Because even the Bible says that. Israel embraced strangers. For example, the spoils of war. You could take one of their women if you like them. Hello? So BHIs, please stop it. Y'all don't know the Bible. Shut the hell up, please. Okay, so let me continue with what really matters the most. Because right now is the best time to be awake. Especially right now, we're hitting WW3, baby. Fictical characteristics. Let me go ahead and I'll read it all. It is an adage among travelers that he who has seen one tribe of Indians, for example, you see me, you see raza, has seen it all. So much that the individual of this race resembles each other. Somehow, some way. I know we do, right? Whether light skin or dark skin, you know what I'm saying? Whether we have a little bit of curly hair or wavy hair or straight hair, it don't matter. Right? And those differences of climate which embrace the extremes of heat and cold. Now, let me ask you something, family. North Africans are not light-skinned because just because it's colder up there. They're light-skinned because they mix with the Europeans and the Arabs that were being enslaved. Remember? Right? The only place that you were able to find a variety of skin tones was here in America. Yeah, now it says, in half-clad Fuegian, shrinking from this dreary winter, has the same characteristic alignment, though in an exaggerated degree, as the Indians of the tropical plains. And these, again, resemble the tribes which inhabited the region west of the Rocky Mountains. Those of the Great Valley of the North, of Valley of the Mississippi. And those again which skirt the Eskimos on the north. You know what skirt means? Meaning outside of them. West Africans, you are confused. We're not those people. Here, we understand that ourselves. But you see, we don't have hate like you. We don't have hate like you. If we were Africans, we'd love it. Because we love who we are. Whether we rich or poor, we love who we are spiritually. Whether we Jews or not, we love who we are spiritually. All possess alike the long. When the fuck do you guys have this kind of hair? You show me pictures of new people because you've been here quite some time and you mix with the white man miscegenation. That's what it's called. So this is you? Top Cats, this is you? This is your grandpa right here? So you're saying your dad had compressed lips? Your dad had thin lips? Those aren't big lips, man, compared to you guys. Look at that. That's like me right there. You telling me you guys, this is you right here? This is you right here. You telling me that's you? Give me a break, bro. Let's go to it. It says here, all possess alike the long hair, lank, black hair, and brown or cinnamon skin color. Remember, keep in mind that we use bear grease and also other kinds of greases. And a matter of fact, we would even dip our children in a particular type of liquid oil to tan our skin more. Because at that time, remember, we didn't have buildings like this, like today. Everybody's in the house, internet, TV, and all that shit. We were out there out and about, man, getting dark and tan. Like our kids, like us, who are in our late 40s, we used to play in the streets. A lot of us are brown because of that, or browner. The heavy brow, the dull and sleepy eye, the full and compressed lips. The full, not big, not huge, not like coming out like it's like there's a blister. No, the full or compressed. Comprende? Do you know what compress means? Here we go. Let me show you something. Compress means this. Compress. Meaning, it means pressed together, reduced in size, flattened as though subject to compression. Meaning that our brothers and sisters had black hair, straight, okay? Straight hair, brown skin tone, heavy eyebrows, sleepy eyes like me. I got a little droopy kind of going on. Full lips like my daughter or my wife, or compressed lips like me. And the salient but dilated nose. These traits, moreover, are equally common to the savage and the civilized nations. Make it make sense. You goofy idiots. The Africanus americanus is a new species that came from Thomas Jefferson's nutsack. These fools think they're different than the dark African. No, they're just mixed, bro. You're right. But again, what do we know, right? Hey, look, here we go. We got an idiot. So your lips were forced together according to definition. Did you not pay attention to what I was reading? Full or compressed lips, meaning like thin lips. They're trying to express what they're seeing. Okay? Export. They're trying to express what they're seeing. So they're like, so how would I best write it? Well, full lips or thin lips. Matter of fact, here, I'll give you another one. Here, I'll show you. Since that's not enough. That's not enough. Okay. Fine. Apparently that's not enough, family. So let's go ahead and just show this. I don't know, bro. I don't even know why y'all show up to my channel, man. Like, guys, you guys get destroyed in this channel every single time, and none of y'all hit the link. So I don't even know why you bothered posting something unless you're asking sincerely. You know what I mean? But I don't think you are. You know what I mean? I just don't think you are. We have people that come to this channel and change names and shit. You know what I'm saying? And then they're like, there's the same person. So this is from James Adair. I believe it's page 2. James Adair. Remember, look him up. Page 2, 3, or 4. One of the page 2 or 6. One of the 4. It says here on the bottom part, it is remarkable that there are no deformed Indians. However, they are generally weaker and smaller bodied. Well, hold on a second. We have black people that come to this channel and tell us they're the fastest, strongest, biggest, quickest, and all that. Here we see that these natives are not. Generally weaker and smaller in body, between the tropics, then higher latitudes, but not in an equal proportion. For though the Chickasaw and the Choctaw countries have not been long divided from each other, as appears by the similarity of their language, as well as other things. Yet, you know what those other things are? We ate corn, we ate grasshopper, we used sandals. We used sandals. We made baskets. We understood about the food, cilantro. We understood about tejuino. We understood about what's that called? What's the other one called? Tamarindo. You see, we understood all these things. So check this out. As appears by the similarity of their languages as well as other things, yet the Chickasaw are exceedingly taller and stronger body than the latter. Now, I'll tell you this, my brother, my oldest brother, he's 6'1". So trust and believe, we come in different shapes and sizes. Though their country is only 2 degrees farther north, such small difference of latitude in so healthy a region could not make so wide a difference in the constitution of their bodies. Check this out. So we read earlier, full lips or compressed lips by Samuel Morton, right? So here James Adair says, the former are a comely, meaning attractive or pleasant looking people. Their faces are tolerable. Their faces are tolerably round. Now, family, you know that Hispanic people tend to have a round face. They tend to have a round face. You see what I'm saying? So here's your better description. Since you want to know thin, you're right. You're right. Every writer's different, bro. Every writer's different, man. Every writer is different. You know, I may express it one way. That doesn't mean another one may not. The former are comely. Oh, yeah, by the way, we also use a molcajete, which is also found in Egypt. That's just one of the few. I could really take you, I don't have time, Export. I've been on for a while, but I'm going to finish it soon. To clothing, food, folklore, history, what else? Dietary, clothing-wise, things we made, the tools in the body, like it's all over the place. Anyways, here it goes. The former are comely, pleasant-looking people. Their faces are tolerably round, contrary to the visage of the others, which inclines such much more flatness, as in the case of most of the other Indians. The lips of the Indians, in general, are
that's gonna hurt.
Thin. The Indians. The lips of the Indians, colombianos, top cats. The research guy. You so-called wise guys, do you think you know everything? You like to debate? Why don't you debate me? Well, you know what I mean? Debate me. The lips of the Indians in general are thin. No. You're good, bro. Don't trip. You're good. I don't know who shows up. Some people show up, some they just say shit. Don't take it like that. Don't take it personal, bro. I just talk this way. So anyways, again, family, once again, compressed lips or thin lips means the same. Writers, they choose what words to select. You know what I mean? But here we see coarse, straight, long, black hair, thin lips, so-called droopy eyes, not woolly. You know what I mean? Not blistering lips. Not like, dark skin. They didn't say albinos. They say that a variety of skin tones. And now they're not saying that it was regarding miscegenation. They're talking about these people are not African. These people are not white, but they come in different colors. And in case y'all don't know, the president, I'm known for Mexico, or ex-president, because his last day was yesterday. He showed us actual pictures when they were excavating particular things they had found. And there's pictures of our sisters with dark skin and light skin in that. You know what I mean? So anybody that wants to supposedly claim the fame that they're from here, bro, listen, use their books. And they can't say shit. You see, we can all sit here and speak emotional, but if I speak emotional, then it doesn't help. I just rather show facts. That's it. I just rather show facts. That's all. All right? So listen. The whole concept was to start. Yesterday was day one, round one. Today was round two. Okay. Tomorrow round three. Thursday round four. And then on Friday we're gonna get deep into this. The tree in the midst of good and evil. I think we've identified this evil, and I'm gonna go deep into the evil of why. Why was Adam not allowed to eat of that tree? Because I think of it like, well, I tell my daughter not to do those things when she does something bad. Like, hey, don't do that, right? Why would it be evil to know not to do that? But it wasn't talking about that kind of evil, family. It was talking about something completely different. All right, so let's finish this off. We're almost done. I got a video to show you, and then that's it. All right, here, let's go. Thick, straight hair, flat noses, not like Africans, high cheekbones, small eyes. They paint the body and face of various colors and eradicate their hair of their beards and other parts as deformity. Their limbs are not so large or robust as those of the Europeans. They endure hunger, thirst, and pain with astonishing firmness and patience. And though cruel to their enemies, they are kind and just to each other. Love your brethren as you love yourself. Georgia, the Indian tribes within the vicinity of this district are the Cherokees and Chickasaws. The Cherokee have been a warlike and numerous nation, but by continual wars in which it has been their destiny to be engaged with the northern Indian tribes. They were reduced to the commencement of the last war to about 2,000 fighting men. The Creek Indians represent this as the most blissful spot on the earth. They say it is inhabited by a peculiar race of Indians. Those women are incomparably beautiful. They were called daughters of the sun, who kindly gave to strangers. Their husbands were fierce men and cruel to their enemies. Check this out, and we're done. The people of God, who were murdered by thousands, men, women, and children, under the act made by Congress. You see what I mean, family? Okay, so export, this is what I'm talking about. You see, you're like, oh, just because I'm saying something don't mean I disagree. Well, listen, this is why I'm telling you, bro. You guys love to come in all like, oh, hi, like, just be fucking real, man. Be real. Say the shit that you want to say. Don't sugarcoat stuff, bro. Like, come on, man. We're all men here. We're all adults here. Don't sugarcoat shit. Say what you got to say. What you're saying is Mexicans are something. You're calling me one, I bet you. I bet you that's what you're saying. That's why you differentiate Mexicans, Indians, Africans, white and black, right? So show me how in the world were there Africans here? What are you going to do? Are you going to use that whole book on the Jews, something about, what is it? Who used it? Supposedly that they had seen the land here? Yeah, you've never been here before, but it's the same spirit, export. We see people like your spirit all the time, man. They come by, they say their shit, they don't know what they're talking about. Then they go and make a stupid comment like that, right? Because you're trying to include yourself in there. Because I'm thinking you're an African. Then you think you're probably from here originally. That's what you're saying, Because you're like, and it's weird. The originals were black, white, yellow, not African. So what you're saying is that these people that were here with woolly hair were not necessarily from Africa. Look, Bacon's rebellions, have you heard? Yeah, yes, I have. And it has nothing to do with you guys. You see, you're new to this channel and you have no idea how much I know. There's an old book, bro. I've done classes on that. Partis sequitur ventrum is what I'm assuming you're going to mention, right? Well, in that right there, it's actually differentiating the natives right there. And it's making sure that the natives, right, were the ones getting enslaved. But black folks, like so-called African Americans, they were not being enslaved. Okay, if you ain't black, then why does this concern you? Why does this concern you? If you ain't black, why does that concern you? If you're from here originally and got no narrative behind you, why would you emphasize this? Never in my mind did it ever cross my mind what I would have to say, I ain't black and I don't have woolly hair, but I'm a native. That to me tells me that you are. You're just literally telling me what it is. That's what it's about, bro. Right there. There was black, white, Mexicans, Indians, and Africans here. It's funny how you separate Mexicans and Indians. And then somehow you include Africans, but then you say, not Africans, we're here. Yeah, you see, I'm black, not African. Look, listen, bro. Whatever it is Culomiados told you, or Top Cats, or the research guy, or Inhotep, and all that shit, they fucking lied to you, okay? You are from Africa. You are either from West Africa, or you're either European, right? That has nothing to do with Africa. But you can't say you're black, you look like people from Africa, and then say, I'm native. Unless your family mixed with them, then yeah. But it doesn't sound to me that that's what you're saying. Well, I can tell what you're saying is I'm black, I have no Hispanic in me, because I'm not Mexican or Indian, but you know, I'm not African. See there, you see what I mean? I'm telling you, family, another idiot. Like, for real, bro, this is so funny to me, man. Like, oh my dear God, bro. Like, they have y'all confused, bro. Like, I feel sorry for you guys, to be honest with you. I really do. Because what you're learning is, you're only learning documentation in this particular region of North America, but yet you don't realize that there's so many books in all over the continent of this land here. You know what I mean? Like in Central South America or Mexico, which I do get to read, you know what I mean? So it's like, I don't know why you're only isolating yourself with material because Culomiados confirmed you. I mean, confused you. Well, you know what? At this point, it don't matter to me. I don't really give a shit what you are, bro. Because to me, what you are is this right here. You are this type of person right here. You have a narrative, you're pushing an agenda, or you either married one of these people and you really want them to be like original, or you're just faking a funk and you're full of shit and you ain't trying to be upfront. See, you are confused. Words can't describe. Okay, fine. Sounds good then. Then shut your ass up and hit the link. Hit the link and show us how you are originally from here. If you say you're black but not African, you show us how black folks that look like Africans, just because you don't have woolly hair, but you look like them, how they're originally here and we're not. Because you made it clear that white, black, Mexicans, and Indians were here, oh, and Africans were here. I see there, look, my people are indigenous to the earth. Oh, you mean you guys were trees? Yo, they were trees, yo. They were trees, yo. Oh, shit. We have a tree right here, bro. The original trees are in the house, bro. Shit.
Fuck that
The original trees are in the house. Let's go, family. In cold blood murder. In this channel, bro, I sniff rats out, bro. I sniff y'all out real quick. I can actually see you from where you're at. Let's go. To obtain their lands. Woe unto the nation, the United States of America. Hey, expert. Matter of fact, if you want, I'll let all will be revealed debate you. I'll even shut up. I'll let him debate you if you think I'm too hyped. Let's go.
All right, family, that's all I got, man. I hope you guys were edified. Remember, this book is called Light and Truth, okay? Light and Truth, written in 1844 by a colored man. I suggest read the book. You're going to be impressed. And you're also going to be confounded, like, what the fuck is he saying? Yep, yeah, for real. And then this one here, The Perils of a Republic. This is a great book here. The Perils of a Republic. Read thoroughly. There's a lot of stuff in here. Matter of fact, a lot of people that say they're prophets, they like to use this and claim that they were reading the book or they were prophetic. Like Nate the Snake. That's where he got that concept from. He ain't no teacher, man. Dude's a fake ass. Trust me. Trust and believe. He's a fake ass. But anyways, what do I know, right? What do I know? Anyhow, man. Hey, share and like, subscribe. Thank you for showing up. You know, and you guys have a good night. Yeah. Maybe he believes that everyone was black and everyone else was white out. That's been debunked. Yeah, I know. They're stupid, dog. I don't know shit. I've already... They can come into his channel and say whatever they want. I've showed them the link. I tell them, let's debate. I can be neutral. You know, just because I'm energetic doesn't mean I can't actually talk civilly. Well, I can let somebody in between and let them handle it. But they can't. They won't. They're too scared, bro. They're cowards. That's what it is. Yeah, you want this heritage? Come get it. You know what I'm saying? You want it? Come get it.
Conflict.
If it's really yours,
we have been in a regional war.
Brother, hold on a second. If it's really yours, you know what I mean? But they can't handle it, family. They don't want it. I'm going to show this video real quick. This is new. This is just recent news up to date. We are fully involved, and I think this guy's demanding America, you know, obviously, to join forces with them. 5 minutes, and then we're done. Music, and then we see. Let's go.
Conflict. But from Israel's perspective, we have been in a regional war. We've been in a regional war since October 7th. And that war now is an all-out war. We are in a war for our national survival, period. And Israel, as a state created in the aftermath of the Holocaust, is going to do everything in its power and its duty, and I think also its right, to defend itself.
I would imagine you agree with that assessment.
Good evening, and I certainly agree with every word that General Clark said. Calls for de-escalation are interpreted by the Iranians as weakness, and they will then exploit that weakness and attack Israel again. In order to de-escalate in the Middle East, you have to escalate. The Iranians have to internalize that if they perpetrate this type of flagrant aggression against Israel, and Israel on all fronts, it's not just with these rockets, that they are going to pay a prohibitive, very painful price. We talked about the president's warning early in the war, don't to Iran, don't to Hezbollah. They both did. And there's a big question now whether the United States is willing to put teeth into the don't to make the Iranians understand that they fire not just at Israel, but some 200 times they fired at American bases in Syria and Iraq. They've closed international shipping through the Straits of Mandeb, that there's a price to be paid. And up to this point, Iran has really gotten away price-free. No one has actually extracted a price from Iran. That has to end, and it's probably going to end in the next 24 hours.
So we're expecting a kinetic response, no doubt, from Israel. Are you suggesting that they should not go about this unilaterally and that the United States should also retaliate kinetically?
Well, Israel is a major military power, but we don't have the same capabilities that the United States has. The United States has very large military assets in the Middle East, aircraft carriers, F-22 fighters, even a nuclear submarine. The Iranians, I think, should be made to understand that these forces are in the Middle East not just in a defensive posture, but potentially in an offensive position as well. The United States willing to extract that type of peace. You know, I listened to that panel. It was a fascinating panel before, Bianna, talking about the fears in the United States, and I understand them fully, of a wider regional conflict. But from Israel's perspective, we have been in a regional war. We've been in a regional war since October 7th, and that war now is an all-out war. We are
against Iran from mainstream media. Oh no, and they betrayed them, and they betrayed the resistance. They've given up. Well, today they've given you your answer. Don't forget that they try and defeat the people psychologically before they defeat them on the ground. Psychological warfare. People need to learn about that if you don't know already. Once they defeat you psychologically and mentally, then it's easier for them to defeat you on the ground. And it's very important to always weigh things with a level head and know exactly who's saying what, whether it's a prime minister, a president, mainstream media, whatever it is. You need to always realize who's talking, what's his position, what does he do, and what does he not do, or she, or they, and compare it to the reality. You need to be very careful with that. I'm gonna try and share some more of the and Zendo, thank you so much for that. More of the launches from Iran. I'm just looking for same kind of videos almost. Tahir Habibi, you're the king, my friend, my dear brother. Again, everyone, these are the launches coming from Iran. And I'm going to share a couple of more. Let's see if we have more. Oh, we have a party in Iran. Oh, okay. Iranian Foreign Minister Araqji is saying that Israel backers now have heightened responsibility to rein in warmongers in Tel Aviv. Our action concluded unless Israeli regime decides to invite further retaliation. Again, you know, calculated. Iran, always calculated. Okay, we have more people in Karbala.
All right, fam. Okay, you guys have a good night. Hope everything's well. Guaracuya, buenas noches, brother. XNM, sis, good to see you again. What's up, Villa Garcia? Jeremias, buenos días. Politica will be real. Let's see what else. Who else? Yeah, they actually said 250 of them. That was actually part of it, I believe. The shit's it is. We're there, bro. We're literally there. And then you got, I think this is what's going to turn the election. And it's going to probably more likely get Trump to win. And then you're going to see the chaos that we talked about in regards to Petro was saying. They're going to block people from coming in. People are going to want to get in, and they're not, and they're going to get shot. It's literally all playing itself like I had been saying for about almost a couple years now. So, you know, y'all don't believe me, oh well. Too bad. For y'all that have been listening, man, appreciate you, man. Lord willing, the message was meant for you. Hey, by the way, this is for the expo.
This is how y'all be sounding. We was the original trees. We didn't come from Africa. We was the original trees. And my dad had talked to his grandfather, and his grandfather had said to his sister's cousin, uncle's grandfather, he used to have leaves for hair. He used to have leaves for hair, and see, and it'll be somebody else on here that goes, yeah, because I remember my auntie, grand uncle, his birth certificate, we did our genealogy, his birth certificate had bark. It had bark on it because we was copper colored, but we was bark colored. We was bark colored too. And it'll be like a bunch of people in the comments, y'all ain't know that already? Y'all didn't know that already? You didn't know we was trees? I been known we was the original trees. But see, brother, we was more than the original trees. We the foundational original trees.
And it'll be 0 sources, and it'll be a million people in the comments going, wow, I always knew, I always felt we was the original trees. Oh my God. We was trees. We was the original trees. Nah, I always knew we wasn't from Africa.
That's too freaking funny, man. I don't know what to tell you anymore, but let's see. We got just hold on, let me see. Get going. There we go. All right, family. Y'all have a good night, man. See you tomorrow. Saludos, buenas noches. Have a good night.
En la Plaza de Reyes, Black 50. Soplón. Yeah. ¿Qué vas a saber? ¿Qué vas a saber tú? Oye, chibolito, faltóme. Pulpín de los pulpines, batería de Rapunzel, de rapeos, de raptos, de lagartos en cuartel. Cualquier la pega de cruel con un viejo coronel. Soy flojo, se me antojó dormirme en el laurel. Elevé mi level con un label y un Faber-Castell. Ya un papel, lo empape con sangre de todo aquel que se jura Nobel y no ve mis trenes en la riel. That's so man, ¿por qué no sacan la tablet? Juro por mis aguas que no te hablo por las powers. Soy chinchano neto, búscame por pico sour y te voy a meter al centro loco como Beckenbauer. Escúchame atento mi bro, que estamos rompiéndole en pro. El negro de Plaza de Reyes como siempre rompe de este micrófono. Que quiere meterle como yo pero no puede meterle taco pro. Si te pensaba que solo era un gallo, déjame decirle que se equivocó. Real motherfucker feeling on the street. Es el Black Sheep Mental de Plaza de Kings. Motherfucker, so bloom.
Nero Luigi, man, desempeña a la victoria para que sepa. Incas Mo, Money Gang, yeah. Yo también he llorado, gente. También me han desplazado por mi rasgo afrodescendiente. Sí, un perro no habla pero siente. Cuento historias callejeras pa' barrios de delincuentes. Y soy un perro que te ladra, que te muerde y que te huele, nene. Soy más que Lenny, ustedes para mí son pelele. Con mi jauría todo el día en busca de los cheles. Tengo un perro en fiscalía que nos mueve los papeles. Y otro en la comisaría para evitar el susto. Muchas veces me han llevado por solo como luzco. Perdón, madre mía, si yo le causé un disgusto. Pero en esta vía yo crecí rodeado de perros chuscos. Yo sé que me quieren ganar, yo sé que me quieren tumbar y no pasará porque soy de verdad. La super rafina, la Dodo Style, metido en latina aprendiendo un style. Yo tengo el style, no mido la raza del perro, yo mido por la lealtad y yo soy leal. La calle te enseña lo que no te enseña la universidad. Saliste ese peña aquí con una seña, te tiran para atrás. La calle limeña aquí nadie la dueña, ya nada es igual. Tiene que respetar, tiene que respetar. La calle te enseña lo que no te enseña la universidad. Saliste ese peña aquí con una seña, te tiran para atrás. La calle limeña aquí nada le duele, ya nada es igual. Tiene que respetar, si yo soy tu papá, Cinco's mob, negro, Cinco's mob, nigga, Nero Luigi, man, Inca's mob, it's Money Gang, yeah.
Hey, yo, Yango en la maldita casa. Me llaman pa' que les dé al menos una vez al mes. Se metieron al lago y olvidaron que era el mes. For everybody bless. La fama es una puta, me está llamando a las 3. Dile que llame después de las 16 y 25. Volví de la infancia de Abraham Lincoln. Con fuerza ya inco, luchando para salir del rincón. Letra callejera en CD brinco. Under del under, puede que tu viejo te lo mande. Sale de vez en cuando como el cóndor por los Andes. Mi cuerpo no es de madera como Dandy. Antes que me branden, yo seré el ola que los expande. Aunque esto me pique en la madera, no sirven ni para romper el ticket de un evento afuera. Loco por la carrera, desafían la gravedad. Yo espero tras la barrera y llego con la novedad. Niña, tú solo espera que ya encontré la manera. He visto bastante porque me lograron saltando escalones dentro de la escalera. La vida me puso al depósito, yo soy de púlpito para que el mundo conociéramos. De esta parte mejor intérprete capaz de esta cordillera. Sin luz afuera, que el espectáculo es dentro. La calle es mi templo, tiembla el pavimento. Cuando yo me concentro, mis disparos son temas. La calle un poema, se siente desde cuando entro. Y a toditos estos drogaditos que creen que rapean, los regreso al centro de mi balcón. Yo he visto el clon de clon en la misma gestión, pero a la malla no llega el balón. Y para esta pantalla no soy su patrón. Yo llámese la cuestión y doy fe por cada renglón. Consciente de la operación del final de Mbappé con la edad de bufón. De Yango en la maldita casa, Plaza de Rey y papá. El Nero Luigi, Black Cemental, hip hop peruano, rasgo en la maldita base. Yao.
Chicanos killing Chicanos is what they want. Blacks and Chicanos killing each other is what they want. That's how they run this place. Once we get together, they don't run shit. Got a lot to learn about being Chicano.
Yeah, Alcatraz, midget loco. They never seen this coming, man. What up, Loom? What up, Wario? 500 years of captivity. What else? Now they try to tell us how we supposed to be, how we supposed to act, how we supposed to rap. How I'm brown but my flow too black. Come on, you're kidding me, right? Nike Air Flights fitted cock back fresh. Representando Mexicanos on the mat. No estoy jugando, got bars like a battle on smack. But hold on, I'ma bring it right back. My people indigenous. I'm not sure if you getting this. By the time I'm done, you gon' be feeling this. I come from the people they call Meshiacha. I've been to the motherland, Chief. Seen the Mayan ruins, intellectual architects. Been in the cenote, seen ancient artifacts. Cali is Mexico, those are the facts. They raped women, gave elders heart attacks. It was a battle, our people were outgunned. Took life and cattle, we were outdone. However, 2 wars proudly we take to the grave. Those we call our Independence Day. It's time to stand up, educate our people. Stay on the ground, let them know that we equal. We see your plan, but your plan is see-through. You can't stop my people. Mexicano, I'm brown and proud. Mexicano, I'm brown and proud. Mexicano, I'm brown and proud. Mexicano, I'm holding it down.
Yeah. Started with Mexicas, Mexicano. Gave birth to the word that we know as Chicanos. Aztec warrior, man, it's all in my blood. From the Nochtitlan, that's the heart of the love. Now Mexico City, that's a modern day name. Don't let the books confuse it to be a modern day slave. Gotta get your facts right and study the culture. Don't be like Cortez, he came like a vulture. Came to just steal and take away the land. He seen what we got and he was like, damn, who would've guessed it had to be a white man. Damn it, now we got stolen lands. They say go back to where the fuck you from. Man, this is my land, that's what you stole from us. I'm not Hispanic or Latino, I'm a Mexican. Man, fuck La Militia, you can have that bitch.
It's time to stand up, educate our people. Stay on the ground, let them know that we equal. We see your plan, but your plan is see-through. You can't stop my people. Mexicano, I'm brown and proud. Mexicano, I'm brown and proud. Mexicano, I'm brown and proud. Mexicano, I'm holding it down, yeah.
Icar. Ical, hijo, abre los ojos. Tu cuerpo se queda con nosotros, pero tu espíritu debe seguir. Busca la luz. Aléjate de las sombras. Deja que nuestro dolor sea tu fuerza. Desde aquí iluminamos tu camino. Lucha como nosotros ante esta pena tan grande. Yo soy tú. Tú eres yo.